Been some start for this Liverpool team, the least talked about in the current top four when predicting the likely Premier League champions, but those ambitions parked for tonight. 3 games in 3 different competitions in the next week. Tonight is about fresh legs and opportunities for some understudies to take centre stage. Might have trickled down the pecking order a little bit on that to-do list of modern managers this competition, but Liverpool's record is still the best in the League Cup. 8 times we've won it, 4 times in successive years when it was the Milk Cup back in the early part of the 1980s. The last time was 9 years ago though, under Kenny Dalglish's second coming. That penalty shootout win over Cardiff at Wembley, and penalties could play a part tonight as well. Each game brings a new challenge. 4th of 7 games in 22 days at the weekend for Liverpool, so changes ahead of Brentford, and the trip to Porto were absolutely a requirement tonight. Some young faces, and some faces that have been desperate for a chance to prove their worth to Jurgen Klopp over the last few weeks. So 2 big debuts, 10 changes. Pep Lijnders dropping a major hint that Cade Gordon, one of the many diamonds in the academy, would be involved. Despite being just 16, he's a winger, he's got flair, he's got bravery, but he's a finisher too. They're very excited about him, so will you be when you see him tonight. 18-year-old Conor Bradley, a midfielder by preference, but he's making his name as a fullback. First for country, made his Northern Ireland debut already, and made a brilliant impression in Austria and Evian on the Reds' month-long pre-season. Youngster, fearless, and what an opportunity for him, Jason McAteer.
Absolutely, brought in from Derby, coming through the academy, and highly rated youngster, 16 years of age. Can you imagine what you were doing at 16? Wow, brilliant. But yeah, I mean, Bradley's behind him. It probably will be an area Daniel Farke would have looked at when the team sheet come in. Inexperienced down that right hand. We'll have to see how the two of them get on. They'll be looking for some experience just to give them some cover, possibly from Oxlade-Chamberlain. But as you said, big opportunity for a lot of the players tonight to impress the manager.
A penny for their thoughts, Cade Gordon and Conor Bradley, and Curtis Jones, who makes his 50th appearance for Liverpool tonight. He's almost the old stager, but he knows exactly what these youngsters are going through here at present. And we're about to pause as well to remember Jimmy Greaves. We remember him, a great who left us this week. One of the most natural goal scorers England ever produced, 4th on the list of all-time scorers. And of course a very special place in the hearts of people on Merseyside for his wonderful TV partnership with the much-missed Ian St John. Applause for Jimmy Greaves, who left us this week at the age of 81, about to take place here at Carrow Road. Nightmare start for Norwich City as well, a season littered with mistakes. 5 defeats from their 5 in the Premier League so far. 14 goals conceded, it's their worst ever start to a top flight season. He makes 9 changes, Daniel Farke, tonight as well. He's gone with 3 centre-backs in Gibson, Hanley and Bamdele at the back. 2 young strikers leading the line, a young Irishman by the name of Adam Idar, who's moved from part-time football in Cork, and Christos Cholis, who's a Greek striker with an eye for goal. A couple of goals in the last round as well, 2 assists too. They desperately need a change in luck, this team. And we continue the players to take a knee. The message loud and clear: there's no room for racism, discrimination or social prejudice. Big night this for both teams tonight, Jason.
Absolutely. Daniel Farke looking for some momentum. As you said, nightmare start for him. Liverpool and Manchester City, 2 of the first games they had in the Premier League, and it's gone from bad to worse. 5 defeats. I think the defeat against Watford at the weekend really hurt them, finishing 8 points ahead of them in the Championship last season. The fans left disgruntled after that 3-1 defeat at home. They're just wondering where they're going to go. Hopefully tonight, from a Liverpool point of view, yeah, there's plenty of players who want to make food for thought for Jurgen Klopp. Say to him, listen, I can start in your first team when it comes to big games in the Premier League. Oxlade-Chamberlain, Origi, Minamino, have to see how they get on tonight.
The pictures of Daniel Farke. Norwich were actually booed off by sections of the crowd at the weekend. Daniel Farke said he was booing deep down himself because it's been such a frustrating start for them. Thinks they've had opportunities, decent ones, to win all of the games they've played in. And of course we open the season at this place at Carrow Road as well. They have climbed down slightly on their passing style. They are a bit more direct these days, but you do wonder whether he might have been slightly tempted to go a bit stronger tonight, just because confidence is so fragile when you're in a struggle. You need a confident dressing room, and you need it not to erode too quickly.
Absolutely. I don't think recruitment's been good either. You know, they've lost Buendia and Skip. Obviously Oliver Skip went to Tottenham, Buendia went to Aston Villa, but Buendia is a massive loss. 15 goals, 16 assists last season, albeit in the Championship, but showed his quality, had a really good relationship with Pukki.
Early sighter for Divock Origi to chase, and it's Ben Gibson who gets in there. Didn't take a chance with the goalkeeper Angus Gunn, who's one of the first signing of the season. Those of you of a certain generation will remember the blonde locks of his dad playing in goal, Brian Gunn, who was actually in goal the last time Norwich City beat Liverpool back in the mid-90s. You were probably playing in that one.
Probably.
Corner Liverpool's way then. You can see the height, the opportunity perhaps early doors here as Oxlade-Chamberlain spins one into that front post. First touch for Cade Gordon. He'll be happy with that after just 2 minutes. That it was a good one. Not the best from Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain though, and there was a chance for the big man to break, and it's Kostas Tsimikas who brings that break to a temporary stop for Lise Melu. Signed from Nice in the summer. The referee, by the way, for this one today, Darren England. First time he's ever refereed Liverpool. Let's hope he's a lucky omen.
One of the problems they do have, Peter, I think if you looked at the stats against Liverpool first game of the season, they actually shared the possession 50-50. They created 14 opportunities, but they only hit the target 3 times. They just don't have a clinical centre forward who can finish off chances. You would obviously look at Pukki, 26 goals in the Championship the season before, 11 in the Premier League before that. He just isn't clinical at this level.
He's taken a fair bit of stick from the fans, believe it or not, despite the great time he had in the Premier League last time, but they did fade away, didn't they, without a whimper really. Divock Origi threatening on that opposite side, and a second corner in succession in the opening 3 minutes. Is it going to be one of those nights for Norwich City?
Interesting from a Liverpool perspective is Curtis Jones has taken up that central role. You'd look at Keita, you'd think that he would be the one who sits there, but it's obviously Curtis Jones, Keita on the left, Oxlade-Chamberlain on the right.
Spun in by Tsimikas. Liverpool, of course, the set piece experts, and an early goal. Just what they wanted. 3 minutes on the clock. First goal since February in the colours of Southampton, by the way, for Takumi Minamino. 4 Premier League starts so far, but he has that touch, doesn't he? Last time out against Crystal Palace he scored. It was a big win for Liverpool and a dream start.
Well, you look at Liverpool at the weekend, they scored 3 goals from set pieces, and it's another one tonight. Good quality ball in, Divock Origi gets up, might just be checked, but it's a handball. From here it looks like it's his head, and it falls lovely for Minamino, just peels off, bites himself some space, and on the spin, straight through Gunn. And Liverpool get an early lead.
Too much power for him, and he will have been disappointed to have not played his part in the last couple of games. He of course picked up a bit of an injury away on international duty. He's got the Midas touch, and he will be a discussion point tonight in your homes, I'm sure, because he was such an exciting signing for Liverpool, wasn't he? Striker that comes in to compete against arguably the best 3 in the world. It's always going to be a big ask, but we want to see more of him.
A few eyebrows were raised. He had a really productive pre-season, very, very good. Got himself a few goals, but looked busy, looked sharp. And then against Milan, Origi comes in, really from nowhere. And everyone raised a few eyebrows, thought Minamino might have got that start, but the manager obviously went for Divock Origi, but he gets his goal tonight.
Norwich trying to break away, and it's a lovely bit of play by Billy Gilmore here, and Norwich get the chance to break. It's a really clever ball into the box as well. Just evaded the man at the back post, and Norwich City have signalled danger themselves in these early stages.
Well, I mentioned the Milan game just in my last sentence there. There was shades of the Milan goals there. They just carved Liverpool up, went from back to front. Great ball in. Two Norwich players, backstick, just can't get it. Zolis, the Greek player, just sliding in.
Quite excited about him, aren't they, Solis, who's a bit of a Greek prodigy, had a really good goal-scoring record prior to coming to England. They've staked their claims on quite a few unknowns, Norwich, which is a gallant and quite a brave policy, but as Jason mentioned at the start of the game, the recruitment has been questioned. All of the money that they got in for the star man has now been spent. Will it be enough to keep them in the Premier League? Well, they have a job on in this game tonight already. A goal down. A goal for Takumi Minamino. What kind of confidence will that give him as well? Strikers thrive on goals, don't they, and opportunities. He's only had one and he scored already.
That's it. I mean, he peeled off lovely. We know he's got quality in front of goal. It's taking a little bit of time maybe to get up to speed for the way the manager wants to play him, and obviously it's very difficult to break into that front three at Liverpool, as he's got to wait for his opportunity, but when he gets it, all he can do is score goals and put top performances in.
Conor Bradley with his first involvement. Cade Gordon can't keep it in that final third, and Gilmour is a clever player, as you've seen already at Chelsea, trying to stake his claim long term for Chelsea, but that wasn't the best ball, was it? Put Gibson in a bit of trouble, and Hanley comes across to sweep away the danger. Look nervous, Norwich.
Brilliant pressing from Liverpool. We know they're one of the best in the world when they're at it, and that was brilliant. Incidentally, I was listening to Pep Lijnders talking. What he liked about Cade Gordon was the pressing, his enthusiasm to win the ball back. It's great when you're on the ball. It's what you do when you haven't got it, and he was really impressed with his work rate and his enthusiasm and just his general play without the ball.
Of course, as you can tell, the popularity of a young player when the senior players ask him to come and sit on their table. He's very quiet, he's very unassuming, but a great kid, and he settled in really well into that camp in Austria. And you saw him walk onto the training pitch. He looked like a little boy, but he doesn't play like one, as you've seen there.
Well, that's exactly what I was talking about, that pressing, that closing down.
What's really nice about this tonight, because he got fair warning, his mum Joanne and his older brother Kellen are in the crowd. It's not a short journey to Norfolk, so I'm not sure they'd have been overly happy had he not been involved. But to get a start, and you hope that Conor Bradley's family have managed to get on a flight as well from Northern Ireland.
I think that just straight with these two have played together at youth level, haven't they, Bradley and Cade Gordon, so they do have an understanding. So that'll certainly help him, knowing he's got someone behind him that he can trust.
Joe Gomez will be glad of the game tonight, as Liverpool's most senior player, who takes the armband. Clever play up till that point, the ball from Oxlade-Chamberlain to Takumi Minamino. High up and at him for Konate to deal with. Nice football from Norwich City though. He's mellow with one for Scholis to chase. And Konate dealt with it well. Pep Lijnders saying in the week that Andrew Robertson had mentioned to Konate that it normally takes Liverpool players a while to settle into the style. It did all of them apart from Virgil van Dijk. I think they were really happy with how well he did against Crystal Palace's Liverpool teammates.
Yeah, he didn't really do anything wrong, did he? What he had to do is he dealt with everything. He had a couple of moments when Zaha ran him in the second half. He just got caught a little bit tight. He got spun and Zaha got away from him, but he made up the ground. Alison Becker helped him out that case, but in the main, he done really well.
Creative from Norwich City. He was looking for the runners, the two youngsters we mentioned up top. Solis has been the most keenly involved so far. Adam Idar we talked about just prior to that. He's the other guy alongside him tonight. He's had a woeful period of 14 defeats in 15 Premier League games. We spoke about the culture before. Be desperate for any win, however they can get it. All of the starting 11 tonight. Big night for Curtis Jones as well. An academy graduate, and again it's the opportunities that come in games like this that have got him to number 50. Nice play there from Tsimikas, and a ball around the corner looking for the run of Divock Origi. We've got a lovely reception at Anfield when he came on the other day. Might be some people forgetting about what he's achieved in Liverpool shirts, but certainly not those inside Anfield the other night. Naby Keita. Again, spreads the players. A sighter here for Conor Bradley. He thought about it, and by that point just couldn't get the right amount of power in it to threaten the goalkeeper. Throw in a decent position though.
It was nice to see, wasn't it? Usually a youngster comes in, he first thought is to pass it, but seeing the goal, confidence to shoot. Oh, lovely.
Really nice. He should win a free kick there. Conor Bradley, we're seeing signs, aren't we, between him and Cade Gordon, like Jason mentioned a second or two ago. They know each other's style, they know each other's play, backing each other up on that right-hand side. He did really well to win that free kick there.
Absolutely, just dragged it between two players, drew the foul. That'll settle him down. He's got a few touches, hasn't he, in the opening 10 minutes.
Tsimikas, who's shown his quality from wide areas, from dead balls. What kind of threat besets Norwich here? Oxlade-Chamberlain skips over it, and it's a dangerous one again. Right, Hanley has to deal with it. Three big towering centre-backs in there. They're big and athletic. They will defend all day, but they've not really had much luck where that's concerned this year. Hanley, whose season's been already really badly disrupted, or the pre-season with COVID. Quite a few players in that Norwich squad have had it. Another corner to deal with here, opposite side. Tsimikas again. Up goes Konate. Decent header just off target.
Well, again, it's a set play, causing all the problems for Norwich. We have got some height in there now with Konate and Origi, both going to challenge for it. He gets a little run on it. He'll feel he should have done better.
It's on target. There's probably very little Gunn could have done about that with the power he got behind it. Good foot in from Gomez. Konate to Keita. Decent break now on for Liverpool. Origi has time to pick his pass. Cut out momentarily by Hanley. There's a run at the back post from Bradley. Plucked out of the air by Angus Gunn, who looks for the early quick option and the pace that they have up top in Solis. Well dealt with by Ibu Konate though. Bradley has had plenty of the ball on that right-hand side. As a young player, it's what you want, isn't it? Plenty of touches in that opening 10-15 minutes.
He got himself into the box as well on the last attack for Liverpool. I wonder if he's still doing that in the 85th minute.
Another one very confident though, that dealt with his opportunity in the summer so well. He said he'd been getting a bit of ribbing off his friends back in Ireland for his Scouse accent that he's picked up very quickly, almost as quickly as he's picked the football up. But quite an unusual situation, isn't it, to make your international debut before your club debut, but it's all come in the space of 12 months, and Jurgen Klopp's seen enough to know that he's got decent backup in that area now as well. On this left-hand side now with Tsimikas, and it was another opportunity, and Cade Gordon made up some decent ground again. Spun in there by Oxlade-Chamberlain, taken this time by the Norwich goalkeeper.
Tsimikas' quality on the ball when he puts a cross in is fantastic. He's got a lovely bit of whip. Always misses the front man.
Amazing to think the impact he's had. 6 minutes of Premier League football last year. Started the first two games, came back in for the Palace game, of course, on Saturday. This young man who's got the world at his feet, joined from Derby in February. One senior appearance there, but he's been part of the under-18s, the under-23s, and figured in all of those pre-season games as well. 16 years of age. Oxlade-Chamberlain will be in that group, won't he, of players who've been pressing for an opportunity. Some of them will have been privately frustrated that it's not happened for them so far. But here tonight they have to prove their worth again, and you imagine in that midfield, that is where the three that start tonight will feel they've got a real opportunity, with Thiago's injury, with the injury that's happened to Harvey Elliott as well. Big night for them. Minamino, the goal scorer. It's a really good cross in towards the back post, a couple of inches higher, he'd have caused the problem there, Cade Gordon. He's getting in the right areas, isn't he?
Well, that's his job, isn't it? When it's on the left-hand side, get yourself in the box, try and get yourself an opportunity to score. He's got bags of energy. So why not? It was interesting what you said there. I think this season it's paramount the squad's going to be fully utilised, isn't it? I think he's 21 different starters in the games already, which obviously suggests that he's going to rotate at every opportunity. He has to get through this season. One good thing he has got is all the players seem to be up to speed. He's not looking at any of the players now who need to come in and learn. Maybe Kanata, you could argue, but Keita, it looks like the penny's dropped. Oxlade-Chamberlain knows his role, Minamino knows his role, Origi knows his role. All these players know their role if they have to come into the team, and they will do at some stage. They'll have to. The demands are just too much.
He's always been a big believer, Jurgen Klopp, as well, as you can't expect players to be ready unless they get regular opportunities. Being part of a squad these days is very different, and opportunities will come along regularly if and when they deserve them. Switch of play over to that right hand side was asking a lot of Ballymumba, who was willing anyway. Missed a few weeks with a knee problem, signed last summer from Sunderland, the 19-year-old. And you imagine at the moment that defenders and full-backs will be asked to stay behind a lot by Daniel Farke. He's been so frustrated with the goals that they've conceded. Yanulis, who's a big part of the way he wants to play, he'll get forward on that left-hand side, but he's not long signed a new long-term contract, Daniel Farke, but he'll know how fickle people can be. 2 promotions from the Championship, but he wants to avoid the record of 2 relegations from the Premier League, but they've been caught in the press there, Liverpool, and set play awarded in quite a dangerous area for Norwich City by the skipper for the night.
Just tried to nick it, didn't he? I think Keita just gets in the way as well. I was saying in the build-up show, it's good for Joe to take the armband tonight. You know, he relies so much up playing alongside Virgil van Dijk, who just naturally takes up that leader in the team, the organiser, the voice, the presence. He hasn't got that tonight. He's got a young Kanate alongside him with the inexperience. So Joe's going to have to be the player with the voice, have to be the organiser.
Billy Gilmour is the only candidate for this against the very cool, calm and collect Irishman Quavim Kelleher. 22 years of age, 6'2", bit of experience under his belt now for club and country. At the opposite end, Billy Gilmour looking to impress his Chelsea employers as he spins one towards goal, not troubling the Liverpool goalkeeper. And it will be a different challenge for him altogether, won't it, this season? Been training, been playing alongside genuine world-class players. He has cut a fairly frustrated figure in the Premier League season with Norwich so far.
Yeah, obviously he's come in for Skip, hasn't he, who's obviously gone to Tottenham. But he does add that guile and creativity, but he has to get on the ball. That's the problem. You've got to get him on the ball to find the players ahead of him. Good energy to this game. Yeah,
really good energy, and Norwich City still sticking by their laurels, trying to play their way out, but the hunger of Liverpool to win it back is very Liverpool, isn't it? Despite the changes in personnel. And it's been an interesting journey in the cup competitions, hasn't it? We've not really had much luck in domestic cups, so the FA Cup and in the League Cup. Of the last 17 draws made, we've come out of the hat 13 times against Premier League clubs in FA Cup and League Cup, so people will say what they say about it not being high up the list of priorities, but we've not been given any gimmies along the way to get to the stage where we're in an argument to win it.
Well, you're right, and I think as priorities go, I think we've got to be realistic. You know, the League Cup, the Carabao Cup does fall short of the Premier League and the Champions League and even the FA Cup. It does serve a purpose. It gives players on the fringe game time, gives the manager to try and implement his tactics and for them to learn, and also gives the players opportunity to show the manager that they're fit and they can get into the first team when the Premier League games come around at the weekend. So it does serve its purpose, but as you said, sometimes, you know, to advance in this competition, you do need a bit of luck in the draw. It's not nice when Arsenal we had Wolves twice on the bounce in the FA Cup, didn't we, 2 seasons on the run. Aston Villa in this cup, so it has been difficult. Yeah, Chelsea as well, we've had as
beautiful play from Curtis Jones and Naby Keita. Spring the trap, Liverpool, but just kicked the ground, Naby Keita, as he was trying to find the run of Takumi Minamino. Still finely poised, Liverpool with the early goal, but as mentioned before, Norwich still trying to play. Not sure how comfortable they are in that position, the centre-backs. Is that proved just managing to keep the ball in play, or didn't, as it ended up?
It's so difficult, Pete, you know as well as anybody, to give fringe players game time. There's just no reserve team football anymore, is there? They don't drop down to the 23s, so it's difficult to find any kind of game time and putting them in a real environment where winning is what's needed.
And back well by Liverpool just on that point, and you've seen them train, you've been part of these pre-season camps, and the way they train now, the pace at which they train, the modern day coaches say is as close as you can get to playing. And I know it doesn't produce the same emotions and the same adrenaline, does it? But you know, rhythm is very, very hard to come by, as you mentioned, isn't it, without competitive football. But they'll do all they can in a non-scientific environment,
or a more of a non-competitive environment, isn't it? Because you just can't replicate it.
Run back really well by Tsimikas, and Norwich City, by playing their way out, have caused themselves no end of problems. You can see where their errors and mistakes are coming from, and again it was a decent idea from Origi. Cade Gordon just pushed off the ball. Connor Bradley picks it up again. Curtis Jones looking for options on that left hand side. Tsimikas with space. And Bradley pleased to get the... Has it gone out for a corner or a throw-in right on the corner flag? It's gone all the way out for a corner, so Norwich City will get all bodies back. Can Liverpool threaten once more from the set play? You can see the height available in there. Gomez has joined in as well. Front post this time and almost found Origi. Curtis Jones with those quick feet of his. Tsimikas trying to find the cross. They are looking more and more dangerous, Liverpool.
Certainly from set pieces, zonal marking from the Norwich players. You could try and go man-to-man with the bigger players, but quality of the balls actually Chamberlain and Tsimikas are putting in, I find it difficult to deal with.
Nice football again. He was just pushed off the ball though, Naby Keita. Really decent play by Lucas Rupp in there, just policing the back three. Keita wins it back, using his body really well there. Cade Gordon's made a decent run on that right hand side, but Liverpool just decide to keep hold of it for now. Tsimikas had made the good run on the left hand side, but it's relentless. It's with Cade Gordon now. Tricky feet and brave from Cade Gordon. That's a little bit of what Pep Lijnders saw just prior to the summer when he came back early with the under-23s. He's fearless, but as mentioned at the start, he's not afraid to have a shot either.
Well, no lack of confidence is there. He knows exactly what he wants to do. Obviously he's predominantly left-hand side, but the opportunity playing on the right that gives him is he's always trying to come inside, but you can get that shot away. Good close control, knows where the goal is, shows good strength, just drags his shot a little wide.
You can actually see with his stature, can't you, how his body's going to develop. He's going to be a pretty robust competitor when he grows into his age a little bit, but he's really impressed so far tonight. Curtis Jones, 50 appearances now for Liverpool. Interesting to see the amount of touches Cade Gordon's had so far. He'd probably be right up there near the top, wouldn't he, of Liverpool players.
Well, you'd expect it to. It's how Liverpool play, don't they, down these flanks. Like so Robertson and Trent were so used to left side, right side, creating so many assists. They play so wide.
It's a slightly overhit from Joe Gomez. It'll be a great team selection, of course, from Jurgen Klopp tonight, should this be a successful night for Liverpool. But just updating us prior to the game that James Milner was due to figure, and he will be frustrated, won't he? He'd have been desperate to play 2 games in the space of 4 days, but he has come down with the same cold that Trent Alexander-Arnold had at the weekend. Was desperate to play, but decided to stay away from the squad. But Thiago already out of tonight. He won't play against Brentford either. He's due a scan on his calf. Trent Alexander-Arnold due to take part in a light session today. He too was desperate to play at the weekend and will have been again for tonight, but live to fight another day, as they say. Did phone the doctor Saturday morning, and Jim Moxon told him to stay away from Anfield, but he didn't want to.
Well, I smiled then. You're telling me Millie's missing tonight with a bit of man flu? That can't be right. It must be some cold. It must be.
He was given Trent stick, wasn't he, at the weekend? That's bad karma for you. I'm sure he's had a text. Norwich City with a rare opportunity to break over that halfway line. Here's Melu. Back to Grant Hanley. Was hoping for the foul and cried it in, really. With the challenge from Divock Origi. Billy Gilmour still trying to help Norwich forward, and they will get an opportunity here from the wide area and try to trick the goalkeeper, Quinn Kelleher. Sholis at the near post, or was it a miss-hit cross? Jason McAteer.
Yeah, I think it was more of a miss-hit cross. I was just looking at Bradley's defending it. He gets cut a little bit square, shapes up, goes round the outside. No runner. Canate doesn't go. Gordon doesn't really help him out. They get down the channel. I think it was more of a miss-hit from Zolis.
Nice interception from Costa Simicas, but Liverpool can't break down that left-hand side. This is the place, of course, where it all started at the beginning of the season. Could have wished for more, or much more, in terms of the start. They've had 5 wins and a draw in the first 6, including the 3-0 win here on the opening day of the season. You do feel for the Liverpool fans who've made that second trip in the space of a month. It's not an overly forgiving journey. They'll be hoping for the right result. Sholis has been probably the most live wire where Norwich have been concerned, but Ibu Konate just doing enough. And his face tells it all. It's been a lone furrow for him, hasn't it, the big Greek striker?
I'll tell you a story now. I was getting my hair cut from my Greek hairdresser 2 years ago. He said to me, there's a young kid called Zolis. He's a player. He's out PAOK. That's his team, my hairdresser's team. And you take it with a pinch of salt, don't you? And here he is, playing against Liverpool.
And
he knows a bit.
He knows
a bit, my hairdresser.
He's had a bit of a thigh problem, but just 19, so he's known about him for a while, the barber. But he's thought of a bit of a prodigy. Yeah, 17 goals in Greece last year, and he's got an opportunity here, and one back in a decent area as well by Idar. He's a big, uncompromising striker, and it's Sholis, that man again, with a ball into the box, and Gomez deals with it. Big shout for Gilmour to have a shot at goal, but look at the amount of red bodies back behind the ball again. Have to start again, Norwich. Gilmour back into Louise Melu. Gibson to Rupp. And we're looking for the overlap there of Ballymumba. It's a nice ball in, and Sholis was the most likely.
They're growing in confidence, a bit of sustained pressure. Kept the ball for 10-11 passes, moved it around, nice little movement. He managed to get down the outside, lovely ball in. Zolis is trying to flick it over. Quinn Kelleher. He's starting to come into it more, Zolis.
Carrow Road, one of those grounds as well. When you get off the train, it's the first thing you see. It's only got a capacity of 27,000, so it's packed tonight, and an opportunity for people to see Premier League football. And that was a worrying clash of heads where the referee was called on, Chris Morgan, and Jim Moxon straight away, a bang on the head for Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, which happens when you're up against big athletic centre-backs. Well, he's collected an elbow on the way through there, has he, rather than a clash of heads?
He certainly didn't mean it, Gibson. It was just a full-hearted attempt to win the ball, wasn't it? He was never going to stop. He was coming to win it. He's just clipped the Ox on the side of the head.
Seen as a really decent signing for Norwich, wasn't he, Gibson? Capped at every level up to the senior squad. Burnley, Middlesbrough. He's got strength and aerial power, but also decent passing range as well. Words of encouragement, and it's nice getting your debut, isn't it? But maybe the standards are not quite at the level they expect from Cade Gordon, despite his tender years. You must be walking on air, though, for the first 10-15 minutes of your debut. Well, half an hour now, but I'm not sure how many instructions you take in at that age.
But he's going to have to, because if you want to play in this team, you've got to do your job and you've got to learn. And Jurgen, for as great as it, for him being on the pitch, Kate Gordon, Jurgen's responsibility is to get him up to speed so he can play in his first team, and that's to learn how Liverpool play. And sometimes it's not all about being on the ball and step overs and shots.
Into that front post again. They've been quite wasteful in decent areas, Norwich, so far.
They're just starting to get down this left-hand side, Liverpool's right, a little bit more. I think that's what Jurgen might be speaking to Kate Gordon about. It's just a little bit more defensive cover for Bradley.
With the ball back to Angus Gunn, who's very few touches of the ball that he's had have looked slightly nervy so far. It's a good story, isn't it, with Leicester's goalkeeper and Norwich's goalkeeper, now two Premier League goalkeepers who have their own club legends as fathers. So you have to be a little bit, what's the word that we would use where goalkeepers are concerned, different to outfield players, but to produce two goalkeepers that have gone on to play in the top flight is quite a story, isn't it? Brian Gunn and Peter Schmeichel's boys.
Haven't got much chance really, have you? If your dad's a keeper, you're going to have to be a keeper, aren't you? As much as you might want to be a centre forward, Dad's not having it.
Be a nightmare trying to get the grass stains out of the elbows and the knees, wouldn't it? Dad and lad playing in the garden. No grass left in the goal mouths either. Have met before in this competition, Liverpool and Norwich City. Actually on Liverpool's way to winning it in 1983. Once here too in 1980 in the fifth round, two David Johnson goals and one from Kenny Dalglish and a 3-1 win. You may remember Notts Forest knocking us out though in the semis. Two John Robertson penalties, and then Wolves beat Forest in the final at Wembley. Couldn't keep possession of it there, Liverpool, and again it's attacking down this left-hand side. This is a really decent opportunity wasted by Adam Idar. Real sight of goal in a decent area, and he fluffed his lines.
Sloppy play. Canate just tries to lay it into midfield into Oxlade-Chamberlain, who gives the ball away. Good link-up play again from Norwich. Finally falls to Ida. Should have done better, to be honest. He had a good sight of goal, but he actually plays it right down the throat of Queen Kelleher. Relatively easy save in the end. Either side of him, he might have been asking questions.
Will that be a slight concern down this right-hand side of ours?
Yeah.
Where Norwich are attacking?
I think so. They've got in a few times now, 3 or 4 times. Great ball.
Should be a decent opportunity for Liverpool to strike a dagger through, but it's a really good challenge coming in from Mamadeli.
And show good pace.
One into the other though, and that's tended to be the way Norwich's games have gone this season. Produce really good things at one end and then put themselves in poor positions at the other. The big men come forward again. Gomez, Origi, Kanate's in there as well. Minamino, the goal scorer, who's seen little of him since that goal, and it's another good corner. I think it's gone out and come back in. The flag's gone up on this near side, and Norwich will be happy to regroup again.
Just noticed Naby Keita there just before the corner was taken, just pressing his ankle, just seeing if his foot's okay. He kicked the floor, didn't he, about 15 minutes ago, and I don't know if he's fully recovered. Goal from
Minamino, and mentioned before that he's been very little involvement since. You can see the frustration on the faces of the coaching staff alongside Daniel Farke as to how easy it was really for Liverpool to be in the position they were. No blame on the goalkeeper, more positionally how Norwich had set up, and that kind of sums their year up as well, doesn't it, so far. It has been sloppy from Norwich in their first third of the pitch. I suppose that Jurgen Klopp will be saying they need to punish them for it, be more ruthless, which was the focus of the pre-season.
Well, both ends of the pitch are a problem for Norwich. Conceded 14, worst defensive record in the Premier League, and they've only scored 2 as well in 5 games.
Minamino tried to help it on, cleared by Grant Hanley, back in by Oxlade-Chamberlain. Keita moving freely again, fortunately. Again, they saw the opportunity for a counter dealt with this time by Joe Gomez. Simicast with a switch of play. To Connor Bradley. Curtis Jones is also due to get some valuable minutes for the under-21s before COVID kind of ruined that under-21 camp, but he'll be eager to get as many minutes as he can. Curtis Jones, again to stake his claim. He fell behind Harvey Elliott prior to that injury. But, he's another one eager to get that rhythm going again and be a real big part of what Jurgen Klopp is planning going forward. Norwich City again try and play their way out. Liverpool can smell blood and they press. This time it's good from Norwich though. Losing to Watford wasn't in the plan at the weekend, was it? The one they'd have had designs on maximum points in, conceded on average 3 times in all of their games this season, conceded 2 of their goals from wide areas at the weekend, and Watford causing their problems no end, causing their pullbacks rather no end of problems. And despite the early goal, they'll be slightly happy with how they defended against Liverpool here. Can he get out of it? Yes, he can.
Great feet.
It's a nice ball forward to Kay Gordon as well. Can he get it under control? It's the wily campaigner that is Ben Gibson. Support from Bradley and Curtis Jones. Quite get the options they wanted, did they? Kay Gordon and Curtis Jones on that occasion.
No, went a little bit static, didn't it, in that corner between Bradley, Curtis Jones and Gordon.
Nicked back well by Curtis Jones. Liverpool were in danger there, weren't they, of that pass that had gone slightly earlier. From one end to the other.
Well, the referee thought about giving the foul to Norris, didn't he? But made the right decision.
Fine voice to Liverpool fans. Many of them would have come on the train, which is over 5 hours. Sometimes the road trip can be slightly longer on a school night as well. And they get a win out of it. Connor Bradley with a decent ball into Divock Origi, and he's got such a good goal-scoring record in this competition. It's really the first sight we've seen of him in that central area, though.
Good play from the youngsters down the right. The ball asked a lot of questions of Gordon, but he kept it in. Lovely little cushion pass to Bradley. Picked out Origi, got his head up, good ball.
Up with the ball over the top, the flag stays down momentarily. So watching Alisson do that, hasn't he, Kareem Kelleher? Such a common sight in modern day football, isn't it? Kevin was an outfield player till he was 11. We all know about the skills of Alisson in areas like that as well. But John Achterberg was always a big fan of Kelleher, so calm and so agile, so laid back off the pitch as well. Opportunity for him again tonight. Minamino out to Oxlade-Chamberlain. And the pass was wayward from Oxlade-Chamberlain, who been guilty of that on 1 or 2 occasions already tonight. One end to the other again, and it's another header clear by the big Irishman.
Play from Kelleher, yeah. It's not just happening for Ox tonight. Just when he needs to pull the trigger, it's that pass has eluded him. He's had a couple of opportunities to play players ahead of him in. He's not executed.
Was slightly short for Curtis Jones, but he recovered it again. We talked about the midfield at the start of the game, Jason. How difficult is it when you've maybe not had the opportunities that you wanted, when you have to come into a game and almost make an impression in the first half an hour, 40 minutes, because you know there's so much competition in there.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it, to come in and try and impress. You've just got to play your own game and, you know, not try and, you know, overthink it.
Patience from Liverpool. Again spun up there towards the young fullback. Keita with one in towards the edge of the box. He was battling away Divock Origi with his big centre-back Omar Badeli, but unfairly according to the referee. Norwich City have a little breather. Competition has brought a bit of a welcome distraction for the home side as well. On paper, this, of course, is a weakened Liverpool team, but they battered Bournemouth 6-0 in the last round. Got to the quarter-final of the FA Cup 2 years ago, lost to Man City in extra time. And Pep Lijnders made the same point, didn't he? Villa in the quarter-finals came with the team about to become World Club champions. Chelsea beat them the year before. But this will not be high on the list of priorities, but confidence is priceless, isn't it? And this is where Norwich will look to strike a dagger here with a shot on goal, and it was powerful and he struggled to deal with it. Kelleher, and that'll be a penalty. Conor Bradley, the unlucky man, just as he was shaping up to get a shot away, he had to get some kind of challenge in, Conor Bradley, but he was the wrong side of the striker. And you can see from that he's not happy. Is it the right decision?
Yeah, he doesn't follow the shot in. Conor Bradley does it, and the runner, Giannoulis, you know, he gambles on Kelleher parrying the shot, which is what he does. It sits up nicely, and I think in his effort to get back at him, he just tries to get something on it, doesn't he, and just bundles him over. It was more clumsy, and the referee was in no doubt, pointed at the spot. I think it was, Peter. I think the referee's got it right.
It'll be Scholes from the penalty spot for Norwich to draw things level. It's a good save, and he's flunked his lines again. Still an opportunity blocked by Joe Gomez, and the big Irishman has earned his corn tonight. First start since February, excellent against Brighton, Arsenal and Villa in this competition. He played last season as well. He's not had too much to do, but that could be the headline.
Right, the last 10 minutes he's probably had more to do than the whole game.
Chance at the other end perhaps for Curtis Jones with his quick feet, and a deflection on its way through, almost one end to the other, and Norwich City get a breather, but the big man doing his job brilliantly there. They're well prepared for penalties by John Achterberg, but those big long legs of his, worth their weight in gold.
Yeah, and good play from the defenders as well, following up to help him. Great save with his feet. Gomez gets back goal side as well, makes a good block on the follow-up. But he's been called into action a couple of times in the last 10 minutes, having to be on the edge of his box and make some clearances. Brilliant save for him.
Corner spun in by Tsimikas, cleared by Hanley. The half volley from Naby Keita. Ibu Konate still up there battling away. Norwich with bodies back. Keita's option, probably the only one, was a shot at goal. The left-footed shot almost taking out Liverpool's official photographer. I just can't believe his luck, can he? Daniel Farke, 200 games as manager, no doubting his influence here. 2 promotions, longest serving manager since Nigel Worthington 14 years ago, but he would be scratching his head, just wondering when his luck is going to change.
He can't buy himself a goal at the minute, can he?
Funny just seeing the shots there of Quavim Kelleher cursing himself for not doing something with that first save. I mean, the ball was swerving all over the place. The fact that he managed to divert it away from goal, you could tell that he was still beating himself up about it, even after he'd saved the penalty.
Yeah, maybe a bit more critical on himself than maybe what he needs to be, but
Bradley caught out, and Scholes with the ball forward, and it's the willing runner again of Idar and the makeshift sweeper. Quavim Kelleher out to clear the danger.
Franz Beckenbauer tonight, isn't he?
It's a really smart ball forward, actually looking for the pace of Idar, but so aware.
That's always a concern for Liverpool. They play such a high line, don't they? There's loads of space in behind.
And was just letting that one go out of play. Half apology from Scholes, who has been the brightest spark when Norwich are concerned, but in key moments he's just not had it.
Yeah, he's been given opportunities, hasn't he? Just his final ball, or that last moment, he just hasn't produced. But he's been a threat. He's running forward off the ball. He's got into little pockets. He's identified the space down the channels. He's got down the side of Konate and Bradley. a couple of times.
A couple of minutes of added on time as Jurgen Klopp just considers what his half-time monologue will be. I'm sure he'll be fairly pleased, but not with the opportunities that have presented themselves from time to time on the break. But as Jason mentioned before, the way we play, the way we defend so high, there will be times like that. So far so good for this Liverpool team. Important that Conor Bradley gets over that quickly as well, isn't it? He's a young player.
Yeah, I think it always helps when the penalty's saved as well.
It's a ball that's just wayward, just delayed ever so slightly there, Bradley, and there's a chance for Yanulis to come forward. Decent foot in by the Irishman though, to just divert his path. Lucas Rupp. Liverpool get bodies back. Mumba recycles it. Get out to this left-hand side with Yanulis. Schollis still threatening. Nice foot in by Kanate. Liverpool just looking to see out this first half without any more danger in their final third, and that will do it from Kostas Tsimikas. And for Curtis Jones to chase. Headed forward by Naby Keita. This is better from Oxlade-Chamberlain. Has support from Divock Origi in the middle. An early ball in there, which Liverpool have not really done today. Nice idea, and a nice end to the first half. The goal scorer in the opening stages. Last time he started against Crystal Palace, he got a goal and he got Liverpool off to the perfect start in the opening stages. But it was the big Irishman that has saved the blushes of Conor Bradley with a really decent save. Schollis has been such a bright spot for Norwich City, but missing that penalty will be playing on his mind. Decent first half from the Reds. Can they progress in this competition that they've not done in far too long? Half-time score, Norwich City 0, Liverpool 1. Difficult balancing act for Jurgen Klopp over the next couple of weeks, and you would assume from this that Liverpool have a problem with one of their midfielders in the half-time break. Tyler Morton, the young midfield player who again was part of that pre-season camp over in Austria. He's also part of the team that got to the FA Youth Cup final at Aston Villa during the summer. But he is another one that really adapted well to those first team environments and the pressure he was under in pre-season games. The instructions are of an intense nature from Pep Lijnders, and here's the smile and the reassurance from a manager who's telling him there's absolutely no pressure on you. Play football and enjoy it.
I'll tell you, one man who'll be smiling watching this is Alex Inglethorpe, another one of his products coming through the academy. What a good job he's done. You think of the boys coming through: Curtis Jones, Trent, Harvey Elliott, Morton.
The excitement's got the better of him there. He said, come over, we need to see what your number is and we'll tell you who's come off. And as you assumed during the half-time break, you thought that Naby Keita might have had a problem in that first half.
Yeah, I just noticed, you know, he kicked the floor on a through ball. He tried and he hurt himself, and then 10 minutes later at the corner he was still rubbing his ankle, cause for concern, and the manager's not going to risk anything. Naby Keita's playing a big part already this season. Why would you?
Comes from a similar part of the world as you. Tyler Morton as well. Jason made his name in the Eastern Junior Leagues with Greenlees over in Wallasey on the Wirral, and this was the same team that produced Jay Spearing, who of course had a really nice career and a really good career that's ongoing now with Tranmere Rovers. He's one of their senior players, still only 33, Jay Spearing. He's been around forever, hasn't he? But another proud day for Greenlees Football Club as Tyler Morton makes his senior debut for Liverpool. The 64th player since Jurgen Klopp came to Liverpool he's given his debut to.
Wow, I bet you he didn't do the double at the Wallasey Premier League.
Try and find out. His brothers go to the away games, and a big part of their weekend is going to Anfield to watch their team play. What a proud day it will be for their family as well, the Morton family, as well as Kay Gordon's, who've travelled here to see this one too.
you don't forget it. That's the thing. It's a memory that'll stay with him forever.
Norwich City with the first part of these exchanges. It held up well for Sholis, and there's a big opportunity here. And in those key areas, Norwich City have just let themselves down, haven't they? Pierre-Lise Melu with the opportunity here. It really should have been 1-1.
Yeah, started on the right-hand side. It's Morton. Plays it to Bradley, who just tries to open out, but he gets caught with a ball. I mean, the pass doesn't find the man, does it? And it just runs free. Should have done better. He was stretching. He should have tested Quiveen Kelleher. It's early signs that it's still an open game.
They have been given decent opportunities, haven't they, inside Liverpool's 18-yard box on more than a few occasions. Aside from the penalty, we should credit Joe Gomez for how well he did with the follow-up, but there have been one or two danger spots.
That was the thing I was looking at half-time. Liverpool, a total of 9 shots, only one of them was on target. They went in 1-0 up. You look at Norwich, they had 3 shots on target from 7. They're just not clinical enough, Pete.
Liverpool with Jordan Henderson on the bench. He gave Tyler Morton a big pat on the back on the way on. I think he would have been expecting Jordan Henderson that he would only be used tonight in an emergency, because it is a balancing act. 6 of the next 7 games are away from home for Liverpool, the exception being Manchester City in 12 days' time, which happens at Anfield. But I suppose the way you look at it, Jason, is should they come through this unscathed, and it's a positive night tonight, they can go full strength or close to it against Brentford at the weekend.
Absolutely, I'm sure. Listen, it's a brave man to predict Jurgen Klopp's team selections at the minute. I think it's going to play a big part this season. I think there's going to be chopping and changing. But yeah, to have everyone available is great, isn't it?
Added concern, of course, will be around Naby Keita, won't it? Added to Thiago, who's unavailable for the weekend. Added to Harvey Elliott, who, of course, is unavailable now long term. Nice bit of play there between Oxlade-Chamberlain and the fullback Bradley. Chance perhaps for Tsimikas. As Curtis Jones just let the ball run across his body, and it was smartly intercepted by Lees Melu. It will be a free kick Norwich's way, and Tsimikas with the follow-up rattled against the body of Curtis Jones, which he won't thank him for.
No, and I think he wasn't looking either. It's probably winded him. Just touching on Curtis Jones, it's a real opportunity for him now to stake a claim. Maybe get a prolonged run in the team, isn't it? With Harvey Elliott going. As you said, Thiago injured. Keita's gone off tonight. Oh. It's a good save, actually. He should have held it.
Good job he's got abs, isn't it? Might have been in all kinds of trouble there.
And do they? I used to have them.
Probably would have cut to Jurgen Klopp. He would have had his head in his hands at that point, because it would have been another midfielder. He was slightly worried about where the injury stakes are concerned. As Bally Mumba breaks down this right-hand side, smartly in was Joe Gomez. Minamino to Origi, made it stick really well and won the free kick nicely. Grant Hanley. Bradley with an opportunity to get forward. Overlap comes from Tsimikas if Jones can see him. Did have bodies forward, Liverpool here. Nice cross in, lovely header. Liverpool with the second goal. It was textbook football from Liverpool, wasn't it? And Divock Origi has done it again. His only goal came in this competition last season at Lincoln. Only appeared 17 times last season, but he's now 4th in the list of super sub goal scorers. But on rare opportunities when he starts, he rarely lets Liverpool down.
I mentioned in the first half how impressed I've been with Tsimikas' quality when he gets in the final third. His ability to put all kinds of crosses in. He goes on the overlap, old school textbook football, just pulls it back from the byline, buffet ball. Divock Origi is on hand with the easiest task to direct it, pass gun, and give Liverpool that nice cushion of a 2-0 lead.
What
Good
a
play.
Beautiful header. And Divock Origi, and in both halves, Jason, they've started brilliantly, haven't they? Goal in the first half and the first 5 minutes of the first half, and exactly the second now in the second half too.
It could have been a slightly different story, couldn't they? Norwich having that opportunity in the opening minute of the second half, but you've got to ride your luck sometimes, and when you got the opportunity, you've got to be clinical.
Norwich City with a chance to break. Can they find the clinical edge now? They can't, and even when the offside flag went up, it finished up in much the same position it has done in all the opportunities they've had so far. He can afford a wry smile because it didn't count, but oh, it's a trying time for a manager, isn't it?
I just think it's worrying when you're not creating opportunities. I think sooner or later, as long as you're creating them and you keep creating them, I think the tide turns and one goes in, and then the kind of floodgates open. As long as they're creating, worrying signs are when you're not.
Divock Origi with that goal has now become only the 9th player in Liverpool history to score 10 or more League Cup goals. It's a lucky competition for him. Another opportunity here for him. Just dragged wide by the big Belgian. Did everything right in the lead-up. Should probably have been 3.
First of all, what a ball from Kate Gordon. Drives inside. It opens up for him and he threads the ball for the eye of a needle. Good run from Divock Origi. He opens his body up. He's getting a taste for it, Divock.
It's a really nice take. Right, with 3-4 bodies forward now. Tried the more ambitious of options, did Bali Mumba. Joe Gomez there to sweep up. Tyler Morton will be pleased with these early touches he's had, and it's a really nice pass also to Conor Bradley. As Liverpool fans find their voice once again. Should also mention prior to the game, Jamie Webster's "This Place" was ringing out on the PA system, and the fans were all joining in. It was like a terrace song. He's probably in there, Jamie Webster, but a bit of a sign as to how his legacy is growing even in these parts of the world.
I couldn't be happier for him, actually. What a great fella. It's all starting to come together for him as well now, his career.
Simicast looking for the run of Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain. Gomez again deals with it. Smart and intelligent play by Taylor Morton again.
Do you think when Jamie Webster's doing sell-out tours at Wembley and stuff, we'll get tickets?
I think he'll have forgotten us by then. Ball forward by Tyler Morton, looking for the run of Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain. No, he's not that kind of lad. I'm sure he'd sort us out with
Backstage.
top terrace. The objective, I think, for Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain now will be to stay clear of injury, rather like the man making his 50th appearance for Liverpool tonight. They often joke about it at the academy, when players make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 appearances for the first team. Come back when you've made 50. I wonder whether Curtis Jones might walk across the 23's HQ this week and speak to Alex Inglethorpe and say, I've got the big 5-0 now. He might even get his own parking space. Brilliantly again there between Tyler Morton and Curtis Jones to win it back. Kate Gordon.
He's just taken up a lovely position. Kate Gordon just coming in off that right flank. He's playing more central, picking it up, driving forward.
Just to concede the corner. Bali Mumba. Maybe the judgment is that it's gone out. This is the picture I was expecting to see tonight. Jeremy Goss. This is the last time that Norwich City beat Liverpool. He's a bit different these days, no longer the blonde curls, but didn't read the script, did he, that day when it was the last day of the Standing Cup? He scored the goal that broke Liverpool hearts. In fact, there's many paintings on people's walls all over Merseyside at the moment that have got David James and the Standing Cup, but little mention of the fact that Liverpool actually lost the game, which must have been such a downer for the players. You want to play your part in history, and when it ends that way, it must be awful.
Yeah.
Liverpool fans who've made the long journey and fine voice now, leading by 2-0 and sitting pretty. Can they kill the game off though? And Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain will do his bit. Got 3 defenders to try and take on. Turns back inside with support now from Curtis Jones. Tyler Morton, who's settled into the game really well, hasn't he? The Liverpool youngster. A player that played a big part in that Youth Cup journey last year. Actually scored 10 goals between the 18s and the 23s last year, Tyler Morton. So he does have that threat further forward, but he's playing rather as a 6 at the moment, just sitting in front of that Liverpool back line.
Any significance for the 80? It just isn't squad number 80.
I think you're probably hoping that might be his date of birth, but he'd be an early 2000s, wouldn't he? 2002, I think he was born, which will make you feel old. I'm waiting for the first player in the Premier League that we might see with the number 100 on their back. I don't think we've seen it yet, but we're not far off, are we? With the way squads rotate now. As Pep Lijnders pointed out in his press conference, what this competition offers, and it offered Curtis Jones at the start, is opportunity and real hope that they can be the next one. And there's a real desire, Jason, in this team. They want to win a domestic cup. You know, they've won all of the great European cups and world club championships, but he thinks to be a real legend at a club, you have to win a domestic cup as well.
Yeah, and the fans, they love the day out, don't they? You know, going to Wembley. That's what this club's built on, isn't it?
Patient play from Liverpool. The shot comes in from Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, loops off the back of a Norwich City defender.
I think there'd be more complaints, Pete, if, you know, not reaching the finals of the domestic cups, if we weren't challenging for Premier Leagues and winning them and winning Champions Leagues and getting to finals. There might be more of a call for it, but when you're winning Premier Leagues and Champions Leagues, you can be forgiven, you know, if you're fielding a kids team, and a lot of kids in these rounds of these competitions, and if we go out, you know, we understand. There's more of an understanding.
A really good corner from Kostas Tsimikas this time against the head of Joe Gomez, who captains Liverpool tonight. The big man, still just 24, limited to 12 games last year, now his 6th year with Liverpool. We go all the way back to 2014 when he made his debut for Charlton. And the senior players there just in case. They'll be desperate to get on though, won't they, coming all this way and not getting a sweat on. That's the way players think, even though they are being protected for themselves.
Absolutely. You're glad at a rest when the team sheet comes out, or when you're told you're not playing. But when you're warming up, you're actually thinking, I want to get on.
Competition prior to tonight had brought a welcome distraction for Norwich. It doesn't feel that way right now. And you mentioned before about the dangers from set plays. Liverpool have now scored 16 from corners since the start of last season. That's 4 better than their closest rivals Everton, and 5 already from set plays this season, which is now the Premier League's best tally also. It wasn't that long ago we were talking about Liverpool being vulnerable prior to Virgil van Dijk's arrival.
So really we were critical, weren't we, that we didn't score enough from set pieces. And you're probably more inclined to mention the likes of Burnley and teams like that at set pieces, you know, they play such a heavy part in their play.
We see some kind of different trend, don't we, through every season, maybe a slight subtle change in the style or the focus of a pre-season, and certainly where the analysts and the coaching staff were concerned, set plays has been a real almost obsession for the last 2 years, needing to get better at them, needing to score more goals from them.
It's a big
we
part
can see it now, can't we?
It's a big part of the game, yeah.
Smart ball forward from Bradley, looking for Cade Gordon, and up with the foul on the youngster. The Ireland manager Stephen Kenny, who will be maybe keeping an eye on the youngster up front, and of course Dean Kiley, former Charlton goalkeeper who played at Ireland as well.
Yeah, one of my teammates, Dino, yeah.
Ireland are in such a brilliant position for goalkeepers at the moment as well, aren't they? You don't think of all the problems they've had with offensive players and creative players. They've actually got an embarrassment of riches where goalkeepers are concerned at the moment.
Yeah.
William Kelleher with a single cap, but there's many, many more to come. Divock Origi, goal scorer. Cade Gordon almost following the trend as well. On his left foot, fired over the top.
Again, to get down this left-hand side, Divock Origi just pulls out, faces him up, one-on-one situation, drives to the touchline. Cross comes in, he'll be disappointed, Kate Gordon. That was an opportunity, just sits up, he knows. Again, more of a central area. He wasn't coming in backstick, he was coming in penalty spot.
He's got a goal on his debut for the under-23s, Kate Gordon, and already made his senior bow for Derby County. But if you look back on all of the pre-season games he came on in, he had opportunities in every single one of them as well, and always in the right areas. You sense he's not that far away from the big headline.
It's funny great seeing Dean Carley. I've not seen him for a while, but when Roy Keane decided to go home from the World Cup in 2002, Dean Carley put his hand up and offered his services as a central midfielder to Mick McCarthy.
It's a really good ball over the top, and the control let him down. The offside flag perhaps sparing his blushes. Solace. Been a tough night for him so far.
It's definitely not the finished article, is he? I think we've seen that in his play. Not a great pen either. But he's a willing runner, he works hard.
You can see where they're trying to go, Norwich City, but opportunities have gone awry for so much of the game. Desperate to avoid the previous mistakes, of course, they made, but also brought in a lot of new talent during the summer. 11 new faces, 7 of them signings, 4 on season-long loans, so it will take a while. But I know this is the League Cup, the Premier League is such an unforgiving territory, isn't it? Gilmore with the challenge on. Liverpool striker there, not punished, but that one will be. And it looks like Janulis had actually hurt himself at the challenge on Conor Bradley. Just wonder how many stories like that in modern day football. Nice forward roll actually as well. He did well to get his shoulder out of the way.
Well, that's shades of Mo Salah and Ramos, wasn't it, in the Champions League final? They can be awkward. He done well.
Yeah, I don't know how many players would make their international debut before their club debut. He probably thought he was going to have to wait a while longer to make his senior vow. Looks like Andrew Robertson's going to get the call to come on. It'll be an interesting tactical change, or will this just be like for like with Kostas Tsimikas? Let's hope he's not picked up a problem.
Yeah. I'm more inclined to think possibly there might be something wrong with him. There's no need to take him off, to be honest.
Very slight spoke in the wheel to add to that, Jason, might be Conor Bradley. With the amount of minutes he's played here, might that be a consideration for a young fullback that might withdraw him?
And play Robbo on the right.
Really the only sign we've seen of Minamino so far, but then that's strikers for you, isn't it? Divock Origi with the header that turns him into Liverpool record holder now where League Cup is concerned. He's turned to on a fairly regular basis, and he must be a dream for a manager as well, Divock Origi, is that he doesn't kick up too much of a fuss, and of course he's desperate to play in more games, but top professional who's made a seismic impact on this Liverpool team.
Came in out the cold as well against Milan. I don't think a lot of people seen that call in playing. I mentioned it before, Minamino probably had a more productive pre-season. Oxlade-Chamberlain, we've seen him play in that forward line as well. He would have been disappointed, but maybe the manager's seen a really good week of training from him, Divock Origi.
It's Kostas Tsimikas who does come off. There was a semi-grimace, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Is that a grimace because he's disappointed?
I just don't see why you would play Andy Robertson. I just don't see the need for him to come on unless Tsimikas is taking a knock. She's carrying a little bit of a strain.
Dennis claims absolutely no harm at all, and who would have thought? And you imagine it's not a competition now in terms of who's the first choice left back, but they have 2 top quality Premier League left backs now, don't they, in the mix, and that is exactly what Jurgen Klopp and his coaching staff will want.
Yeah, we were all wondering what Tsimikas was going to offer when he came. I don't think he quite envisaged that he had a machine in front of him who was never injured, always available, and very dependable. He's had to wait his time. I believe he's a really good personality around the training ground, isn't he?
You want to hear his Scouse accent as well. It's the best of any foreign player Costa Silikas I've ever heard. He just speaks in Scouse all the time when you see him. You don't even hear the slight hint of a Greek accent anymore. He's a real character, and they've all warmed to him. And bearing in mind that he not only had a couple of injuries along the way, he also had COVID. He really struggled to get going last season. And obviously Liverpool going out of the domestic competition just limited his opportunities, with Robertson being the machine that he is. Norwich will make a couple of changes of their own pretty soon. And Pukki is amongst them. You imagine if he does get one of the opportunities that Norwich have had so far, he would put them away. Is that the thinking of Daniel Farke now? If we get one, then we can maybe make a competition of it again?
Absolutely. I mean, they have created chances. I mentioned it in the stats at half-time. They'd only hit the target from the 7 chances, or the 9 chances they created, 7 or 9, and they'd only hit the target 3 times, hadn't scored. You just feel if Pukki had been on, maybe he might have taken one of them opportunities and it would have put a different complexion on the game. Shows you the importance of needing a goal scorer, doesn't it?
I know he's brought in plenty of new faces, Jason, but you look at the squad, he doesn't have many options to really change it up in the way that Liverpool does, Daniel Farke.
And Buendia offered so much last season. So 15 goals, 16 assists. That's a big loss.
So some positive news this week on Harvey Elliott, who's said to be recovering well after his successful surgery. Everybody you speak to at the training ground says the same about him at the moment. He's hard as nails, but sounds like he's taking that in his stride. And we will endeavour to hear from him just as soon as he feels in the right frame of mind to talk about what's happened to him and the journey that he's on. Not quite ready Nico Williams either, although he's making decent progress, so he'd have been another one involved in this squad tonight. It's Liverpool so far so good. Divock Origi and Takumi Minamino with the goals, and here are the changes for Norwich City as well, and it is Pukki coming on the pitch. Solis, who's had a pretty tough evening in front of goal, but words of encouragement I'm sure from the coaching staff. When you do get these rare opportunities, you want to be able to take them, but Pukki is the tried and tested. A number who was very lively down that left-sided flank is replaced as well. Luis Suarez getting a mention because it was the place where he tormented Norwich for so long. And what doesn't get talked about nearly as much as that famous Luis Suarez journey that he was on here was that 5-4. Jurgen Klopp's glasses taking the knock, and Adam Lallana bounced that one in to give Liverpool all 3 points. Absolute euphoria in the opening stages, wasn't it, of Jurgen Klopp's reign at Liverpool?
Luis Suarez was the scourge of Norwich, wasn't he? He scored a couple of hat-tricks against Norwich.
He did. Rashica is the man that's come on up top as well. He's a Kosovan striker. Scored 10 plus goals in 2 of his last 3 seasons at Werder Bremen. Very direct. So you imagine they would go into a front 3 Norwich, just try and force the issue a little bit.
He's the one I think they brought in to replace Buendia.
Also thinking back to that late win for Liverpool here at Carrow Road, when Stephen Kolka was part of that Liverpool squad. Was often, in fact I think all of the times he was used off the bench, he came on as a striker, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was effective that day, and no one can take that away from him. Curtis Jones running through an ocean of Norwich City bodies, and it should be a yellow card, that, because it was a cruel and premeditated attack really. Lys Melu with a worthy place in the referee's notebook. And every time a midfielder goes to ground in a place like this, you would be dreading any kind of after effects.
Well, it's them tackles, isn't it? It's the Harvey Elliott situation again. when he's chasing, when they go to ground. You hold your breath.
Yeah, Jurgen Klopp will not be happy. He's back on his feet. Curtis Jones will have sore ribs and perhaps a bruise or two to nurse tomorrow in the recovery session. But a set play anyway. Maybe the left foot of Robertson here, perhaps. Let's wait and see. The right arm goes up. It's Chamberlain who tries the effort. Goalward bound, but Liverpool just out of shape for the moment. Can Norwich break with it down this right-hand side? He does, ball forward looking for Pukki, but smart defending by Andrew Robertson, who just sweeps up for the Reds.
Yeah, he noticed the run, he got on the cover, pushed himself slightly more inside, even though the threat was on the outside. Great covering, experience.
Norwich just seem to have slightly more of a threat since those changes have happened for them. It was Rashica who tried to get the cross in. Opportunity perhaps for the man that's just been booked, and it was a good block on the edge of the box from Joe Gomez, and felt the force of that, didn't he? Lis Melu. Mr. Dependable Joe Gomez again tonight. It's a sore one.
He's just landed awkwardly, hasn't he? Yeah.
Ooh, on his wrist, yeah.
There goes the golf swing.
Corner comes in from Gilmore then. Front post cleared by Andrew Robertson. Liverpool fans are the ones you can hear most loudest at the moment, and it sounds the most obvious thing to say. They do have a big support base here in Anglia as well, Liverpool, like they do all over the world, but there will be some people who've not had that far to travel. Some will be in work in the morning and slightly cloudy headed. It'll all be worth it if Liverpool can progress here. Robertson's ball was a risky one, and it's put them in trouble. Rupp with the opportunity to try one at goal, and the hand goes up from Robertson. It was sloppy play from the left back.
Yeah, characteristic from the left back, as you say. He's just tried to switch it, hasn't he? Doesn't get enough purchase on it, it's too flat.
Liverpool have just managed to kill the game in terms of pace and endeavour. I do wonder though whether Jurgen Klopp will look at any more changes. Doesn't really have great options if he wants to avoid using his tried and trusted his first team players. Big round of applause for Andrew Robertson. He's got Henderson on the bench, Jota, got big Nat Phillips, who'll be of course disappointed to miss out tonight, but such is the strength of Liverpool's backup centre-backs at the moment. Kanate again in the side, and Joe Gomez as captain. Curtis Jones on his bike again.
It's all about game management now for Liverpool, 2-0 up. Really need to go looking for any more. See out the game.
Liverpool do have another youngster on their bench as well that we should give a mention to, and James Balagizi, who celebrated his birthday this week. He joined as a youngster from Man City at under 11. He's an attacking midfielder, a bit further behind the curve in terms of experience than Tyler Morton, having been with the first team on that pre-season break in Austria and Evian. But perhaps if they are home and hosed, you might look at bringing him on the pitch, Jurgen Klopp, for another debut. We're getting close to 70 then, aren't we, if we see an appearance from him tonight. You'll be fairly happy though, the manager so far, Jason?
Absolutely. So many changes, you're not sure how it's going to go, but I mentioned before, a lot of these players in this squad now know the jobs, know how to play for Liverpool, know what the manager demands. You'd expect that fluidity with so many changes. 2-0, goal early in the first half, goal early in the second. Yeah, there have been some scares, but they are away from home. You'd expect Norwich to have a go. But in the main, it's been a very, very impressive performance.
And that was the game plan, wasn't it? When you heard Pep Lijnders talk during the week, it was about energisers, as he called them, about fresh legs, to press, be dominant, be offensive. They'll be pleased with that, the way that game plan has gone.
Yeah, lots of things are positives. The youngsters playing in a different environment than what they're used to. Full house at Norwich. Gordon, Bradley, Morton, they wouldn't have played in anything like this. So it's a great part of their learning curve, their education here. They've handled it really well.
Minamino asking a bit much of Divock Origi there, with one up and over the top.
I think you'd always look at attitudes as well. You look at the attitude of the Ox and Divock Origi. The body language tells you everything. They put a shift in tonight. They've had a real go. The Ox a little bit off the boil in the first half, but he ran around. His energetic performance for 45 minutes. Second half's been good. Divock Origi's got himself on the score sheet, so has Minamino.
Kieran Dowell coming on for Norwich City. Came on against us on the opening day. His first top flight appearance since the summer of 2016. He's 23. Started life at Everton, actually, and I'm sure a few of his mates would have been on the phone to him this week, wondering if Norwich could have sparked an upset against the old enemy. Smart play from Kay Gordon and Bradley as well, and almost stayed in play. Thought he should have got a corner, the Irishman. Digging deep now, you imagine that starting to cramp up here and there, asking a lot, isn't it, these two young players to play a full 90 minutes in the gusto of almost a Premier League game.
I've done that run a few times, byline, back into position at the back.
That's the senior players, isn't it, barking you back. You can go that way, but you need to come back this way now. And they're in trouble here with Ben Gibson trying to play his way out of trouble.
As the experience comes, you don't start making them runs. You just stay where you are.
They don't have Ronnie Moran to bark you backwards these days either, do they? Best full-back that's ever played for Liverpool, wasn't he?
Oh.
Canate looking for the run of Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain. Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain just points to his right boot as if to say, almost like the point you were making there. It's a bit late in the day for that. On 33 minutes of this second half, running in and behind. Liverpool need to be smart in possession now. A goal would really change things, wouldn't it? And they would be chasing then.
Yeah, that's the game management. They don't want to make it hard for themselves. Give a sloppy goal away. You want to stay in control of the game, control of the ball, their pace, their tempo.
You do also wonder how that midfield will be compromised on Saturday night. Now Jason as well, obviously no Thiago. Could there be a problem for Naby Keita as well? You imagine that Fabinho and Henderson would be the two starters at Brentford, but now no Thiago as well. Who's the pretender to that?
Yeah, Milner, Jones, Ox.
Here is Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, Minamino again, smart feet from him, and a really smart goal. He's had very little to do in truth right throughout this game, and people might look at the score and say, look, Minamino back amongst the goals again for Liverpool. His first goal since February was the first, now his second on the same night, and that should make it safe for Liverpool, shouldn't it? And that should make their place in the next round secure as well. Liverpool 3, Norwich City 0.
Yeah, it's game over. I thought he'd missed the opportunity, to be fair, Peter. They give it away in possession again. Norwich, they lose it. Good play from Oxlade-Chamberlain. He had the awareness that Minamino's behind him. He just waited and waited. Keeper went to ground, and he just slotted it down his left-hand side. Hit it, no. He just waits. And a good finish.
First appearance of the season, got his first goal in this competition last year. He'll want an extended run in this competition selfishly, but I'd be really interested to see the amount of touches he's had tonight and 2 goals. Strikers for you, eh? Probably one of the most quiet players that have ever played for Liverpool, Takumi Minamino. He's absolutely adored by everybody, always smiling. And it must have been tough, mustn't it, settling in a new country. Had COVID to factor into that as well, in terms of not being able to have family around him.
And then he went on loan. It was Southampton.
Southampton, he had a decent time there, didn't he? But 10 games I think he played on loan. Last goal actually prior to today was in Southampton colours. Chance for Pukki here on the break, and again dragged wide by Norwich City front line. Sums up their night really, the head and the hands. Can't say they haven't had sniffs of opportunities, and you can see where Daniel Farke's coming from, can't you? In all of the games they've been in decent positions to score goals, and they've given away silly ones at the other end.
Exactly. Well, they brought Pukki on to get in that position, but they've also brought him on because he's the danger man in front of goal. Not there, fluffs his lines, but you're right, there's just no sign of them being clinical. As you say, they create chances.
Rupp was fouled, and a free kick has been awarded Norwich City's way. Liverpool about 10 minutes away now from seeing this game through. Flight home, should be in bed before the day changes, shouldn't they? And it'll be a day at the AXA Training Centre to recover tomorrow in time for the weekend. How many will be involved? There's a bit of defending to do here, and it was brave from Gomez as the acrobatics from the big Norwich striker Idar were going in on his fellow Irishman. Probably the closest they've come in truth. Curtis Jones has done his claims to be one of the starters at Brentford, absolutely no harm at all. Challenge from Tyler Morton. Wasn't happy with it, the Norwich midfielder, Rupp, but fair and just, wasn't it?
It was there to be won, and he certainly did that. Just look at, it's not late on in the second half, but Kate Gordon has certainly changed his position this half.
Gomez with one slightly shorter than William Kelleher would have liked, but did what it was asked of him. And we shouldn't forget, should be, that penalty save at a really crucial point in the game in that first half as well from the Irishman. He really set that platform for Liverpool to go on and win this game. And I was nervous about penalties as well. I'm always nervous about penalties, but it was a game that had to be settled tonight. We've lost 4 of our last 6 shootouts.
Well,
record in the League Cup is slightly better than that, 12 in all, we've won 8 of them, so we'd have backed ourselves. That's a really nice ball up the line for Takumi Minamino. Will it reach Chamberlain? It will. He's got support from Curtis Jones, and support also from Andrew Robertson. Nice cross in, made it clear by Hanley. Keep ball now from Liverpool. That's a nice ball as well from Robertson, looking for Curtis Jones. His options just inside is Cade Gordon. Probably should have played the youngster in, and he's made that point to him, despite his tender years, that perhaps he should have come a bit sooner.
yeah, they had a few options, didn't he? Did nothing. He knows. He's put a good shift in tonight. Played in a different role, that central role. More of a holding, more of a Fabinho role.
Swinger in from Robertson. Doesn't miss that first man though, and has to defend it. He's a bundle of energy, isn't he, the Scotsman? So many of his Scottish teammates in this Norwich team will know all about the nuisance value he offers as a late substitute, albeit today. Momentary lapse by the Reds though, and some defending to do here from Dowell. Pukki's cross over the head of Gilmour. Gilmour again, the overlap, really well played by Conor Bradley.
Really impressed with his distribution tonight, Conor Bradley. But he rarely give it away.
Kate Gordon's chasing lost causes in Liverpool's favour there, and he drew a foul from Ben Gibson, which is the last thing he wanted to face this late on, was the youthful exuberance of a 16-year-old who's got boundless energy.
A foot race with a 16-year-old who just keeps going. 80th minute.
What a night for him though, Jason. Okay, go on.
And he's done well. And he's done well.
Jordan Henderson's going to come on and get a sweat on. Even the youngsters who come on, and he was just looking, wasn't he, momentarily there. Tyler Morton, just in case he was being asked to come off the pitch again, but it's Curtis Jones, and you might assume from that he's in the driving seat for the weekend.
I was going to say earlier on when we were talking about Curtis Jones, with him not coming off, you know, is he in the manager's thoughts for the weekend? Possibly not if he plays the full 90, but coming off there with 10 to go, he puts himself in contention, doesn't he now?
Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain over the set play, and it's danger again for Norwich City. Big Canate up there.
So he's going to get on the end of one of them, isn't he, shortly? He's going to punish someone.
Threatened at both ends, and he'll be another one. He's had a sniff of the action now for Liverpool. He's had a couple of kind of disrupted seasons himself with injury, so we talk about Joe Gomez and Virgil van Dijk and perhaps nursing them back to full fitness again, but at the age of 22 he's got so much time on his side as well, as is Joe Gomez at 24. Liverpool in such a brilliant position where centre-backs are concerned at the moment, but they're trying their best to get back here because Norwich City rain forward, and once again the big Irishman is foiled by his international Irish teammate Kevin Kelleher.
Yeah, Kelleher stands firm, doesn't he? Straight down his throat again. Should have done better. Beautiful play from Billy Gilmore. Canate just tries to pull him back. Lovely little back heel to himself. Little flick. And they've got numbers up again. 4 players in the box. Wouldn't surprise me if one weekend we see Norwich 4-0 winners. You just feel it's going to click one game, don't you? The amount of chances they create.
Yeah. One
of them games where it just all goes in for them.
You wonder whether Daniel Farke's grasp for the English language stretches to "I'm like a broken record" in his press conference afterwards. But you must, as a manager, get fed up of saying the same things to players and then having to explain why you have so many opportunities and don't score afterwards. How difficult is this on the receiving end as well when you're 3-0 down? You've not really had the look in front of goal that you would have wanted, and you're chasing Liverpool playing kind of little ones round the corner and five-a-side football around you.
Again, he's got to go into that press conference like you said. You know, it's very difficult to answer the questions, and they all want blood, don't they? They all want to know what's going wrong, and sometimes you just don't have the answers. It's not as easy as saying, well, one day it's all going to click and we're going to win 3 or 4. You know, you can't come out and say that. Fans are a little bit disgruntled. Like I said, the defeat against Watford at the weekend, having beat Watford last season, finished 8 points above them. The crowd are expecting you win them games. The teams around you are going to be fighting relegation. You need to be beating them, and it was a big loss for them. City and Liverpool defeats you can kind of accept.
Yeah, they've not had the best of starts in terms of fixtures either. They won the Championship with 97 points last summer. It was 3 more points than they did last time, but they scored fewer goals. They conceded fewer as well, 21 goals fewer, but kept 18 clean sheets. So that offered them real encouragement where this season is concerned. But it was interesting, Peter Crouch did a column in one of the papers this week saying very quickly as a culture spreads through a dressing room, when you are losing game after game after game, that there's almost an acceptance. He said he was relegated twice. It can very quickly creep into your culture that, yeah, we'll probably get beat again today.
Yeah, it creeps into the performances as well. Players start hiding. They don't want to be responsible. They don't want to give it away. They don't want to feel the wrath of the crowd as well. So, you know, it all just plays its part. And it is when you're down there, things just don't go for you.
The choir is in full voice now. Alisson said after the game at the weekend it was like a message from God, the volume of "You'll Never Walk Alone" prior to the game. Not here tonight, but this is the message, isn't it, from the Liverpool fans, that they're truly appreciative of how many miles these players have put in for them again tonight. Lots of them without rhythm, lots of them without game momentum, but they've done so well, haven't they, this Liverpool team?
It just shows you how much of an importance that our crowd are to our team. You look at last season, we just didn't have them, did we? And it just goes to show the performances this season with everyone back in the crowd. It's no coincidence the performance have been absolutely outstanding. The 6 or 7 games we've played.
Levi just couldn't get that one under control. Look at the confidence now of Tyler Morton. playing like a 35-year-old out there.
Well, it's Ole, and it's easy when it's 3-0.
Anything you can do, I can do better, Henderson says, and finds Divock Origi. Is there another opportunity for Liverpool to elongate this confidence and this scoreline? And he's trusted with the ball as well, isn't he? The amount of times Liverpool senior players have looked to find him, Tyler Morton, which is a real sign that they consider him part of this team now. Okay, Gordon looking to turn.
You're not getting in this team unless you've got some talent.
No drop downs for Liverpool there, as Norwich successfully defend that situation. Is there a chance on the break? Timu Pukki will give chase just in case, but Kanate does really well to find Bradley. Bradley does even better to keep it in play. Just into injury time now, as we wait for the board to go up as to how long will be added on. We talked about the freshness, we talked about the energy that would come into a game like this. And when you've got a striker that has been in the wings waiting and gets 2 goals to seal this win for Liverpool, and he quite rightly goes down on his haunches. He'll be feeling the effects of this, Takumi Minamino, but what an impact he made. You feel for Daniel Farke, you really do, but it's going to be that kind of season for him, I think. But there's claims being pushed all over that pitch for Liverpool, and the striker that gets 2 goals on the night has pushed those claims even further now, hasn't he, Takumi Minamino?
Daniel Farke must be sick of the sight of Jurgen Klopp. He's come to Carrow Road twice in a matter of 6 weeks and turned his team over. Piled on a bit more pressure for Daniel Farke, but from a Liverpool point of view, top-class performance, lots of positives to take. Game time for the senior pros. For the youngsters, they've played an environment they're not used to and come through it in flying colours. It's a result that takes us into the next round of the competition. The only downside, probably the injury to Naby Keita. Maybe Tsimikas has picked something up. But yeah, a really good night at the office.
They won't be sleeping tonight, will they? Young Tyler Morton and Conor Bradley, a goal for Divock Origi as well, which will serve him so well going forward and pushing his claims. And we shouldn't forget about the goalkeeper either with that penalty save. It took a while coming, the smile of Jurgen Klopp, but it's big, it's wide, and it's unanimous now because Liverpool are in the hat for the next round, courtesy of 2 goals from Minamino, 1 from Divock Origi, and the struggles they go on for Norwich. Job done for the Reds. Finished here, Norwich City 0, Liverpool 3.
Two clubs forever connected by the great Bill Shankly, brought together for only the 2nd time in 60 years in all competitions. And it's the first ever League Cup meeting between Preston and Liverpool. A place in the quarter-final awaits tonight's winners at Deepdale, and there is not a spare seat in the house. The sold-out signs went up 2 days ago. That's how big it is in Lancashire. Well, Liverpool's form imperious since the start of the season. 7 wins in away day, 8 away games, 30 goals scored in that run, and they are riding high. Preston have been the draw specialists at home. They've yet to find their mojo this season. Well, Liverpool's team shows 11 changes from the historic day at Old Trafford. The headline, team news, a debut for Harvey Blair. Great faith shown in the 18-year-old by Jurgen Klopp. He joined the club in 2015 from Manchester United at under-12s level. Tyler Morton, who impressed after his half-time introduction at Norwich, gets another chance, but this time from the start. Otherwise, you'd expect there's enough strength and experience to deal with tonight's test. Adrian gets the first starting goal since February, while Divock Origi continues up front in a competition where more often than not he makes his mark with a goal. 5 subs allowed in this competition, and Jurgen has Firmino and Diogo Jota at hand if necessary. Well, the Preston boss Frankie McAvoy resists any temptation to field what will be deemed his first choice 11. 9 changes from the derby defeat to Blackpool. Sepp van den Berg was given permission to play by his parent club Liverpool. Happy that this helps his development, playing against his parent club. Captain Alan Brown, who saw red in the weekend derby, is missing. The front 3 of Barkhuizen, Maguire and Potts have just 1 goal between them this season. Frankie McAvoy, very much a disciple of the 3-5-2 system. It's not a system that has reaped rewards this season. Well, the rain falling heavily at Deepdale. As I mentioned, a place in the quarter-finals at stake in the League Cup competition. And Divock Origi just does a chest pump with the debutante, the young man looking to make a big name for himself on a huge night, Harvey Blair, who wears the number 86. An 18-year-old from Huddersfield who barely played any under-23s football for Liverpool, has experienced a rapid rise and was very much the surprise fixture on the Liverpool team sheet for tonight's game at Deepdale. Our referee is David Coote from Nottinghamshire. And Preston North End in the white tops and blue shorts, Liverpool in the familiar all red, and the two teams will take the knee to unite against all forms of discrimination. So after demolishing Norwich, Preston are next up for Liverpool, and Gary Gillespie is alongside me to cast his eye on another intriguing night in the League Cup. Gary.
Well, good evening, Steve. It's nice to have you alongside us. I think it's a big occasion for Preston, isn't it? Struggling in the Championship, it's a little bit of relief for them, a little bit of a free hit against a free-scoring Liverpool side that just go from strength to strength regardless of who the personnel is. And I think it's a game that they're all looking for. Certainly it's going to be a full house, and it's something that fans here at Preston North End are looking at a team that's banging form in the Liverpool side, regardless, as I say, who the personnel is. It's scoring goals for fun, especially away from home.
Well, Liverpool would frighten any team in the Premier League, let alone the Championship, and even with 11 changes, there'll be a certain amount of nervousness from this Preston North End side tonight. And Liverpool pick it up on the left side of the Preston half with Curtis Jones. Tucked back behind him, Kostas Tsimikas, who started the season in great form, but then lost his place to Andy Robertson, as might have been expected, but still desperate to show how much of an influence he can have.
I think we've seen from this season that, you know, he's improved. I think he's settled into the style and the way that Liverpool want him to play, and you know, there is an argument to be said that I think he's got a better delivery than Andrew Robertson, and that's actually saying something. And both fullbacks have got it all to do, haven't they, to dislodge the likes of Robertson and the likes of Trent Alexander-Arnold. It can't be an easy task for them.
Declan Rudd with the hair tied back, the band firmly on, and he takes his place back in the Preston goal for this League Cup fixture. Everson has been the regular goalkeeper in the Championship. Rudd, I think, probably has that relationship with his manager Frankie McAvoy, where he's told he can start those games in the League Cup. And there's a ball played out to Nico Williams on the right-hand side. Of course, it was Connor Bradley who started the fixture at Norwich and made plenty of decent headlines, as did Tyler Morton in the midfield. And Tyler gets his first full start tonight in the centre of that Liverpool formation. Gomez, and then across to Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain. Liverpool's midfield options very much threadbare at the moment, with a number of injuries to deal with, but strength of Curtis Jones and the Ox tonight is Minamino. Too much on that crossfield ball, it might just be kept in play. It is by Nico Williams. He'll take on the defender. Not what Minamino was asking for. Nearly played clear by Ali McCann, and the danger is gone for Preston.
Yeah, promising from Liverpool. Looking at ball down this right-hand side, Nico Williams finds himself in a really advanced position. Could have done with a delivery into the box. Liverpool had plenty of bodies forward, but didn't quite manage to get the cross off. I think we've seen already that young Tyler Morton will play in that central area, the number 6 role, be the deepest line of the midfield three.
Well, the one thing we've noticed about Jurgen Klopp is he's not afraid to throw youngsters in, and the youngsters themselves aren't afraid to make a name for themselves. And will that be the case tonight with young Harvey Blair?
Well, I think we've seen enough. I actually watched them down at Nottingham earlier on in the season under 18s. The fact that he hasn't really played any under 23 games suggests that the manager still has a lot of faith in him, a lot of confidence. It's a big night for him, and you know, hopefully he does well. He gets himself involved in the game, because he has got talent, he's got certainly ability. All these young players coming through the academy, technically really, really gifted, and you know, it's nice to give them the opportunity to show their wares.
Terrific from Curtis Jones, dragging Brad Potts out of position. Liverpool setting their stall out in the Preston half. From distance, Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain thinking of a shot. Too many white shirts. Nico Williams, decent cross. That header's not quite clear from Preston just yet. And now it's nodded away by Andrew Hughes. Only for Liverpool to try once more. It's Takumi Minamino. Again, Potts back doing the defending. Nico Williams now. They found some success on this right side. Blair turns and curls a ball across the box. Too much on it. Right thoughts?
Oh, it's a neat little turn, isn't it? The ball gets knocked into him. It's the right sort of pace by Nico Williams for the young man just to take it in his stride. Carried on that he was going to let the ball run through him. A little body shape, takes it down to the line, and just a little bit eager to get the ball in. Could possibly had a little shot himself if he had chosen to. Obviously trying to pick out somebody with the crossfield, but lovely little turn to create that space.
So much anticipation in Lancashire for this game. It was sold out 2 days ago. And of course, the hope that maybe it could kickstart a season that's been a little bit blunt so far for Preston. Too many draws have really hampered their progression. Their form at home has been much better than away, though.
Well, I think they had big aspirations at least making the playoffs this season. I mean, it's still possible if they can pick the form up. It doesn't help when you lose to your arch rivals at the weekend in Blackpool.
And you lose your captain as well in Alan Brown, who picked up a red card for 2 yellows and misses this fixture. There's Oxlade-Chamberlain, ball over the top. Divock Origi struggling to turn his body, at the same time being marshalled by 2 of those Preston defenders. Didn't quite drop for him. He's got a wonderful record in the League Cup as Divock, and will be relishing another chance to maybe make a mark on this competition.
Well, leading goal scorer in the current squad, the players in this competition, Divock, and got a fantastic record, as you rightly say. And certainly, I would imagine he's got the bit between his teeth tonight, looking to add to that tally. I think it says at 10 he scored in the League Cup.
Not bad at all. Here's Liverpool bringing it out from the back, and Kostas Tsimikas with space to work on the left-hand side. We'll first have to move past Ali McCann, and a stray ball will bring nothing for Liverpool. Place in the quarter-finals. The draw for the next round takes place on Saturday. And do Liverpool progress, or is it Preston? Well, those with a decent memory will go back to January 2009 when Liverpool played here against Preston in the FA Cup. And it was a strong Liverpool side, including Gerrard, Carragher. And the winning goals came from Fernando Torres and Albert Riera that day in a 2-0 win. Liverpool took no prisoners. Will tonight work out that way? Here's Matip. Curves it back. The front 3 for Preston North End in Sean Maguire, Tom Barkhuizen and Brad Potts have just 1 solitary goal between them so far this season, Gary.
Yes, that doesn't really inspire you with a lot of confidence. I think if you look at the way they've set up, the 2 of them are trying to play right high up on the likes of Joe Gomez and Joe Matip, and the one dropping a little bit deeper. Sometimes it's Potts, sometimes it's Ali McCann. They're just pushing on and trying to nullify the ball into that little space where Tyler Morton is playing.
Played forward by Sean Maguire. Very popular player, but doesn't have a goal record to match his position. Now Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, Liverpool's most used substitute this campaign. Really trying to force his way into those Premier League fixtures. The League Cup is where he's starting games at present. Back to Matty. A surprise inclusion. Would you thought maybe Nat Phillips might have got some football tonight?
Well, I actually thought Konate would have played. I think we saw enough of him at the weekend, and he played in the last round against Norwich. I just thought that it was a strange one to play Matip tonight.
Tsimikas got the cross past Rafferty there, but on the right-hand side, Nico Williams couldn't apply more danger. Into back with Tyler Mawson in midfield, who made a really big impression, the Wallasey youngster, on his second-half introduction against Norwich. Many swooned at the way in which he managed to control passages of play. Where's the number 80? Captain for the night, Joe Gomez to Tsimikas. And Liverpool haven't really tested Declan Rudders yet. And the break now with Barkhuizen. He turns round Matip and takes the shot first time left-footed, and it goes too high. But Tom Barkhuizen on his 200th appearance for Preston, showing a moment of danger and maybe just putting the warning signs up for this Liverpool defence.
Well, Liverpool give it away too cheaply, and Barkhuizen, once he turns back on his left-hand side, I thought he could have gone again at Joe Matip. I think what that suggests to me is his lack of confidence in one-on-one situations. I think Joe Matip was quite happy for him to have a shot from that sort of distance. You've got to say about 1 in 10 would probably find the top corner, and if, you know, that's not good odds as a striker. I just thought he could have maybe really taken him on again. Liverpool didn't get back in numbers to help out Matip. It was a one-on-one situation.
Well, certainly rushed the moment, and maybe the best of the opportunities we've seen so far in the game. Curtis Jones, who I'm sure will have a big involvement in the next couple of weeks as the fixtures keep coming thick and fast. I mentioned before the problems with the number of personnel Liverpool have in midfield.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that is the one area where we've picked up an awful lot of injuries. It's funny how it goes, isn't it? Last season it was obviously the centre-back position, but this season it's certainly been in a midfield area. It's a position where, you know, you probably have the most versatility and the most amount of players to pick from, but at this moment Liverpool, we are a little bit short in numbers. The one thing you would say that they are, a lot of them are on their way back, the likes of Thiago.
Liverpool bring it forward to the halfway line yet again. Curtis Jones, the man to try and start the move that will count. Tsimikas in field now. Good movement by Oxlade-Chamberlain to get a yard or two away from bad Potts, but the eventual ball from the Ox just has too much on it and rolls clear into touch for a goal kick.
Well, it's promising, that little surge of pace gives them a little bit of space, a little bit of thinking time. The thought process was a little bit wrong in the end. The pass was way overhit.
I thought it was interesting to watch Pep Linder's pre-match interview. He talked about the mentality in training yesterday, the intensity with which the squad have been playing. And it did make you think they've been on such a good run this season, Gary. Confidence is so high. It must be a joy, however you're involved in this Liverpool squad.
I think, you know, you look back at the weekend. I mean, that's one of these games that, you know, you kind of dread, and you have that little bit fear going into the game, but it must have been an absolute joy to play in a game like that. And you can go right through to the start of the season. Liverpool's performances have been absolutely exceptional, so it's a joy to be playing and part of this team. You always see an awful lot of the ball, you're always involved, whether you're a full-back, whether you're a centre-back, or whether you're a striker. It's just an absolute joy at this moment in time to watch Liverpool, never mind to play it.
Matip with one of those extra marauding runs which took him into the Preston half. He does enjoy that, doesn't he? And almost created something as Liverpool pressed high. Joe Gomez, captain for the night for Liverpool. Minamino starting from that left-hand side. He can really hurt teams with his movement. And this is this high line which Liverpool have adopted for quite a bit of this opening period in the first half at Deepdale. Minamino happy to drop into a pocket of space and try and then open up the pitch with a ball to Nico Williams. Thanks him for the thought, but not quite the magic touch.
Well, Preston are really defending quite deep, and there's not a lot of space, is there? Van der Berg, we thought we were played as a wing back, not really taking up that position. He's more alongside the centre backs at this moment in time.
Heard this referred to as the Sepp Vandenberg derby. And for Preston North End, in most of the games in which he's featured so far this season, he's been playing right side of the midfield in a 3-5-2 formation, very much a wing-back role. That's how Frankie McAvoy seems to enjoy deploying him. And ahead of this match, and you probably caught it on LFC TV, he talked a little bit about how he was hoping to enjoy showing his former teammates just how much his game had developed. I think that will have been going through his mind. Probably still believes he has a big future at Liverpool.
Well, I think he's very hopeful, isn't he? It's a tough ask though when you look at the personnel that Liverpool have.
Now then, can Minamino do something here? Out to the left wing, the cross in. There's no identified target, and Nico Williams can't quite get to that ball. Preston clear it. Brad Potts runs with the possession. Tucks it out to Barkhuizen on the right-hand side. There are some options in the box, and Potts has got up there. Eventually, Preston earning themselves a throw-in.
Well, you can see that any sort of forward movement from Preston gets rapturous applause from this capacity crowd. They have got 5 strong across the back. Rafferty is dropping back as a right kind of full-back, and Van der Berg is playing alongside the centre-backs as a third centre-back as opposed to the wing-back.
Rafferty, a Scouser, who'll be relishing the opportunity to be involved in this game. Long Preston throw into that penalty area. Andrew Hughes, the defender, was up there trying to cause problems, and eventually the turn and the volley is from Ryan Ledson, the midfielder. Again, too much height on it, but a decent enough effort. Didn't really test Adrian in any way, but as it was headed away by Curtis Jones, it was a quick turn and snapshot by Ledson. Preston's midfielders working hard to win possession back there. Turns to Hughes in defence. On the left side, Greg Cunningham, the experience in the side with a back heel. But a long ball for Barkhuizen to chase. They've actually got a fair bit on the bench if they'd like to turn to it, Preston, in the second half. The likes of Daniel Johnson, Scott Sinclair, Emile Rees, the top scorer, who's really come of age this season. Struggled with his goal scoring last year, but Emile Rees this time round, 9 goals. Scored more than 30% of the Preston goals, but is on the bench waiting for an opportunity. Well, Jurgen Klopp's record in the League Cup isn't quite of the level of other competitions. In his first season at Liverpool, of course, he took them a long way in the competition, but since then, things have changed. He will be looking at that possibility of a quarter-final and wondering how that fits in with all the other fixtures they have, but most definitely, they'd love to achieve it. Matip now, nice ball into the feet of Blair, who couldn't keep his footing. And Potts once again back defending. Easy for Gomez. And then Minamino is nicked from behind by Potts. Well, how would you assess it so far, Gary? No one's quite put their foot on it, have they?
Yeah, well, Liverpool's obviously dominating possession, but it's all really in front of Preston lying deep and getting bodies back. Liverpool not really coming up with any sort of...
Oxlade-Chamberlain from distance hits it into Hughes' back. Back to Matip once more. And as he tried to find the pass through to Minamino, it deflects out for what looks like could be a corner.
I think we've just got to be a little bit more courageous in the wide areas of the pitch. I think Nico Williams has to take a little bit more responsibility in possession and look forward. Set plays Liverpool have been good this season.
Matip's up there for height alongside Origi. Oxlade-Chamberlain delivers it in. Sepp van den Berg gets a left-footed clearance away. Gomez for Liverpool. Matip. Nico Williams on the right side. The ball's turned backwards to Matip once more. He must have touched it as much as anyone else in the side so far. Tyler Morton.
I think that's very much the modern day trend, isn't it? Your centre backs have so much possession.
Can Liverpool break down Preston here? Nice early crossing from Origi. Blair was trying to read it, and the ball was a fraction ahead of that big bushy hair of his. And goes out on the far side, but an early thought by Divock Origi and almost dropped perfectly. And Blair had the edge on the Preston defender. He just got ahead of Liam Lindsay, but couldn't quite make his way to the ball.
Well, a little switch in play. Divock Origi moving outside the box and young Blair moving inside in the centre forward position. It's one thing you notice about young players these days, as much technique and ability that they always show, always seems to me that they lack that heading ability that you probably saw certainly 5-10 years ago. Certainly back in my day, you would see centre forwards in positions like that go and really attack the ball. It's something that's really died out the game from what I've seen so far.
Well, that was perhaps his first opportunity. There will be more tonight. Preston crowd have settled down now. Oh, even Kenny having a mild yawn there.
Well, when you turn 70, I think you're allowed you're allowed a little yawn.
It was a different expression at Old Trafford at the weekend, Gary.
I think he'll be enjoying the game. He likes to see the youngsters come through. I'm sure he's quite enthralled with the game, and you'd rightly say it was a little bit of a different expression at the weekend.
Kostas Tsimikas, who I'm sure has the words of Jurgen Klopp in the first half ringing through his ears all the time. Jurgen barely gives a few seconds of quiet. Curtis Jones not seeing a way through this tightly packed Preston midfield. And there's a discipline to the way Frankie McAvoy set them up. Well, Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain complaining about something with his boots. Does he need something changed?
Well, he could have waited a little bit longer. I mean, Joe Gomez was passing the ball to him, and he's just passed it straight out of play. How bizarre is that? That is just like, wow.
Joe Rafferty, the throw-in for Preston. Former Liverpool under-18s captain, born on Merseyside. Mentioned how much tonight would be at the very much top of his wish list. A little bit of movement happening on the Liverpool bench at the moment. I don't presume that's an injury that Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain was talking about, but
I think it is. I think he's going off. I thought it might have been his strapping. I think he does wear ankle strappings, I think, Oxlade-Chamberlain. I thought it might just be the case it was a little bit too tight, but the fact that they're warm and the substitute up, I think would suggest that we might have seen the last of Oxlade-Chamberlain. The fact that he's kind of hugging that area.
on the ball now.
He looks okay though.
He's moving fine, isn't he, Gary? He did complain about something. Matip for Liverpool. Lovely ball through the centre by Joe Gomez, looking for Divock Origi. His strength helped hold it up. Now Takumi Minamino. Hard work from Preston, wins it back, and Brad Potts is on the counter, and he's got behind Joe Gomez, and it's Potts one-on-one with the keeper, and that's a decent stop by Adrian. Big opportunity for Preston North End. Liverpool exposed once more. That cutting through ball from Sean Maguire. Potts was behind Gomez, and as Potts strikes it, Adrian stands his ground, and two hands palm that ball to safety.
Well, it's the run from deep that causes Liverpool the problems. Again, that high line, one thing that will beat that high line is players running from deep. You'd never really felt confident that he was going to do something though. He was always at full stretch, and in the end,
ball back into the Liverpool penalty area, but the referee already signalling that play should stop. The flag up. Well, two moments in this game where Preston have had a really good opportunity, and possibly in that situation should have done far better.
well, I think he could have done. I mean, had he been a natural goal scorer, then I think it might have been a little bit different, but he did look a little bit uncomfortable when he was going through one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Joe Gomez was at his heels, and Potts, he kind of hit it and reminded me a little bit of myself, like when I was going through on occasions, which wasn't pretty to see.
A rush of blood.
Yeah.
Kostas Tsimikas. Liverpool have very much dominated the possession since word go in this game, but nonetheless Preston have found themselves with a couple of opportunities which could have made things different to the scoreline. A decent challenge by Liam Lindsay, back to his keeper Declan Rudd, who clears away. Rudd not really forced into a massive save as yet. It's Barkhuizen. Behind him to Rafferty. Now Potts is on the ball for Preston North End. Wasted in the end and through to Adrian. They still await the first goal. That opportunity for Brad Potts when he came to actually striking it, and I think you're so right, there seemed to be a lack of confidence in the connection.
I think a natural goal scorer he just opens his body up a little bit more and just slots it past Adrian. He would have probably hit it a lot lower.
Yet to find the net this season, Brad Potts for Preston. Barkhuizen as they win it off Joe Gomez. And here come Preston again. There is an option there. Oh, that's a mighty save by Adrian. The follow-up shot is stopped on the line. Here's Potts who plays it over. And how did Preston North End not score? Maguire, Potts. Well, opportunities are plenty. It was Barkhuizen who worked hard to win the ball back. The cross into the penalty area fell to Sean Maguire. The next shot was blocked on the line. But Adrian's one-handed save, a thing of beauty. I'm not sure that Nico Williams knew too much about the ball being rocketed off his chest with the second attempt. But that was an onslaught by Preston, and Liverpool just about held on with their fingertips.
Oh, it's a wonderful save by Adrian that's kept his side on level terms. And again, it's that man Potts that makes the miss with the follow-up shot. It was a golden opportunity for Preston to open the score. And what you have to say is Liverpool certainly dominated possession, but Preston are the team that have had the best opportunities. and that really was a gilt-edged opportunity on 2 occasions. I think I'm right with you. I'm with you on that one, Steve. That, I mean, Nico Williams didn't really know too much about that one. I think he just got himself in a position which all good defenders and fullbacks will do, get themselves on the line behind your goalkeeper, try and make yourself a big obstacle, and it just comes off his face.
Frankie McAvoy probably can't believe the chances that his side have failed to put away. Oxlade-Chamberlain seems to be okay now with things. There didn't seem to be anything further that continued after he asked for some help from the bench. Minamino, misplaced pass. Potts immediately starts the counter-attack. That's what Preston have got in their minds tonight. Break as quickly as you can.
Well, you have to say half an hour into the game, Preston have done their job. They've prevented Liverpool from scoring, and they've looked dangerous themselves. Certainly a case where they've got plenty of numbers back, but they've been able to break forward on a couple of occasions that we've seen already, and they've caused Liverpool problems. I think what that does do as well, it gives them that little bit of belief and a little bit of confidence that the system that they're playing is actually working.
It seems to be, Gary, doesn't it? It's a whole host of changes in this Preston side. Of course, it was the derby with Blackpool at the weekend, which Preston lost. Before that, a game which I was at Deepdale, they beat Coventry 2-0, which is no mean feat. Coventry challenging at the top end of the Championship, and they were superb in the second half of that fixture. Here's Oxlade-Chamberlain from distance, lovely dribbled run, eventually looking to strike on the left foot, but ran into the block of Liam Lindsay. Well, that was more like it from Oxlade-Chamberlain, just couldn't quite get that second to get the shot away.
Well, that's where he's at his best, Oxlade-Chamberlain, when he's running at defenders, at teams. Does look as if he's okay. I think it might have been the case that his strapping was maybe just a little bit too tight.
Divock Origi was the target. Preston defended it. Barkhuizen on the right-hand side manages to keep home possession. It's back to Sepp van den Berg. And Barkhuizen does well to chase that to the corner flag. Joe Gomez involved in the challenge. The home jeers suggest they were less than impressed with the referee's final decision. David Coote from Nottinghamshire's the man in charge tonight.
Well, I think he might have had a case, Barkhuizen. It was a little bit of a shove by Joe Gomez. The referee could easily give him a free kick there, I think. All just got a little bit scrappy, which won't suit Liverpool.
Preston look like they're enjoying the fight, and that was Sean Maguire who went to ground and then issued the grimacing stare towards the referee.
Well, this is obviously a ploy that they're going to use.
Barkhuizen for Preston. Liverpool defending their own area. It's a long throw which is headed on. Inside the box, Blair for Liverpool tries to help the defensive unit before Nico Williams turns it out for a corner.
That's a fair old throw in, isn't it? Travels the distance, more like a corner. Liverpool, really for the first time in the game, have come under a little bit of constant pressure.
Preston's corner to the edge of the 6-yard box. It's flicked across for the eventual clearance. It's a late challenge. No malice in it. Liverpool's free kick. Ali McCann just coming in a little bit too late on Nico Williams.
In fact, he doesn't make any contact whatsoever. Nico Williams just sees him coming and just jumps over him.
McCann, someone who knows something or two about winning cups up in Scotland, of course, last season. Scottish League Cup winner with St Johnstone and Scottish Cup winner as well. He's been injured of late, but very much thought of as a first choice starter. Now it's Blair for Liverpool. That's a pass which has found Curtis Jones some space. Doesn't get the quick cross in, but Nico Williams helps open things up a little bit. Minamino's calling for it. Oxlade-Chamberlain gets it to him. But they are a tough unit to get past this Preston side.
Well, they've got a lot of numbers back in there. Liverpool have got to be a little bit more adventurous when they get themselves in positions like that. Curtis Jones especially. He's got a lot of couple of tricks in his locker. I think he's got to use them a lot more.
Well, Declan Rudd, the Preston keeper, it was actually in the Norwich goal for Liverpool's 5-4 win down there in Jurgen Klopp's very early days, the Glasses game. Remember that one, Gary?
I do, yeah. I think it was Lallana that scored the winner, wasn't it? The excitement, they all ran to Jurgen Klopp, and he lost his glasses, or he bust his glasses.
Quick free kick being taken by Ryan Ledson to the right side. Rafferty involved, and the Preston struggling to find Sean Maguire with the eventual pass.
Well, I think you just get the impression that they've weathered the storm a little bit here, Preston, and they're gradually coming into the game. A little bit more belief about them going forward. And Liverpool are having to defend. Again, it's another corner.
So they've had a number of great chances in the game in the first half hour. Preston North End. They have a corner from the right-hand side. It's raked across the goal mouth. Liam Lindsay couldn't get the height on the jump. And that will come to nothing. Frankie McAvoy with some stern shouts. Big night for him. He's yet to convince this Preston fan base that he is the man to lead them ahead in the future. Replaced Alex Neil as the head coach in March. Assisted by Paul Gallagher and Steve Thompson. Paul Gallagher, a very important part of that coaching structure. He's changed a few things as Frankie McAvoy, very much committed to that 3-5-2 formation. And they haven't quite got motoring in the Championship as yet. They've had 3 decent results in the League Cup and scored plenty of goals in the League Cup. The game itself probably hasn't panned itself out as you might have expected, Gary.
Well, as I say, I think Frankie McAvoy will be more than happy with the way it's gone. Jurgen Klopp, maybe not so much so. I think we've not seen Liverpool as an attacking threat in any shape or form. As I say, it's so difficult when you've got so many players behind the ball and no pockets of space to operate in. You can see Minamino and Harvey Blair and Divock Origi. We've not seen an awful lot of them in forward areas of the pitch. And hence the reason that Preston have grown in confidence and are probably looking the more likely at this moment in time to break the deadlock.
Joe Gomez, Curtis Jones, and now Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain. Minamino on that left side where Divock Origi is tucked in as well. In the box is Blair and Jones, hoping something might fall their way. That one was aimed towards Curtis Jones. Now Divock Origi as the pressure's kept up by Jurgen Klopp's team. Stas Simicas just couldn't get the cross past the body. a little bit of frustration there on Curtis Jones in the way he was urging some of the teammates. What a season it's been for Liverpool so far. Unbeaten in 13 games across all competitions, 22 if you go back to last season as well. This red side are motoring. Tsimikas, decent cross. Headed first time clearance by Andrew Hughes. Alan McCann conceding the throw-in for Liverpool.
All Preston players sticking to the task at this moment in time. Be interesting to see how much it takes out of them.
Well, you'd have to commend them for how disciplined they've been.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, they've obviously got a game plan, sticking to it, and it's worked exceptionally well so far.
Vandenberg goes and rolls the ball back to the keeper. He played 33 times in the League and Cup for Preston North End, so he's had more than his fair share of minutes. Decent level in which to come out and advance your football, get more experience.
I think he's played every game this season so far, near enough. 17 games or 18 games I think he's played, so when you do come on loan from a club like Liverpool, that's what Liverpool want. They want you to be playing, they don't want you to be on the bench or just making brief appearances. So he's had a real good run on the team. This is probably his more favoured position. And of course he's got Joe Raverty in front of him, who was captain at the Liverpool Academy at the under-18 team, going back to I think 2012 or something like that.
It's Tyler Morton. Where's the number 80?
I just think he needs to get involved a little bit more in the game. I think
he's not really had quite the influence he did against Norwich. It's but a very different fixture, really.
As I say, that's the kind of passing you want from him. Trying to break the lines.
Well, Curtis Jones just trying to tee something up for Harvey Blair there. 18 years old. Only played 4 games last season. Very recently scored a late winner against Aston Villa in the Premier League Cup, Harvey Blair. But I think a real surprise to most people who saw the team sheet tonight. But Jurgen Klopp understands when they're ready, whether they're ready, and the mentality they've got behind them.
Well, as you rightly say, he's not shy in giving the young players a go. Gordon was one. Harvey Elliott again was another.
Matip nearly caught out by Ryan Ledson then. An unkind bounce of the ball. Well, Liverpool still haven't created that clear-cut opportunity in this first half. Preston have had at least 2 that they might have been expected to put away. Poor finishing from Brad Potts and an excellent save from Adrian. Very much keeping the score at 0-0. Oxlade-Chamberlain to Tsimikas. Now Tyler Morton, quick pass, a direct one and an excellent thought, which is acknowledged by Oxlade-Chamberlain, but just had too much zip on it.
Well, this is what we want. I think positions like this, he gets his head up, picks a pass, and unfortunately for both Oxlade-Chamberlain and Tyler Morton, just can't quite get his foot onto it. Can Oxlade-Chamberlain?
Long ball, which will be easily scooped out of the air by Adrian. He's played a significant part actually in this first half of the game. The 34-year-old, his last appearance was when he started in a 2-0 win against Sheffield United in February, so he's had plenty of time just being involved behind the scenes. Sometimes that must be tough, Gary, to keep yourself prepared.
I think it's always tough. I think it's possibly easier for goalkeepers than maybe outfield players, but I think he's obviously had the disappointment of seeing Kevin Kelleher getting the nod for being number 2 as well. So every time he's come in, he always seems to make fantastic saves at right times, does Adrian. Again tonight he's made a real couple of good saves.
Liverpool throw in, and not too much time at the end of this first half for Liverpool to make a difference. It would be the perfect time to go ahead, but given the balance of what we've seen in the first 45 minutes, we might be asking a little bit too much. Half-time whistle goes. Liverpool survived a few scares in that first 45 minutes. Adrian very much brought to the fore with a couple of decent saves. Liverpool themselves didn't quite create enough in front of goal against a heavily packed Preston North End final third. It's a tightly contested League Cup affair, but at the break, it's Preston 0, Liverpool 0. Liverpool certainly lived dangerously in the first half. Jurgen Klopp, I'm sure, will certainly demand a response in the second 45. Adrian playing a significant part in keeping Liverpool level. But Klopp has rung the changes. Nat Phillips making his first appearance of the season and replacing Joel Matip. Thoughts on maybe how that might affect things? Gary Gillespie.
Well, it'll be interesting. I don't think there's any injury worries Joel Matip. I think it's obviously with one eye on the game at the weekend. And Nat Phillips hasn't figured at all this season so far, so it's an opportunity for him to get a little bit of game time.
Well, how different it's been for Nat Phillips this season. Last season 17 Premier League appearances and of course a goal as well, and a huge involvement in driving Liverpool towards that Champions League qualification. He makes his first step into first team football this season at Preston North End at half-time in the League Cup, with a place at the quarter-finals at stake. And that's the one change that Liverpool have made at the break. So Harvey Blair continues up front alongside Divock Origi and Takumi Minamino. And there were several scares for Liverpool in the first 45. And I'm sure tactically things have been readdressed by the manager at the break.
Well, Liverpool have got to be better. I think they've got to pass the ball a little bit quicker. Some players having too many touches for my liking. Movement up front has got to be better as well.
Oxlade-Chamberlain in towards Takumi Minamino, and just got his feet tangled with the ball underneath him. Couldn't quite make the connection he needed.
Well, that's a great pass, great vision. Good little run by Taki Minamino. He just goes short and peels off the back of Van der Berg. The ball is right on his toes, really. He should do a lot better. You can see it coming from quite a ways away. It just gets all tangled up. That's an opportunity, and it's an opportunity squandered.
The only one in the second 45. This Preston crowd, by the end of the first half, certainly with a heightened optimism. I think before the game, not many that followed Preston gave their team much of a chance against the Liverpool side that have been rampant across all competitions this season. 13 games unbeaten, goals aplenty. A 3-0 demolition of Norwich in the last round, an average of 3 goals a game, in fact 8 away days and 30 goals, but this game is offering something new. Somehow you can't see Liverpool scoring 3 at Deepdale.
Well, I don't know, I wouldn't want to say that too soon in the second half, but certainly from the first half performance you would say that was highly unlikely, but 45 minutes is a heck of a long time in football.
Barkhazen getting every droplet off that ball. That's what gives it that extra distance. Long throw from the Preston attacker, nearly dropped to Brad Potts, but importantly turned away by Curtis Jones. Greg Cunningham hoping to make a second attempt into the penalty area there, but Liverpool standing their ground. And here's Nat Phillips. Joe Gomez, tonight's captain for Liverpool. And Kostas Tsimikas. Slipped by Curtis Jones, and possession given away. Rudd with the long clearance, and Sean Maguire backing into his man, trying to create something for Preston. Liverpool did have plenty of possession in the first half of this game without actually doing enough with it in the final third. And Preston very much played on the counter. Here's Joe Gomez across to Nico Williams. Harvey Blair determined not to let the ball escape him, but in the end conceding the free kick. And without wanting to jinx things, this isn't a game that would involve extra time. 90 minutes would mean a shootout. The format has been adapted in the League Cup. The players very much know what they have to achieve and within what time frame.
Well, we saw last night as a couple of games went to penalties.
Do you like that, Gary?
I like the fact they go straight to penalties. I think, you know, extra time for me has just become a waste of space, to be quite honest with you. I think two teams just don't really make any effort to make any difference about the game. I think straight to penalties is the way forward.
Tsimikas. He has three in front of him at that stage. He played it round the back of Barkhazen. It ends up with a Liverpool throw. It's been a furious Jurgen Klopp at times in that Liverpool dugout. Takumi Minamino. Now Tsimikas. Well, it was a nice curling cross. It was too far ahead of Divock Origi, but no one else had made the run to the back part of the 6-yard box.
I thought it was a good opportunity. Again, the first time really down this left-hand side that I've seen Tsimikas in a little bit of space. I thought he could have maybe taken on the full-back, but he put a decent ball in. I think he's got every right to think that at least one of the forward players has got to make an attacking move for that.
Origi to Blair. Williams, and then the back flick tried by Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain. He got it wrong, lost possession, and then flies in just a little bit too late. I think he knew what he was going to happen there. It just halts play, gives a Preston free kick. Well, Liverpool have reached the quarter-finals just once in the last 4 seasons. It's a competition that has a different complexion for them.
Well, history in the competition is very, very good, equal with Manchester City on 8 wins, so they know how to win this competition. Maybe not in recent years, but...
Well, of course, with games against Brighton and Atletico coming up, the manager's very much looking at how he shuffles the pack each time. But this yet another away day in what has been a busy few weeks on the road. Watford, spoils were great. Atletico, even greater, and United greatest yet. But will they move ahead of Preston in this League Cup? Oxlade-Chamberlain with with a relatively straightforward clearance. Blair tumbles to the ground. Really showing enough strength there. Back to Declan Rudd. The longer it stays like this, of course, more the home crowd will lift the decibels. Curtis Jones to Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain. Here's Tyler Mawson. Oxlade-Chamberlain again. He's done that really well. Kept his footing and brought Curtis Jones into play. There's too many players. It's not an avenue that they can exploit at the moment. So from distance, Oxlade-Chamberlain. And that had plenty of power and almost the precision. It seemed to curl away from the goal at the last minute. He caught it right-footed. We know how much he loves a goal from distance, but it was swinging away and didn't test Declan Rudd in the end.
Well, he just moves away from Brad Potts and creates that shooting opportunity. And he hits it well. Liverpool just about to make a substitution.
Well, Connor Bradley, who started the first fixture against Norwich in the previous round, comes on, and he was decent in that one. He's replaced Harvey Blair, so a little bit of a rejig in how the team lines itself up now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think Connor Bradley probably go in, play right full-back, and Nico Williams advanced into that right side of midfield, probably a midfield four.
Things most definitely changing. Harvey Blair taken out of the front line, and of course Connor Bradley more familiar with that right back position. And here he goes straight into the action. Back to Nat Phillips, another of the substitutes. 5 substitutions allowed in this competition, 9 on the bench, and so a couple already being deployed by Jurgen Klopp as he seeks to find something different from this side that are perhaps struggling to break Preston down. There's an injury as remaining on the floor for Preston North End is Sean Maguire. Some of the Preston players questioning why play hadn't stopped, and I think a couple of the Liverpool players were about to halt it as well. The referee tells him to get on with things. David Coote in no mood for sympathy. It's Takumi Minamino on Sean Maguire where the injury occurred. It seems like he was holding his right wrist. He's gone over on it.
I think he falls and like twists his wrist at the same time, but no reason to stop the game, I don't think, in personal. Liverpool well within their rights to carry on.
Well, he stopped to Sean Maguire, and I don't think he feels he can continue with that injury. I don't know whether he's is it a finger or a wrist, whether it needs bandaging. Divock Origi was urging over the trainer as well, because for these Liverpool players, I don't think they feel like they've ever got into any momentum in the game.
They've been poor, to be quite honest with you. I think it's not been a typical Liverpool performance so far. Too many touches, not moving the ball quick enough. It's difficult, I have to say that, with the amount of players that are behind the ball. A little bit of concern here. Do you really need to sit down to have a strap and put on your fingers?
It's certainly sapping some time out of the game. In terms of what Liverpool have available on the bench at the moment, we've seen Connor Bradley introduced, Nat Phillips as well. Firmino is available, Diogo Jota is there. It is that firepower if necessary. Would Jurgen Klopp be more keen to just keep them rested though?
Well, we'll see as the game progresses. I think it's a little bit too early to bring on the likes of Firmino and Jota, but certainly it might be in the back of his mind.
Maguire's ready to come on again. He's had the fingers bandaged up. And Rudnick's the kick through the centre. Cries for a foul, but Nat Phillips thought that was a fair enough challenge. And eventually the referee blows his whistle for Liverpool.
Mr. Coote's not the most popular fella in Deepdale at this moment in time.
Greg Cunningham thought that decision should have been given his way a moment or two ago. Nat Phillips now. Tyler Morton to Kostas Tsimikas. Curtis Jones available there, and quite evident when Liverpool get the ball into that final third. The blockade that faces them. Here's Oxlade-Chamberlain going with another mazy run again. Can he open up Preston? Well, the run was excellent. The final ball that he was hoping to release for Kostas Tsimikas was terrible.
Well, it wasn't his best pass in the world, put it that way. I think, you know, he did what he does really well and runs at people, quick feet. But then a simple little 2-yard pass he overhits. It's kind of summed up the way Liverpool have gone about their business so far in this game tonight.
Crowd inside Deepdale, 22,131, so it's more than caught the imagination for a side that is currently 19th in the Championship with just 15 points from 14 games, but they can smell a possible upset. If it hadn't been for Adrian in the first half, Preston North End might have been a couple up, including one outstanding save from Sean Maguire, point blank. Gomez, Oxlade-Chamberlain, Nico Williams trying to get back to his feet, but Brad Potts too much of a menace. The release ball for Barkhuizen to chase down the left. He's asking for help inside the penalty area, and Sean Maguire's got up there. Curtis Jones deals with any problems. Here come Preston again, though. Opportunity on the far left of the penalty area, and Barkhuizen's volley relatively tame and easily adjusted to by Adrian.
Barkhuizen, I think, if he looks at this again, I think he had time to actually take it down. The ball just goes over substitute's head. Conor Bradley's.
Well, maybe this is an opportunity for Liverpool. Inside the penalty area, it's turned in by Takumi Minamino. Right place and the perfect touch. Well, Liverpool haven't found life easy tonight by no means whatsoever. But Takumi Minamino with the outstretched leg, and he scored in the last round against Norwich. And he seems to enjoy the League Cup because he's done it again. Tyler Morton was the man who started the move, sprays a ball out to the right-hand side. From that position, Preston are opened up, and then Takumi Minamino just gets ahead of his man Liam Lindsay and turns it in to the goal past Declan Rudd.
Well, do exceptionally well. Both Neco Williams and Taki Minamino do exceptionally well. It's not an easy one to take. It's an awkward height, whether you go with your head or whether you go with your foot. He goes with his foot and just gets enough purchase on it. But all credit to Neco Williams getting himself forward and picking out the cross. Did say that we needed to get Tyler Morton more in possession of the ball and make passes like that. And really, for the first time this evening, Preston have been opened up.
Terrific finish. Almost stabs it home, does Takumi Minamino. But after his exploits at Carrow Road, he's found the net at Deepdale, and Liverpool finally find themselves ahead. And that brings the Liverpool fans that have travelled a relatively short distance to life. his third goal of the season. Phillips. Liverpool's goal scorer, who for many who watched pre-season thought he did really well in a couple of games.
Yeah, I think he was bright, he was lively. Unfortunately for him, he's got world-class players in his way to get into that starting 11. If he keeps popping up and scoring goals like that, then I'm sure he'll figure somewhere along the line.
Preston, I'm sure, won't alter the game plan. They've looked dangerous enough, but can Liverpool grab a second and really get a stranglehold? Tsimikas, left of the penalty area.
Well, Preston did bring on Jacobson. Give them a little bit more of a goal threat, possibly up front.
Well, Emirates is the goal scorer for them this season. It's made a difference to the Preston side. I mentioned it before, he scored a third of the goals that they've actually produced. And that actually draws level. 9 goals this campaign, with the number of goals that Scott Sinclair scored in the entirety of last season, and Scott Sinclair was the top scorer last season. Morton to Oxlade-Chamberlain. Minamino hugging the left side, back to Curtis Jones. Liverpool toying with the ball at the moment. Well, Conor Bradley's picked up a very different position than he sort of occupied in the game against Norwich.
Yeah, I think he just got caught in the middle of the pitch there. He back in his normal position.
Slotted back in, isn't he?
Right full back.
Joe Gomez to the aforementioned Bradley. Oxlade-Chamberlain, lovely 1-2 with Divock Origi. Almost with a little bit of help from Ali McCann. Almost fell to Origi again. A little bit more expectation on Liverpool now. They grabbed that first goal. They capitalise on that. A long ball from Preston clears the danger just when Liverpool were trying to crank it up.
You can see there, just a lovely little diagonal pass. Question whether it was offside or not. But Nico Williams, he doesn't dwell on it. Checks and changes direction, heading for the byline. Gets a little shove in the back. Manages to get the cross off.
Does fabulous, doesn't he? But Minamino does, to actually anticipate getting ahead of Lindsay.
He gets himself, as all good strikers will do, or forward players, gets himself across the defender at the near post. Just gets enough purchase on the ball to put it in the back of the net.
Does Preston consider another change? Frankie McAvoy, who before the game said it's hard to see how you get past a team that is possibly amongst the best 3 in the world, but we'll give it a go. And his team certainly did in the first 45. Oxlade-Chamberlain, free kick for Liverpool.
It's a second substitution of the game for Preston North End, heading off number 3, Greg Cunningham.
So Preston replace Greg Cunningham.
And coming on for the Emirates is number 32,
Josh Earl, who's had a familiar role on the left side of the Preston midfield five so far in the Championship, is his replacement. Jones to Tyler Mawson, involved in the scrap with Brad Potts, who's penalised for tugging the shirt. Well, we've seen some really pure performances this season from Liverpool, but this probably doesn't fall into the same category.
I think when you make as many changes as Jurgen made, it's always difficult. These guys are lacking a little bit of fluidity, a little bit of rhythm.
Emile Rees does well to get past Minamino. Another opportunity for him. Slight mistake by Ryan Ledson, but it almost ended up with Joe Rafferty. Clearance from Tsimikas not good enough. Still in an area where Preston are asking questions. The flag had gone up against Emile Rees. And Liverpool will just try and dampen down that Preston enthusiasm.
I think possession is always key for Liverpool at this stage of the game. Try and manage the ball.
Crossfield ball aimed towards Nico Williams. Occupying a very high area of the field. Joe Gomez now. Out to Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain. Thrusts the ball into the feet of Divock Origi. And somehow doesn't quite reap the fruits they were after. Narrow margin between these sides in the League Cup tonight. First ever League Cup meeting between the two, only the second meeting in all competitions in 60 years. There's a big connection between the clubs, dating far back with the great Bill Shankly, spending most of his playing career here before achieving the incredible feats he did as manager at Liverpool Football Club. The more recent history includes Sepp Vandenberg and of course Ben Davies, who we've not mentioned, and I think a few Preston fans were more than frustrated when he ended up heading to Liverpool but not playing.
That's always the case, isn't it? I mean, if you lose a player and he doesn't really figure, it was a dream move for him at the time, though.
Bradley to Phillips. Now Gomez. Conor Bradley showing his pace, driving into the Preston half, still going Conor Bradley, and in the end it relied on the scooping foot of Liam Lindsay to get involved and avert the youngster's darting run.
Well, not shy, not lacking confidence there. Lovely run forward, wasn't it? Committing players, running at players. We saw that when he played against Norwich in the previous round.
Oxlade-Chamberlain nearly got the 1-2 off with Takumi Minamino. Rees shepherds it down and makes the run forward, but Brad Potts can't return any sort of compliment ball to him.
Well, it might be a little bit too early to say, but Liverpool looking a little bit more confident and composed in this period of the game.
The goal's completely changed the mentality, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's like they say, goals change games. It's
Preston's home record has been pretty decent, unbeaten in the last 7 at home since the opening day defeat to Hull. And conceding just 5, well, I think that's 6 after tonight's goal. That's been on the road where they've really struggled so far in this campaign. But they haven't really got an exceptional League Cup record. Exited the competition in the 3rd round in the last 3 seasons. Played out from the Liverpool box. Minamino, Tsimikas, up towards Curtis Jones. Tightly marshalled by Lindsay, but still trying to get past him. Relied on Ali McCann to double up and halt the Liverpool run.
well, Matt Phillips looks as if he's enjoying his little self out there. Seen plenty of the ball.
I was thinking when he came on, Gary, that looked on the sidelines so focused, so almost determined to make a big impression.
But I think there's no question in his attitude, is there? I think we saw that last season when he was involved in games. He'd been out for so long and really probably felt he was still a little bit fortunate to be at the club. And we saw what he did last season, and nobody should really take that away from him. He was absolutely outstanding. But his football is football. Time moves on, and the 4 guys that are in front of him are pretty decent.
Tsimikas tried to curl across him behind Sepp van den Berg, but came off the defender's foot and was scooped up by Declan Rudd, who makes the early kick out. Emil Rees first to it. Good scrap between him and Joe Gomez for possession of the ball. Gomez wins that. And then some quick feet from Curtis Jones tied up the situation for Ali McCann. Couldn't quite follow the passage of the ball. It was so quick. Conor Bradley for Liverpool. They have the lead, but can they make the tie even safer?
Well, at 1-0 you're never quite sure. Liverpool would love to get that second goal. You do get the feeling if you get the second goal you would put the tie to bed.
Rafferty, and not allowing him much space on that side. Kostas Tsimikas and Takumi Minamino operating pretty well together tonight. Pulled forward by Andrew Hughes. Actual pass for Brad Potts is asking an awful lot of him.
Well, we saw that run from deep early in the game in the first half. We had that opportunity one-on-one with the goalkeeper, but on that occasion he goes a little bit too early. I think he was miles offside.
So a double change. Ben Whiteman will come on in midfield for Preston, and Scott Sinclair, the former Villa, Manchester City and Celtic man, whose home is now Preston, will come on up front. And I think Daniel Johnson is a third change being made as well. So Johnson, who likes to sit in the hole almost and supply the attacking players. And Frankie McAvoy is throwing all his armoury on now. Sean Maguire has been replaced. I suppose there's 10 minutes in which to try and create a little bit of history if you're Frankie McAvoy.
Oh, he's certainly giving it a go now, isn't he? I don't suppose he's got anything to lose.
Rafferty. Daniel Johnson barking some orders to Scott Sinclair. Of course, Johnson, someone who's heavily linked with Rangers towards the back end of last season. The move never happened for him. Conor Bradley. Liverpool's passing looks slicker. Their confidence looks better. Here's Curtis Jones. Is it opening up for him? He takes a shot. It's driven low and straight into the feet of the Preston keeper, Declan Rudd. But those are the moments.
Well, he's allowed to run. But Preston's back four. Midfield don't get back and make any sort of challenge. It's a tame effort in the end, but worthwhile. Well, they have a top-it goal from that sort of distance. But Liverpool just getting out a little bit easier than what we did see in the first 45 minutes, especially down this left-hand side with Tsimikas. A lot more space down here now.
Rafferty to Brad Potts. Neat turn, but Nat Phillips is a pretty hefty obstacle to get past.
He's made some really good runs, as Potts, from that midfield position. Liverpool have had to track him and go with him. It seems as if everybody's got a long throw these days in Preston's side.
You certainly don't see a towel at Anfield, do you?
Emile Rees that's taking this one. I think as a striker he would want to be in there trying to score as opposed to taking the throw in.
Well, he's got one heck of a throw, but it's easily caught by Adrian. You're right, especially with his height as well, Emile Rees, and the figures that back him up this season. The man who has been capable of the goals. Conor Bradley with a thought of creating something immediately on the counter. It didn't materialise. Declan Rudd with a awkwardly kicked out clearance. At the same time, Nico Williams couldn't get it under his feet. Ball for Sinclair to chase, but Nat Phillips has time and vision and knows that that will run out.
Well, difficult to get into the game so late on. His manager will be hoping he makes an impact.
Lovely turn from Minamino. Divock Origi continuing to run his heart out. Can't find a way past Sepp van den Berg. Daniel Johnson drives through the midfield. Cut across by Whiteman. And the Doncaster man, Whiteman. Well, that looks a lovely ball down the left-hand side for Josh Earl. Whether Josh Earl slightly pulled up trying to get to that ball, but Whiteman almost put it on a plate for him on the dead ball line.
Well, it looked a nice little 1-2, didn't it? The ball skidded off that wet surface. It's been chucking it down for most of the night. And the ball just seemed to run away from the Preston player there. It was a good opportunity because he had got round the back of Liverpool. Had he managed to get onto the end of it and fired it into the box.
Tyler Morton, we mentioned it before, but it is terrific to see the Liverpool youngsters given such an opportunity. The first team in front of the TV cameras, building their belief in themselves. Oh, that's Tsimikas. It looked like a cross. It hit the crossbar, and it's an opportunity for Origi. Oh, that's audacious. The flick of the heel, and he's turned it in from the 6-yard area. Well, Tsimikas almost put it in the top corner with a cross-come shot. It hit the crossbar. Well, it bounced back out, but Origi maintained his position. Declan Rudd was in no man's land. Nico Williams with some clever footwork, and then Origi with just a quick piece of thinking, and he's flicked it behind him, and Rudd stood no chance. Goodness me, what a finish. Origi with a big smile on his face, and Liverpool with clear daylight in the League Cup at Deepdale.
Well, it's just Divock Origi all over, isn't it? Hardly been in the game, and this is just improvisation at his best. There's not a lot you can say about that. I mean, you don't often find balls that are really at the back of you, and he just improvises. I mean, it was the worst cross in the world by Tsimikas, but managed to come off the crossbar. But that just shows you. I was talking about it earlier on, that Tsimikas was having a little bit more space down this left-hand side, and that really has proved the case. And I did wonder if Preston could keep up the level and the effort that they showed in the first 45 minutes, and it's not been the case. They have tired a little bit, hence the reason Liverpool found more space and been a little bit more comfortable in possession of the ball. But that was just an audacious little back flick, and Divock Origi adds to his tally in this competition.
He's still smiling, Gary. He's walking around the pitch.
So he should.
Well, what great anticipation. He was in the right place. Preston were on the ropes a little bit. Declan Rudd couldn't really have preempted what was going to happen with that Tsimikas cross. And Nico Williams never gave up.
You have to say that Nico Williams, since he's moved forward into that position, he's been instrumental in 2 of the goals that Liverpool have scored.
Tyler Morton out to the right wing. Conor Bradley then attempted to head it in towards Nico Williams, and eventually Conor runs it out of touch.
He probably thinks that the game's just slipping away from him. He's tried everything he can probably do to get his team back into this game.
Well, with less than 4 minutes to go, plus a little bit of stoppage time, it's a big ask for Preston North End, and I might retract that statement I made about scoring 3, Gary. We'll wait and see. Liverpool certainly found the first half quite testing, but as soon as they dug their claws in and Minamino scored their first, confidence has flooded into their performance, and it looks like they will be in the hat for the draw on Saturday. Final of this competition, Sunday, February the 27th at Wembley. Could it be possible? You just never know. Gary mentioned before, 8-time winners, an affinity, a relationship with the cup. It's not really happened in previous years, but even with this perhaps second-string Liverpool squad, they're finding enough to making it through each round. Tyler Morton, wonderful feat to take it clear of Scott Sinclair.
Well, all of a sudden, when you score 2 goals, the game becomes a little bit easier, doesn't it? Liverpool are finding that at this moment in time.
And Jurgen Klopp's looking to bring on 2 more substitutes. There is that luxury of a 5 available out of the 9 on the bench. Origi, wonderful pass. Opportunity, maybe Minamino, or will it be Nico who takes it on his own? Well, he really should have passed it. He thought he could beat the keeper though, and Declan Rudd wins the battle of the two. Should really have been 3.
Well, I think he's full of confidence, isn't he? As he said, creating the 2 of the opportunities for Liverpool's goals. I'm not sure if he gets his head up and sees Minamino.
Daniel Johnson. Emile Reece for Preston North End. They've committed men forward. Potts is in the box. Rafferty's there. Johnson out to the left wing with a ball. Potts is asking for it. A shot from Josh Earl deflects out for a corner.
Well, spirited response from Preston. This is the opportunity. Nico Williams, does he get his head up? I don't think he does. I think he has an early look, but he certainly, as soon as he goes one-on-one with the goalkeeper, he doesn't see Minamino. And for me, the simple the task is just to square it across to his teammate.
Preston corner. Potts heads it back towards the 6-yard box. Nat Phillips is up there. Emile Reece contributes to the head tennis. And then Adrian closes that down. Still not seeing those additional subs come on for Liverpool. Tyler Mawson. Well, the result here tonight, Gary, will continue that remarkable form this season. Remarkable home and away form.
Yeah, I mean, it's Liverpool free scoring, whether it be at Anfield or as it has been in recent weeks, certainly 7 away games out of the last 8. We just seem to be scoring for fun, regardless of the personnel.
So 2 more changes. Owen Beck is the first of which. Replacing Curtis Jones. Elijah Dixon-Bonner follows Owen Beck into the action here. Origi, Connor Bradley. 1 or 2 deciding that it's time to head home. Some of the younger Preston fans. A night which they dreamed of and hoped would create some special memories, but not a result to celebrate for Preston North End. Connor Bradley. High ball forward. Owen Beck involved in the tussle, but straightforward enough for Preston.
That gives Owen Beck, I mean, we've seen him play before as a left fullback, but a bit like Nico Williams on that right-hand side, a little bit more advanced when he's come on here.
Plenty of options being explored by Jurgen Klopp. Connor Bradley concedes that throw-in. Maybe Preston haven't given up hope of a consolation.
Well, it'd be interesting if they were to score from this set play. A little bit more pressure on Liverpool.
Headed towards Rafferty. Scouser loses it. And the eventual shot, which comes in, flies wide by Ben Whiteman. And there won't be any such trouble for Jurgen Klopp's team. Full-time whistle goes at Deepdale and Liverpool make it through to the quarter-finals of the League Cup. They've got specialist goal scorers in the competition. Minamino and Origi. Takumi Minamino broke the deadlock just when Liverpool needed it. It gained them confidence. And then an audacious finish by Divock Origi put the tie out of reach of Preston North End. Full time at Deepdale. Preston 0, Liverpool 2.
Opportunity presents itself for Liverpool tonight. It's a League Cup quarter-final and a chance to make it through to the final four of a competition where Liverpool have had their ups and downs in the last 10 years. Winners, of course, under Kenny Dalglish some 10 seasons ago. Heartbreak in finals and semi-finals since then as well. Tonight, it is much changed Liverpool against what is on paper a very, very strong Leicester City, who themselves have been up and down this season.
Well, I think you could have really predicted the fact that Liverpool will have a lot of changes, and Leicester, having not played and missed a couple of games already this season just recently, I think when you look at their starting lineup, I think the intention is very much a clear one from Brendan Rodgers. He wants to advance into this semi-final of this competition. That's not to say Jurgen Klopp doesn't want his Liverpool team to advance it there as well, and I'm sure that the team that he's picked he thinks is good enough to get the result here tonight, but it is up against a really, really strong Leicester 11.
There definitely would have been changes to this Liverpool starting 11 tonight from the side that played at Tottenham at the weekend, had Liverpool had their usual starting 11 at Tottenham at the weekend, but of course COVID positive tests have played havoc with that, injuries as well, and of course the red card to Andrew Robertson. So this is the side that's been selected by Jurgen Klopp. I suppose that the big surprise is the shout of Billy Koumetio in the heart of the Liverpool defence alongside Joe Gomez, who himself needs a game. Roberto Firmino also in need of a game, plays up front. And while there are chances for the likes of Tyler Morton and Conor Bradley again, and Nico Williams, who've excelled in this competition so far, you wonder whether or not Jurgen Klopp might have gone a little bit stronger with it being a quarter-final.
Well, you might have thought that, but you know, I think he does have tremendous faith in the players that he does pick. One thing that you would say that this certainly isn't Liverpool's strongest starting 11. We just have to wait really to see how this game pans out. But he's stuck with the people that have he's shown faith in the people that have played in the previous rounds, so credit to him.
Well, we looked at this Leicester side when the team was announced, and Gary's first comment was, it's just about full strength this. Well, the big surprise, I suppose, is Wilfred Ndidi's going to play at the heart of the Leicester defence tonight. Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall has been outstanding for them this season after breaking into the first team, but they have Jamie Vardy and Patson Daka as two very, very strong strikers.
Well, I think Barnes missing is a big loss for him as well. I think he might have started, but he hasn't really, since that injury he's had, he's probably not been the most effective of the Leicester forward players. I'm sure he'll come back to his true form. I know he's highly thought of by Jurgen Klopp.
Well, the opportunity to get through to another semi-final as the players take the knee together. Leicester City know all about cup success with what they achieved last season in the FA Cup. Liverpool looking to get some domestic cup success themselves, and the early header goes off Daka and behind for a Liverpool goal kick. Patson Daka, who has been scoring goals at each level since arriving from Red Bull Salzburg. We've talked all about the players that have been developed there in recent years. Here's one, Taki Minamino for Liverpool, and of course Brighton have taken advantage of the Salzburg production line. And it's a free kick against Kostas Tsimikas. A foul on Tielemans.
Well, I think it's going to be interesting the way that Leicester set up. It does look as if that Vardy and Daka are going to be twin strikers, with Maddison maybe just playing in that little role behind them as a number 10.
Are you feeling that they might play a diamond with Soumare at the base
and then Dewsbury Hall and Tielemans as sort of a 2, and then Maddison almost 3.
I think when you look at the way they've started, that certainly does look the scenario. I think when you looked at Liverpool under Brendan Rodgers, he did play that diamond formation in the middle of the park quite a few times, and it certainly does look as if that's the way that Leicester are going to approach this game.
That's towards Ricardo. This is Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain. Liverpool very happy to have Jordan Henderson back tonight, seen there, middle of the picture, just about to get the ball now. He had symptoms of COVID, it turned out just to be a cold, and as soon as he was given a negative test and started to feel a bit brighter, he was phoning, asking to come back in and start playing again, and he probably has to play in this game tonight given his desire. It's a little heavy from Morton for Nico Williams, who of course we are more used to seeing playing a little further back, but of course in the last round he became a right-wing sensation, didn't he?
Well, I think some of his best performances have been in that wide right position. It's obviously been in the manager's thoughts.
Is Brendan Rodgers on the hot step, Gary?
Well, certainly this season hasn't gone according to plan, so I think any time when that happens that you are in the hot seat.
Well, here's Minamino. The shot was charged down by Ndidi, and Boubacar Soumaré will bring the ball away. Really well won by Oxlade-Chamberlain, and Ricardo Pereira came flying in with the challenge. I think all eyes will be on Andy Madley tonight and the refereeing crew, particularly given the last couple of games that Liverpool have had. Not much love for Stuart Atwell following his performance here recently, and of course the performance of Paul Tierney at Tottenham at the weekend. They said White Hart Lane again, then got to get used to that, haven't we? Certainly left Jurgen Klopp not overly enamoured, I think would be the best way to put it.
Well, I think we did the game, John. I think we both felt that there was some strange decisions went on,
but both sides, but Liverpool got the rough edge of them, didn't they?
I think so.
That's a ball for Vardy, just running away from him, and the flag was up anyway. I mean, it is a big test for Kumetio tonight, isn't it, really, to play against not just him but also Daka as well. I mean, he has been consistently one of the very best for 6-7 years now in the Premier League.
Well, it just seems to keep going, does Jamie Vardy. It shows a great appetite for the game and a hunger and a desire still to score goals. That will be the threat. He does play in the shoulder of the last defender. Liverpool, we saw at the weekend, were a little bit vulnerable to that long ball over the top.
He's 35, by the way, in 2.5, 3 weeks. This is Nico Williams, too high for Firmino. It will be retrieved by Minamino. Will hop one way, hop the other. Oxlade-Chamberlain goes down by Maddison. And Joe Gomez can't thread a ball, and Patson Daka is off and flying, and it's a really good save by Quiveen Kelleher.
Well, that's the danger, isn't it, when you give the ball away? The simple pass as well, and then Liverpool gets split, the two centre-backs, and Daka only has one thing on his mind, and that's a shot at goal. It's a decent shot, but wonderful positioning by Kelleher. You saw at the weekend the importance of your goalkeeper making saves at important times with Alisson Becker.
Maddison on set-piece duty. Leicester looking to get off to a flyer. It's Wilfred Ndidi who got up, but almost seemed to head disappeared into the neck and never really got anything at all on it.
Well, he should do an awful lot better. This is a free header, really. Roberto Firmino tries his best to put them off. One thing that I would say about heading technique in the Premier League, I think it's absolutely woeful. I think it's one of the things that is certainly in the modern game is not as good as what it was in a bygone era. There's many good things about the Premier League. Well, there's a lot of good things about the Premier League, and there's a lot of improvements, but heading technique for me is not one of them.
There's Oxlade-Chamberlain, Tsimikas, Oxlade-Chamberlain again. We talk about the strength of Leicester tonight. That's a powerful looking Liverpool midfield, with Henderson and Oxlade-Chamberlain, with Tyler Morton.
Well, the good thing about that is that Oxlade-Chamberlain seems to have started the game really brightly. He's got a real hunger and desire to get on the ball. Been impressed with him so far. In fact, I've got a good feel about the game. It's got a good tempo to it. Liverpool started particularly well, I think.
Kasper Schmeichel will just have to watch that fly over the top of his crossbar. He's annoyed at himself, Tsimikas, because we know and he knows he's better than that.
Oh, he is better than that. You know, there's a case to be made that he's probably got better delivery than Andrew Robertson. But he's got an opportunity, obviously, with the suspension of Andrew Robertson.
Well, tonight, of course, is the first of three. And followed up by, of course, Leeds on Boxing Day, and then Leicester, of course, on the 28th. Which, I mean, without second-guessing Jurgen Klopp, you'd imagine he might have played certainly two of those three anyway, given the turnaround in games over Christmas. That's Dewsbury Hall that wins the corner. Was it a throw, actually? There you go. It's going to be a throw. And Bradley's block went out. Not there. Right over the top of the corner flag, it looked like. It's Thomas with the cross. Minamino gets a little bit on it, and enough to find Kostas Tsimikas. He won't find Oxlade-Chamberlain, though. That's Soumare. And that's on for Vardy. And his strike is excellent, right into the bottom corner. It's an early goal for Leicester. It's Jamie Vardy returning to the team, and Jamie Vardy scoring.
Well, he takes up an absolutely brilliant position, does Jamie Vardy. Leicester fans absolutely delighted. I thought he would be the threat, and certainly on this occasion. Liverpool give it away needlessly. Soumare does really well, but Maddison in that little pocket of space, the number 10 position, got number 10 in the back of his jersey, and he's fulfilled that role there. He's the provider, and who else the finisher other than Jamie Vardy? Going across the goalkeeper Keller, but if you give him that room, that space, he'll punish it.
He loves playing against Liverpool. He loves scoring against Liverpool. And he's given Leicester a lead inside the opening 10 minutes at Anfield. Well, that's late from Morton, and it will be yellow certainly for the Liverpool youngster.
Well, I don't think you can have any complaints about that. Jordan Henderson just having a little word in his ear there. Not quite sure what he was telling him.
Ricardo actually rode it pretty well, didn't he? Because it was late and just a little bit over keen, wasn't it? Overzealous from the youngster. It was Leicester a free kick, which is delivered by Maddison and touched by Vardy. Soyuncu and Ndidi were both arriving. Bradley can't take it in. Liverpool just making problems for themselves by being unable to keep the ball at the moment. Daka's so sharp, Gomez is so strong.
Just for a minute there, I thought he had injured himself, Joe Gomez.
Talk about the success of Leicester in recent seasons. It will always be a bit of a monkey on his back, won't it? The fact that they failed to qualify for the top four when they were knocked out twice on the run, when they seemed absolute definites to make it. That's another ball for Daka, and Vardy is going at pace, and there he is to make it two. And Liverpool are carved apart completely. Daka's pace and awareness finds Jamie Vardy, and Leicester are running away with this early on.
Well, again, Liverpool give it away in a wide area of the pitch, and then they really are exposed after that. Jamie Vardy, the goal scorer here. It's Daka that's the provider on this occasion. You can see there Costas, he just can't get back goal side. The pace of Vardy gets him in there. Kelleher absolutely no chance, but as I say, Liverpool guilty of giving it away in an area of the pitch where if you do that at this level you will get punished. It was the youngsters on the right hand side, Bradley and Neco Williams.
Well, it's a rueful look from the Liverpool manager. 13 minutes into the game. Samari under pressure. Soyuncu.
It hadn't really been a bad start from Liverpool, in all fairness. Similar to the weekend, they just looked a little bit overexposed. When given the opportunity, Leicester have carved them up on both occasions after Liverpool conceding possession too easily.
That's nicely done by Bradley, who then passes the ball, and Jordan Henderson's in an offside position. Don't think he thinks he was.
I think he might have just actually come back from an offside position. There's still a ways to go in this game though. Can Liverpool get themselves back in it? Got to shake off the disappointment of obviously losing these two goals.
That's Thomas forward, headed by Gomez. And Bradley wins a throw off Maddison. As Gary says, there's one thing that if you do go behind early, even two down, you do have an opportunity and time to get yourself back in it, but you've also got to tidy up the problems that have caused you to go two down in the first place.
I think in many ways it's understandable. It's a totally new back five.
Here's Oxlade-Chamberlain, Tsimikas, now Minamino, Firmino, Henderson. This is Bradley. Liverpool being pushed backwards, now looking to go the other way. And here's Minamino. Off goes Daka again. That's nicely done by Kelleher, who was fully aware of where he was and where he needed to be and what he needed to do when the ball came. Gomez. Talks about baptisms of fire for Billy Kumatil. He had that opportunity, didn't he, when he was playing lots of football in pre-season, the season before this. And he's given opportunities in the first team. A few injury problems along the way as well. And here come Liverpool now with Williams. It's Soyuncu who puts it behind.
Well, Leicester themselves haven't been rock solid defensively this season. There is an opportunity for Liverpool to get one, then give them that extra little bit of belief that could see them getting back into this game.
That's towards Kumatio. He hits him on the way down with the Leicester defender. An opportunity, Kumatio, didn't he, at Midtjylland in the Champions League when he came on at half-time. It's even tougher playing against Leicester, particularly when they've got the two they have. That's brilliant from Kostas Tsimikas. And it's deep towards Williams, and Firmino is arriving. Lot to do. Oxlade-Chamberlain, goal! Liverpool aren't going to lie down in this one. It's a heck of a strike from Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain to bring them back into the game.
Well, it was really well worked down the left-hand side. All credit to Kostas Tsimikas, because that's a fantastic ball under pressure, but to actually create the space for the cross was even better. And Roberto Firmino, holding up as he normally does in that situation, sets up the opportunity for Oxlade-Chamberlain. It's not an easy one. He's only got the smallest of gaps to aim at, but he finds the bottom corner and he got his team back into this game.
Now let's have some fun. 2 down. They're giving themselves a lot to do, but Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain has just breathed new life into Anfield tonight. There's not many in the Liverpool squad who strike a better ball than Oxlade-Chamberlain. Minamino, that's a foul on the Japanese international. And by Ricardo, who'd come all the way over with him. Anfield had gone a little bit quiet, is anything but now. I mean, Gary, we've been watching football long enough to say that when we saw the teams tonight that we thought this could be difficult. Liverpool have got a lot of youngsters out there compared to what Leicester have. It's Kumatio who does well. And he does very well to keep the ball in play. Adrian Holmes keeping a very close eye, running the line down there. Firmino. Now Minamino. The red shirts are getting forward in support here, and then Diddy's all over him, and it's a corner.
Well, it was actually a free kick,
well,
wasn't it?
It's either a free kick or a goal kick, isn't it?
Just tries a little trick there.
It's a free kick, isn't it?
I think it's a free kick.
There's enough arms in there, isn't there?
No, I think we did look at the size, and I think, you know, it's a very inexperienced Liverpool starting 11. And as I say, the familiarity that they normally have at that back as a back five is not there tonight, so hence the reason maybe why it looks a little bit open and a little bit exposed.
Tsimikas with the corner. It was Kumetio who was arriving, away by Sumare. Nico Williams. And cross headed away by Tielemans. Keenan Dewsbury Hall was a little lost there. He's a young player who has really sprung to prominence in a regular role in the Leicester squad this season. Luton Town's current player of the year, having been excellent on loan there last season. Really good by Morton. No way through for Bradley. And Maddison, who was trying to spin. That should be a Liverpool throw.
Well, just a little passage you play in the goal, you can sense that the atmosphere has totally changed within the stadium. Crowd are really up for it now after going these 2 goals behind.
Saw Roberto Firmino shouting back and talking to his defenders and Tyler Morton, to Gomez and Kumetio and Morton, just giving them instructions and trying to help them. Off for Vardy to chase. Gomez reads that one. Not the easiest ball for Quivine Kelleher to deal with. It was a bobble up. Kumetio again. Part in the mouth for a moment. And Gomez put that a little closer to Daka than I think he wanted. That's towards Nico Williams. And Henderson thought there was a foul. Williams gets up, the game goes on. Sumare. That's Kiernan Dewsbury Hall again. Gomez stands his ground and Daka bounces off him.
Well, I don't think Daka really wants to get involved in a physical confrontation. I think he's got to utilise what he's good at, and obviously from what I've seen so far, it's his pace in behind and over the top.
He's some finisher as well. That's a really good run by Bradley, but no one had made the run where he wanted to put the ball. Actually, Chamberlain beaten in the air by Yuri Tielemans.
It's a bit of a whiffy clearance as well by Schmeichel. Liverpool could have maybe done a little bit better. Challenge in the air.
A whiffy?
Whiffy, yeah, I don't know where that's come from. I thought I described it pretty well, to be honest with you.
Gary Gillespie introducing new words into football vernacular. Morton did well though, he had to be careful. He's on a yellow card, remember, and he couldn't wholeheartedly commit just in case the Leicester man got to the ball. He got there anyway.
Yeah, he did well. When you look at that combination, Nico Williams, Bradley, Conor Bradley and Tyler Morton, that little combination there, there's not a great deal of experience between them all.
That's Morton for Tsimikas. Bradley. And Minamino's giving it away. And Liverpool are short-numbered. Maddison's forced a little wide. And Leicester have wasted that. What a chance.
Well, again, that's the position. You just can't afford to do that, especially with the front three that Leicester have with Maddison, Daka and Vardy.
That's Sumare. Great pace and strength to get across. He was a big part in Lille winning League 1 in France last season. The French division, the French top flight, beating Paris Saint-Germain to the title, by the way. Ricardo's header, away by Soyuncu. He's had his injury problems as well, hasn't he, the Turkish centre-back? Oxlade-Chamberlain again. Henderson coming round the back. Couldn't quite control his header. Williams was a hindrance to Thomas's clearance. Great read by Morton. Interesting to see Jamie Vardy coming all the way back. That's Kumatio. That's nice. That's Minamino. And this is Costas Tsimikas. Ricardo in the way.
Yeah, I just thought he could have got onto it a little bit quicker. Tsimikas there, he just kind of delayed the cross, and that just allowed Ricardo to get across and make the block.
Well, Liverpool are very much back in this game now. Corner delivered and headed away by Soumare. And Roberto Firmino will see it out whenever Costas Tsimikas throws one into that penalty area. The defenders are aware that it's 9 times out of 10 going to be a good one. Here comes another one. Good header, half away, and it's going to come to Oxlade-Chamberlain. And he just wanted a touch too many, who then does well to try and win the ball back, but in winning the ball he does commit the foul, but it denies Leicester a breakaway.
Well, in a position like that, I think that's a decent foul to give away. He got his legs tangled up, Oxlade-Chamberlain, but what he did do, he prevented Leicester from breaking on the counter-attack really quickly. 100% sure that's where the incident occurred, but there you go.
Good strong header by Bradley. And Chala Soyuncu will go back towards Kasper Schmeichel. And Diddy's taken a chance there. That's the midfielder in him though that got him out of trouble. Soumare's got Leicester back in trouble, and this is Minamino. And the challenge was a very, very firm but fair one by Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall, who gets Leicester City out of jail there, really. Talked about the problems Liverpool have had where they've gifted chances to Leicester giving the ball away. Well, Leicester did it themselves there and needed a very good challenge to deny Minamino.
Well, Dewsbury-Hall did exceptionally well there, didn't he, to get back, and from an attacking kind of position, an attacking kind of player that he is, to read that situation and get yourself back in there, and then not just stay there but move yourself up the field as well and be an attacking threat.
I mean,
energy.
Even before he was really good on loan at Blackpool and then at Luton, you already knew on the footballing grapevine that Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall was coming. You know, the word gets around, and you then waited to see if he's got the application and the attitude to make it. Well, started pretty well in his Leicester City career.
It's really good pressure from Liverpool. You can just see there, it comes from the blind side of Minamino. Had he just got himself another yard, Minamino, he could have maybe just got his right side across the ball, and it just made it a little bit more difficult for Dewsbury-Hall to make contact with the football. That little passage you played, I think it showed you the energy that Liverpool players have at this moment, and that's what the manager will be pleased with, like the freshness that he's brought into the side, that closing down, that energy to win the ball high up the pitch, which is so indicative of the way that Jurgen Klopp wants his sides to play.
Ndidi, Tielemans, Soyuncu. Thomas makes the run. Done really well actually to keep the ball in play with the header, but Liverpool are able to move away downfield, and now the Left back is a little out of position. Firmino. It's a desperate lunge by Ndidi to try and make the block, but he made it. Good signing for Leicester, he's been, hasn't he, as well? Again, another who's had injury problems. Nicely done by Nico Williams. It's Conor Bradley. This is Roberto Firmino. And Billy Cometio. We wanted a little too long on that, and it's 2 against 2. And Daka goes left, Vardy goes right, and Tyler Morton does enough to hold Jamie Vardy off and win the free kick. Kelleher made the save anyway. Will Liverpool get out of jail again there?
I think we watched Cometio the first time that he actually played was in a pre-season friendly against Blackpool, and he was guilty of sometimes just wanting a little bit too long in possession. I haven't seen that since, obviously, like the start of the game. I think he's been really good. He's moved the ball nice and quickly, but on that occasion he just dwelt on it a little bit too long and nearly got punished. And thanks to young Tyler Morton, he just got back in there and did enough to put Jamie Vardy off. I think it was a free kick, but all credit to the young defensive midfield player.
He's 19 years old, Billy Cometio, the young Frenchman. In time that you may get in the UEFA Youth League or the under-23s. That's Madison. Oh, what a strike! Oh, that is a brilliant hit. Absolutely no chance for Kelleher. And Leicester restore their 2-goal advantage with the purest of hits.
Well, I think any time a goalkeeper gets beaten from that sort of distance, you'll question it as a goalkeeper yourself, and I think that's, you could see there he's just muttering things underneath his breath. But again, Liverpool in these wide areas of the pitch, they're just playing balls into bad areas. I mean, Madison, he's got quite a bit to do, but from that sort of distance, it's a heck of a strike. It absolutely meets it perfectly. I saw Trent Alexander-Arnold, similar angle, similar distance, same end. But what a strike from that man there.
Well, it's all smiles again for Leicester. We'll have a problem for Ricardo as we wait to restart the game again. There's no doubt Quivin Kelleher will be disappointed. It didn't go in the top corner, it's gone fairly central. It's just such a good hit. Sat lovely as well, didn't it? Just that little bounce just before he connected.
Well, it's a perfect one to hit. I think there's so many times that, you know, sometimes a shot from that sort of distance and that accuracy can actually catch the goalkeeper unawares.
Liverpool chasing again. That's Bradley. That's Firmino. We'll get another go here. And the pullback from Minamino. Can't keep it down.
Well, the urgency is to get on to the end of this one. Roberto Firmino does exceptionally well. You can just see there, he gets his head up, picks the right pass. It's a lovely little layback. But the fact that there's a little bit of a challenge just goes in front of Minamino means he just gets rushed a little bit. He thinks he's got to get there a little bit maybe quicker than what he needs. He does, and then hence the reason he just maybe just lies back a little bit and high over the crossbar. But good opportunity. I think you would say that there's probably more goals in this game. Ricardo, I have to say, is not moving too well. don't think it. Not 100%. It was that challenge earlier on. He was looking at his knee. The physios were looking at his knee, which is not a good sign. You see there, even when he's walking, he's hobbling a bit.
Yeah, they don't have a natural fullback on the bench to replace him. Ryan Bertrand, of course, is a left back. But Nampalys Mendy's played there before, and Mark Albrighton's filled in at fullback in the past as well. Well, they do have options. 5 changes available, of course, in this competition.
Well, I think he'll be one sooner rather than later, John. I just can't see the way he's moving. That doesn't look good to me. Which is a shame, because he's had his fair share of injury problems recently. So often when you get a really bad one, which he has had, then you come back and you pick up all these little niggles, whether it be muscular or whether it be just little strains.
Well, that's loose, and it's Jamie Vardy who doesn't take the chance, and Gomez will get the ball away, and Liverpool live to fight another day. Jamie Vardy close to a first half hat-trick, and he's had 2 really good chances since scoring the second.
Well, again, Liverpool cause their own downfall, and I tell you what, if you're a betting man, you wouldn't have fancied that man there to miss that sort of opportunity. You would have put a lot of money on that for finding the back of the net.
It's forward towards Williams, Soyuncu out of harm's way. 7 minutes to go until half time. And Henderson hustled out of it by Dewsbury Hall, but he's not going to give up, and Samari had nowhere to go with 3 Liverpool players hustling him. It's come off Thomas. And we'll clear now.
Again, the mood inside the stadium's changed. It's the Leicester fans that you're hearing now.
It's Kumatio with the header. Ricardo's really struggling now, isn't he? You could see labouring that. Gomez. Kumatio again. Oh, that's a good cover by Thomas, who wasn't going to be caught. And Kasper Schmeichel as well, to make sure he doesn't drift out of play. We'll talk about the young players Liverpool have, but Luke Thomas is another of those. Come through well for Leicester. Far by Nico Williams. And it's hard when you have to keep lifting yourself, isn't it? That's when it really does suck it out of you. It really does test you. Ricardo's, I think he's given up now. I just get the feeling that he's been saying to the medical staff he's needed to come off for quite a few minutes, and they've asked him to keep trying it, but it doesn't take a surgeon or a consultant medical expert to see that he's got a problem. It's a firm old challenge, wasn't it? I feel like the old waving hands.
Yeah, the medical staff must have thought he was okay, but you could certainly see that from his movement, he's not been moving freely for, well, since that challenge, really. It didn't look as if it was his knee that was a problem.
Well, you wondered who they would turn to. He's turned to the man for all seasons, don't you?
Well, Mark Albrighton, he's one of these players that you ask him to do a job, and I think he just turns up and says, yeah, that's not a problem. Obviously has experience of winning the Premier League.
32 now. Seems to have been playing professional football for about 20 years.
I was just going to say that. He seems to be around for quite a while.
He broke through very young at Aston Villa, and it was a surprise when Villa let him go. It's Firmino. Thought he was being held by Soumare. Andy Madley does try to let the players play and will engage them in conversation on the field and explain decisions. Maybe not quite as gregariously as Roger Milford did back in Gary's day.
I don't think that's a bad thing, to be quite honest with you.
It was a character, wasn't it?
I think like a conversation and dialogue between players and referee is a healthy scenario.
It's on by Bradley. Oh, that's a double deflection. Came off Henderson, back onto Thomas. Now to play. Corner.
Well, you do get the feeling that Liverpool probably need a goal before half-time.
Well, they've got just under 2 minutes plus stoppage time, which I imagine there'll be maybe 1 or 2 minutes given the injury to Ricardo. It's Oxlade-Chamberlain's take. Firmino is jumping. It's Henderson. Horrible ball for Oxlade-Chamberlain to take it. Hung in the air forever. And Mark Albrighton was into the game in a flash. Tsimikas. Minamino. The throw will go against him. Could have gone either way, couldn't it? That's Maddison. It goes down. And Jordan Henderson has words. It's one of those, though. Why would he go down there when they've got 3 against 2? But he did.
Well, that's just what footballers do, John. Sometimes
They had 3 on 2, didn't they?
Yeah, well, it's easier to take the easier option.
Soumare. There may be the need for a little rethink in that Liverpool dressing room at half-time. There is one of the problems that's really blighted them in this first half, giving the ball away in areas that have proved to be very, very costly. That was a bit longer than we thought. Thought there might be 2. Try double that. Albrighton looking for Maddison. Morton. Nico Williams has been a great outlet for Liverpool down that right side, but not been able to get him in this game, have they, in the first half? Gomez. Minamino was red then, and well, I was about to say we'll take a yellow card for what looked like a body check, but Andy Madley thought that Samare made the most of it, and Liverpool are off attacking themselves, and it's Williams. It's towards Minamino, it'll come to Oxlade-Chamberlain. Tielemans ran away from him. And Liverpool urge forward. Henderson. Umetio. Thomas with the header. Well, a goal will give everyone a massive lift going into half-time.
It just changes the whole complex of the game, doesn't it? I think going in 3-1 down as opposed to 3-2 down is a massive.
Well, that's Williams. Oh, and it's a very lucky kiss off Ndidi's shins that falls very, very kindly for Leicester. It just drops at the feet of Kasper Schmeichel.
Well, this one's coming down with snow on it. It's a great header by young centre-back there. Mateo.
Well, here's Oxlade-Chamberlain. And Ndidi got in the way. Well won back by Morton. Tsimikas. Bradley. And still just couldn't get the power in his left foot to trouble Kasper Schmeichel.
Well, I think this is what he's good at, the young man. Sees that little gap, drives into it, and in the end it's on his weaker foot. Manages to get the shot off, but lacked that little bit of power to trouble a goalkeeper of the quality of Schmeichel.
Nice little tight end block by Jordan Henderson as well, as Daka was trying to get back. Give him a little bump to allow the ball to run nicely for Bradley and for him to run onto it. That should just about be it. Couple of gifts for Leicester in this first half, and that's why they are very much in control of this game. Jamie Vardy with 2 goals in the opening 13 minutes. Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain giving Liverpool hope, but they've got a real mountain to climb after a really good hit by James Maddison 12 minutes before the break, and since then Leicester have been pretty much in control.
Well, it's been a bit ragged from Liverpool, as you would expect. I think you look at the amount of changes that they have made, and it certainly has affected them quite a bit in that first 45 minutes. I think when you give balls away in needless, silly areas of the pitch, you get punished, especially with a team of the quality of Leicester. But you still believe that there's goals in this game. If Liverpool can just put a few passes together, a little bit more confidence in forward positions, then I'm sure that the manager will not be giving this up just yet, and I think he's more than capable of getting his troops rallied to make a real fight of it in the second half.
Well, they need to, because at half-time it's Liverpool 1, Leicester City 3. Welcome back to Anfield. Liverpool have given themselves a lot to do. They've done it before, and they've rescued it before, but if you were to look at the win percentage chance from here, it would be pretty low for a side 3-1 down. But a triple change for Liverpool for the second half, as Milner, Jota and Konate have all come on for young players to try and get Liverpool out of a hole that they've got themselves into. Milner for Morton, Jota for Bradley and Konate for Kumetio. Can Liverpool rescue it? As we say, it's a big task.
Well, they're certainly going to give it a go.
that loses out, Milner doesn't. It's all very tight down there. Jordan Henderson for Diogo Jota. Wins the throw. Liverpool playing hurry-up football here.
Just try to raise the tempo, not just of the game, but like from the fans' point of view as well. Give them something to shout about.
And go from one side of the field to the other. Tsimikas. James Milner, who's the anchor man now for Liverpool. Jordan Henderson. Diogo Jota rides the challenge brilliantly. It won't come for Minamino. It's away by Albrighton. And Daka's offside anyway, as the ball is played forward. Jamie Vardy's not happy here because he felt there was the referee's actually gone back for a free kick a little earlier. It would have been handball against Jamie Vardy. He was still berating the referee for not giving a handball against Joe Gomez. Bit of a let-off for Andy Medley, that. Kasper Schmeichel is a good 20 yards outside his box here. And can only go cross-field, really, because of Liverpool's high defensive line. I mean, there was probably 30 yards between the ball and Liverpool's back line. Schmeichel just had to drill it across field. It's the third meeting of these two sides in the League Cup. 5 years ago, Leicester 2-0 winners at the King Park. Okazaki and Slimani with the goals. And then previously, we've got to go back 35 years. Liverpool and Leicester meeting in the League Cup third round at Anfield. The only previous meeting here, Liverpool won 4-1. And there was a hat-trick in that game as well. A long switch for Williams. It's going to run away from him.
Did I know who by?
No. I think it was a surprise hat-trick. Scored twice in the first 7 minutes and then completed it in the second half.
Steve Stone?
Steve McMahon.
Steve McMahon.
Yeah. Kenny Dalglish scored the other.
Don't let him hear you say that was a surprise.
Steve Moran scored for Leicester. It was Moran and Alan Smith up front. Gary McAllister in midfield. You played?
Did I?
Yes. You had a rather bizarre shirt number on.
11?
10.
10.
You were,
yeah.
you played the number 10 role.
Always wanted to be a number 10.
Yes, number 10 was Gary Gillespie. Tried to work it out. I think Mark Lawrenson must have played in central midfield that night. And you and Alan Hansen were the other centre-backs. Either that or Lawrenson played right back and Steve Nicol played ahead, but Craig Johnston was in the team, so we guess Lawrenson played.
Yeah, Laura did play centre midfield quite a few times actually.
He could do a number of roles, couldn't he?
Yeah.
Bit of a James Milner. Left back, centre back. Oh, Milner's not a centre back. That's the one position he doesn't play. It's a foul on Oxlade-Chamberlain by Patson Daka. A little unfortunate. I imagine that Brendan Rodgers will have said to his team, Liverpool will probably make changes, keep it tight for the first 15 minutes, let them blow themselves out, and we can look forward to a League Cup semi-final. This is Soumare, it's lovely. And Maddison. Jamie Vardy actually had a run there because Gomez has played him onside. Liverpool are desperately trying to win the ball. This is Dewsbury Hall. Williams wins it. Thomas steps in. Vardy goes now, trying to run in behind Ibrahim Konate, who's very much in control of the situation. Oxlade-Chamberlain. Now it's Minamino. Tsimikas on the overlap. The ball just got stuck underneath his feet a little. And old Brighton, as always there, was there. That's a stray one. Gomez with an important challenge, but here's Dewsbury Hall. And James Milner is trying to play catch-up here. It's a lovely step inside. And that's a fine stop by Kelleher, because if Liverpool aren't out of the game now, had that gone in, they certainly would have been.
Well, I think we'll see quite a bit of this in the second half. Liverpool pressing forward, trying to get themselves back in the game, probably leaving them a little bit exposed at the back. Dewsbury Hall does exceptionally well, comes back on his right foot, but what a wonderful save by Kevin Kelleher. Really has kept his side in with a slim chance of getting back into this game. Had that gone in, I think it was curtains.
James Maddison's taking forever to take this corner. It's making a bit of a mockery out of it. Andy Madley's telling him to hurry up, but I mean, if ever there was a case for disciplining someone, it was there. Here's Daka. Nice spin. And Jota and Firmino in the way. And Tsimikas and Minamino. And here goes Henderson. There's not much red in a sea of blue down this end of the field. And Henderson, with a lot to do, is held up by Soumare.
Well, he was desperate for some support, was the Liverpool captain. None was really forthcoming.
Yeah, Jota and Firmino had both been taken out of the game, which slowed down the Liverpool break. There's Nico Williams trying to run away from Thomas, who stands up well again.
Well, there's a renewed vigour about Liverpool's play. Can they capitalise on that energy, that atmosphere, and get a goal, get them back in this cup tie? Not with balls like that.
Headed away by Vardy. This is going to come out for Tsimikas and Minamino. Oh, it's deflected. It's another corner.
Well, as soon as he comes back on his right foot, you know what to expect. He's going to have a pop at goal. Blocks in the way though.
Milner for Liverpool again. Well, that was a horrible one for Wilfred Ndidi, who would have every point there to turn around to his goalkeeper and say, "Can't you come and get that yourself?" He was almost right underneath the crossbar.
It was a good little delivery by James Milner. His first corner that he took was pretty abysmal, but that one was really asking questions of the Leicester defenders.
It's Milner with the corner again. And it's Firmino battling with it. This time it's a goal kick. Leicester haven't played for 10 days, remember. And they shut the training down. So it would be understandable if maybe a couple of the players that aren't as fully fit as you'd expect, but they are taking off Patson Daka here, which is an interesting change, and maybe just trying to solidify up a little more in deeper areas. Kelechi Iheanacho certainly doesn't do that, but he's an out-and-out centre forward, but maybe Vardy will just drop a little deeper. Certainly isn't at the moment.
Well, it's very much a like-for-like kind of substitution, isn't it? You might be right, John, that you might play a little bit wider, a little bit deeper, and just play Jamie Vardy through the middle on his own.
Soyuncu's header. Soumare. Dewsbury Hall will give that away because Firmino was there to pick pockets. Gomez with time. Milner. Williams. Milner. Lovely ball. Diogo Jota. Henderson. And they didn't really give the Portuguese international a chance.
Well, frustration written all over the Liverpool captain's face there. That was a good opportunity, wasn't it, for Liverpool to make a really good attack.
Well, that's Minamino, and that's Firmino. That's a brilliant block by Soyuncu.
Well, the tempo has just lifted dramatically.
Soyuncu's hurt now as well. Making the block. The Anfield crowd will feel this is Leicester trying to waste more time.
Oh, it's the poorest kick that you'll see from Schmeichel. Soyuncu obviously has a hamstring problem. He's had his problems all season really with injury. That certainly to me looks like it was his hamstring.
Well, Liverpool are preparing to get Naby Keita on. And I think Kyler Soyuncu's day is over as well here.
Well, we do have Vestergaard on the bench. You would imagine that he will be the replacement. He's not in any hurry to get his gear off right enough.
And he's missed a lot of football over the last couple of seasons. Had a really bad foot injury, didn't he? And then a groin injury that kept him out for the best part of 3 months. Liverpool are going to take Jordan Henderson off here, which I'd imagine would have been a planned one anyway.
Well, after just missing the Tottenham game through illness, then probably think that's to be expected. Give Naby Keita another few minutes. A little bit more possibly of an attacking threat as well. Very attack-minded midfield now.
Bertrand and Vestergaard will be entering for Leicester. Again, the crowd a little unhappy about the length of time it's taking to make the changes. Dennis Vestergaard hasn't been the success at Leicester that you would have expected. Might be something to do with having all his hair cut off. I mean, first half of last season at Southampton, absolutely outstanding.
I think when you look at Vestergaard, I think he struggled initially at Southampton when he first came into the side. I think he kind of grew into that side.
Well, that's run the clock down a lot. Liverpool, James Milner and Roberto Firmino pointing out to Andy Madley that has just taken the best part of 3-4 minutes to sort out. Played an hour now. I imagine they're still, hopefully, given the length of time it's taken and the exaggerated time it's taken for restarting the game, there's still 4 or 5 minutes left at the end of it. And if Liverpool get one, you never write them off getting two, do you? Nicely done by Oxlade-Chamberlain. Minamino, Tsimikas round the outside, Diogo Jota, oh there's no one there. to tap the ball home, and it would have been a tap-in.
Well, the pace of Liverpool's attacks are certainly a lot quicker. Totally misses the header, does Jota, so unlike him.
And the corner is taken quickly to Keita. And so quick, it's caught all his own teammate out. It's playing hurry-up football, isn't it? But sometimes playing a bit too fast.
Yeah, you just get a little bit reckless and a little bit out of sync.
It's Thomas. Joe Gomez very, very deep. Kelechi Iheanacho wins a throw for an unorthodox piece of control and skill. Couldn't buy a goal, could he, when he first went to Leicester? And all of a sudden, they started to come. A player who we remember seeing in a pre-season friendly for Manchester City and Liverpool in New York, and he took one of the best penalties as a young player I think we've ever seen. Scored goals for Manchester City at a young level as well, but they dried up and lost his way. Konate, Milner, Chamberlain, it's Gomez. Leicester's press is pretty good there. Pretty calm ball by Gomez. And here goes the big fella, who's gone a bit too big with the ball.
Well, he probably had done the hard thing, breaking out of defence, and probably felt that he should have maybe released Minamino a little bit earlier. That's gone now, you've got to forget that. Did well to make that break. Just overhit it, simple as. It's annoying that, because you know that you're better than that. You know that you should have really been making that simple pass, but you have to forget things like that.
Keita. Milner. Tsimikas. Minamino. Tsimikas goes on the outside. Brighton actually clears it against his own man. Probably got it 5 yards further downfield because he kicked it against Ndidi. Chamberlain. Well, lots of Liverpool possession in this second half so far, but tellingly not an attempt on target so far. Headed away well by Jamie Vardy, who's done that well for a number of years. Always stationed at that near post. That's Keita. That's going to be headed up and over the top of his own crossbar by Wilfred Ndidi.
Well, it really is a bit of a makeshift centre-back partnership, that at the heart of Leicester's defence, isn't it? Ndidi and Vestergaard. I think they'll have played together too many times, if at all.
Tsimikas goes deep. Keita. Milner. Stands it up and Brighton will see it out. Oh.
Well, I don't think there's too much contact.
Can't just lean in the back though, can you?
You just can't do that, I'm afraid.
Well, especially when that's what they want you to do.
Yeah.
The Anfield crowd is a little unhappy with Kasper Schmeichel.
Well, not only is he taking eternity, he's stolen, what, 6-8 yards there?
Probably a bit more. Konate thought he had a ball onto his goalkeeper. It was cut off by Vardy, and then he recovered, recalculated his options very well, and ability and strength got him out of a tough spot. Not the most naturally elegant on the ball, but good on the ball. I think is a good way to describe it. So, not everyone can be like Joel Matip and Virgil van Dijk. Oxlade-Chamberlain, lovely little step. And the door closed on him by Yuri Tielemans. Jota. Oh, it breaks for Firmino, and that's Minamino, and that's Diogo Jota, and that's a Liverpool goal. And once again they breathe again in this cup tie. Up against it from the opening minutes, but not going down without a fight. 3-2 now.
Well, you just thought that the move had come to an end. They get a little bit of a break of the ball just here. Ball bounces away from them. Leicester don't clear the lines, and in doing so they allow Liverpool to build up the play on the edge of the box. And it's a lovely little find by Minamino. And faced with that task of putting it in the back of the net, there's none better at this moment in time than Jota. Kasper Schmeichel absolutely helpless.
Well, a wonderful goal-scoring record for Diogo Jota. They have some character, this team, and this club has some character that's been instilled into it by Jurgen Klopp. A group of players that want to win every game they play and win every competition they can. It's a foul on Milner by Iheanacho. Gomez. Well, that's for Keita. Was the final ball to Jota offside? Well, he was offside, so it wouldn't have counted, but Keita could have gone on his own.
Well, they've carved Leicester open on that occasion. Little 1-2 with Taki Minamino and Naby Keita.
Oh, but here's Vardy at the other end. Tsimikas steps in.
I'm just saying that had Naby Keita gone on his own, there was oceans of space for him to run into.
Well, here is Keita. Runs away from Maddison, was fouled by Tielemans. Play goes on as Liverpool have the ball. Roberto Firmino, indeed strong. Firmino refuses to give in. It's nothing more than a good old-fashioned lamp downfield.
Well, the momentum at this moment in time is certainly with Liverpool.
There's all sorts going on in the middle of the field. That's Thomas and Williams. And the ricochet comes off the Leicester man last. Now the cop's bouncing, isn't it?
Well, you would bet against that, but that certainly has raised the roof again. One more time at Anfield. Can they sock that ball into the back of the net? So many occasions.
20 minutes to go. Milner's corner not cleared, and Tsimikas, 3 blocks in there already. Firmino and Konate, and it's brought away somehow by Leicester and by Soumare.
Well, there was just a sea of bodies inside that 18-yard box. Just absolutely no way through, was there?
Just wouldn't come to his left foot, would it?
I don't think you could have got a tennis ball through there, never mind a football.
Williams, Gomez, Brighton in the way. Tielemans, that's Konate, who slides in. Andy Madley says he won the ball. Marco Brighton has stayed down, and Milner says he's carrying on. Well, it was heating up, wasn't it, the game? And now there's a few people getting involved, which is not necessary. Andy Madley will just want to keep an eye on it. And James Milner turned around and said, "It's up to the referee to stop the game, not me."
Well, the referee hasn't seen any incident. He hasn't given a free kick. You can't really see from that angle. I certainly think it was a dangerous challenge. I thought he'd made contact with him.
He's got the ball.
Well, in fairness, it's Albrighton that makes contact with Konate on that occasion. He's gone in and hurt himself.
Kasper Schmeichel is playing the role as mediator. Andy Madley says, "I'll deal with that, it's okay."
Well, you know here that James Milner's listening, but he's not listening. He couldn't give a monkey's really what the referee said to him. You just get that impression, don't you? Heard it all before.
It's a great tackle, isn't it, really? I mean, it's wholehearted. Brighton was holding his thigh, which I'm not entirely sure that's where the...
I honestly think he gets himself up, to be quite honest with you.
That's a short one from Konate. Well, we've hardly seen Quivin Kelleher for a while. Such has been Liverpool's dominance. Brighton's made a recovery. Lovely nutmeg by Naby Keita on Maddison. And a few words from Maddison as well, who's going to get himself a yellow card. Just the petulance, really. Doesn't endear him to... I mean, that's just awful, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't argue. You just can't argue.
In a way, Gary, you can argue that's actually 2 yellow card offences: the clapping the referee as well as the foul.
I was just about to say, no player likes getting nutmeg, but you can't do things like that, can you?
Lovely touch. And Firmino, that's a great stretch by Yannick Vestergaard. Quick stretch by Williams, Diogo Jota, and he's come away with the ball, and he goes on, and it's going to break for Oxlade-Chamberlain, and this time he can't keep it down. Leicester's players again going to surround the referee. Well, it's Leicester's players that are losing their discipline and their rag here. Complaining about the challenge there by Diogo Jota. And to be brutally honest,
well, there is contact.
Probably got a point, haven't they?
There is contact with the elbow to the face, but well, Mr. Madley's got to try and keep a lid on this because it's getting a little bit fractious.
Gary, you're very... I mean, listen, you play the game. If you know when players are trying to hurt each other,
No, he wasn't. No.
That's someone reaching for a defender, isn't it? Seeing where they are.
It was somebody as a forward trying to get his body in between the ball and the defender to actually protect the ball.
Vardy. Thomas. Well, Vardy's gone again, and that's for Iheanacho, who controls the ball, looks for support. Great challenge. Costas Tsimikas.
I
wonder if Vardy would have been offside.
I have to say, I thought he was offside.
Why didn't he shoot? He just forced a little wide, wasn't he? Oxlade-Chamberlain. Williams lets the ball run nicely across his body. That's Naby Keita. Lovely skill. And Diogo Jota. And they can't thread it for Firmino, who's in if he does. I didn't expect to be this rowdy tonight inside Anfield. But it is. And here's Minamino. Liverpool chasing the game and doing a heck of a job of it. Oxlade-Chamberlain. Now Williams. He fancies getting on the end of one here. Oh! Well, Williams went for goal himself and tried to catch Schmeichel out. Just a bit too much fade on it.
Wasn't a bad effort. Hits it with the outside of his right foot and gets powered behind it. But the fact that he's hit it with his outside of his right foot, the swerve is always going to take it away from the goal. Give Kasper Schmeichel his due. He was in a good position. Had it been a little bit higher, might have beat the goalkeeper.
Well, they're giving it one heck of a go here, Liverpool. And the header is for Firmino. It's a glorious take by Firmino. Has he got the legs? It was Wilfred Ndidi who got back to make the challenge, and it was a big one as well.
Well, had that been Jota, then I think Liverpool would have possibly had their third goal. Just doesn't quite have the legs, Roberto Firmino, to get away from Ndidi. All credit to Ndidi, because he made up quite a bit of ground to get back and put him off.
Well, Leicester will be grateful for a little respite here. And again, not in a hurry to get the ball and to get the game moving again. And here comes another Liverpool change, and the last Liverpool change, which again you would feel was perhaps planned anyway. Owen Beck maybe for Tsimikas, given that Tsimikas has got 2 games to play in the next week as well, with Andrew Robertson out. Albrighton. Leicester have completely lost their way in this game.
Oh, that's down to Liverpool basically just dominating the game.
The change will be the youngster from North Wales for the Greek international, Costas Tsimikas, who, bless him, doesn't want to come off. He's become a big part of this Liverpool squad, particularly this season. A big character. But it's up to the youngster now, who's a flyer himself, by the way.
Well, I think we've seen enough from young Owen Beck to think that he's certainly got talent, as all the youngsters have.
Owen Beck steps in to win the ball. Wasn't there.
You've got to give him credit for trying.
Well, it probably wasn't there either. It was right by the corner flag. It's a bit of a horrible ball for Williams to deal with. Nicely done. Well, Thomas had a grip of Williams there. Play's gone on. That's a great read by Konate. Bodies were tumbling. Minamino on the chase. Albrighton and Ndidi deal with it. Can Liverpool up the tempo again? Can Liverpool muster up 10 minutes of grandstanding to get themselves back into this game, to get themselves level? Really good bite. Taki Minamino. Firmino. Now Naby Keita. Now James Milner. Naby Keita again. Milner was caught late. Keita! Oh, what a save by Schmeichel! That's a quite brilliant stop to deny Liverpool and Diogo Jota an equaliser.
Well, I'm not sure Jota knows much about this. This is certainly a shot at goal from Naby Keita. It's not a cross, not the way he strikes that. And what a save by Kasper Schmeichel. One that his dad would be really proud of, because that really is an instinctive save, because he thinks the shot's going wide. It is going wide, and it's ahead of Jota that takes it on target.
Liverpool try again. It's hard and low from Owen Beck, and Minamino was trying to be a blocker to see the ball through, away by Bertrand. Oxlade-Chamberlain will take this corner. And Firmino's there and got a bump from Yuri Tielemans, and then Thomas sees off Firmino. Nico Williams is the last man. Encouraged to keep calm, he picks out a perfect pass. Oh, and Oxlade-Chamberlain's offside, and the Anfield crowd, particularly on that far side, are none too happy with Adrian Holmes.
Well, I can only think that after taking the corner, he's dilly-dallied getting back on side. Certainly when he received it, he didn't look offside.
7 minutes and counting. It's Kelechi Iheanacho who can't control. Konate. It's just been a walking fouling machine since he came on, Iheanacho. Too far by Tielemans this time. Oh, Beck just put himself and his teammates in a little bit of trouble with his first pass.
Well, he's cutted a frustrating kind of character figure, isn't he, Tielemans? He's not really been the Tielemans that we see on a regular basis in the Premier League.
Loose ball by Gomez. Milner. Keita. Milner. Thread for Firmino. Naby Keita again. Liverpool looking to keep the ball moving downfield. Nico Williams held up by Thomas, foul by Thomas. Liverpool free kick. And a little nibble after as well. It's been that sort of second half. Nibbles and niggles. Maddison's going to get himself in trouble with his gesticulating. Milner's free kick. It's going to come for Beck. Can he swing one onto a red head? Oxlade-Chamberlain takes over. Needs a good ball. Away by Vestergaard, the biggest man there is in the Premier League to deal with it. I imagine he's the biggest man in one of the teams that started the League Cup as well. That's for Keita. Oxlade-Chamberlain at pace, and still tried to go all the way through, eventually just ran out of room.
He's exciting to watch when he's in this sort of mood though, isn't he, Oxlade-Chamberlain? Picks it up really direct. He's got a lot of bodies to go through. I don't think you mind that so much in that area of the pitch. Just gets defenders thinking as well. Sometimes when you do things like that, then defenders tend to set off you. maybe like with his shooting ability, if they do that, if he gets that position again, then it won't be surprised if he has a wee pop at goal.
It was nicely done by Tielemans, but Konate reading the game well. Firmino with Ndidi. This is Soumare. He's put himself in trouble again. Keita, Oxlade-Chamberlain, Keita, plenty of red shirts forward. Oh, Minamino can't take it in. Well, you're only going to get so many opportunities in a game.
Well, it's the area of the pitch where your touch really has to be spot on. And unfortunately for Liverpool, attacking Minamino totally misses it. It's not, I wouldn't say it's the most difficult ball to take down either. He has been busy, he's been good. Minamino walked his socks off yet again. Liverpool got maybe 10 minutes to try and snatch this goal.
Well, they've got 3 minutes plus stoppage time, which you would expect to be 4 or 5 minutes, given what Leicester have been up to in the second half. Well, a lot of running down the clock. Milner steps in and wins the ball. Williams. Liverpool running out of time. Leicester's rear guard is being tested at every attack now. Liverpool at pace. Well, can they find something from this set piece? A little over 2 minutes to go. It's going to come to Beck. All the way crossfield for Milner. Keita takes over. Can't thread it for Diogo Jota. And Brighton wins the throw. And Bertrand will take an age.
Well, his strike got shorter and shorter there.
And Andy Madley immediately said, I'm adding that on. Well, yellow card's coming here, but it's wasted. Oh, 30 seconds, just all that messing about. And it's a question of, do you add that extra 30 seconds on? Back in the day, of course, you used to just pass it across the back to the goalkeeper, didn't you? They've had to find new ways of time-wasting footballers these days. Gomez. Well, that's loose. Yeah, it's Naby Keita who does well under pressure. Maddison not strong enough. And here goes Firmino. And Keita. And Jota. And Keita. Oh, and his pass is a little loose, but Beck does get there, but Old Brighton does enough, and that's a waste, really. And now we have another injury.
Well, Liverpool, the build-up play was sensational there, but it's just that little final pass. It's just slightly overhit to find Minamino.
James Milner is talking to the referee about how long he's being taken over. Leicester trying to restart the game here at every opportunity, going down and running the clock down. And this is going to take us into stoppage time. And I think that Anfield will be very unhappy if there's anything less than 5 minutes or so. Time since his 2 goals got Leicester off to a flyer. Well, the board goes up to say there will be 6 minutes. But is that 6 minutes from now? 6 minutes from the restart? Kasper Schmeichel gets us going again. James Maddison's made a miraculous recovery. That's a ball that Diogo Jota will chase. Bertrand is the defender. And he does have help, and it's a lovely cushion ball out to Thomas, who lashes it downfield for Iheanacho. That's Beck. It'll come to Soumare. And he's done well to find Vardy. And Ibrahim Konate's been an absolute rock for Liverpool since he came on. Oxlade-Chamberlain. Firmino is going to be penalised.
Well, Soumare, I think he just felt Roberto Firmino coming and just... He does this ever so well, does Roberto Firmino, but I have to say I think that is a free kick.
You're surprised if you don't get penalised there, aren't you? That's Vestergaard. He's looking for the corner. Williams helps the ball away. Firmino's touch is good, but not his pass. Vardy and Maddison look to keep it. I'm not entirely sure Brendan Rodgers will be happy that Maddison has lashed that ball like that, just to give possession to Liverpool. Well, can they find one last chance, the powers to create one? It's Gomez, it's Oxlade-Chamberlain, and it's loose and it's wild. And there won't be many more if you do that.
It's the wrong decision. It's the wrong decision. Yeah, you know, tired legs, tired minds. Just got to be a little bit calmer in situations like that.
Well, following off the back of what we saw at Tottenham at the weekend, it's been another thriller for Liverpool to be involved in. Nicely done by Beck. That's really well done by Owen Beck. Now off you go upfield. Williams. Well, Brighton's header is up rather than away. Milner steps in with a challenge, but can only put the ball out of play. Ian Hatcher did well just to make sure Milner had nowhere to go. A long, long time ago, they were teammates at Manchester City. Minamino, Milner. Which way can Liverpool go to find space for Firmino? Diogo Jota. Keita. The tackle by Vestergaard. Took the ball cleanly. Liverpool win it back through Diogo Jota. And here goes Jota again. And Minamino. And Keita. It's a good block. They're appealing for handball. It's hit Soumare from, oh, so close. Here they come again. Gomez. Williams. Still 2 minutes here. It's good from Andy Madley. He's explaining why it's not a penalty, and it's not, is it?
No, it's not.
And even if you put your red-tinted lenses on, you can't say that's a... Oh, that's an awful miss, and the ball is in!
Yes!
It's Takumi Minamino! Oh, never write Liverpool off, do you? 4.5 minutes into stoppage time. Salvage comes in the shape of the Japanese international. Missed by Ndidi, but not missed by Takumi Minamino. What a finish, what an ending, what a team.
Well, you have to say it's something that Liverpool possibly deserved. Takumi Minamino, he's been lively all night. And to do this at this stage of the game, the composure that you need, he just lets it come down on his chest. It's a fantastic control. The ball bounces a little bit higher than maybe what he thought it would want, but he just lets it drop, and the volley is absolutely inch perfect. And Liverpool, that never say die attitude, pays dividends yet again.
Well, Takumi Minamino has been Liverpool's League Cup man this season. Amazing drama once again in a Liverpool game in a cup tie. Astonishing, absolutely astonishing. 3 League Cup games for the Japanese international, 4 goals, remember. 2 on the opening game against Norwich, 1 at Preston, and 1 now. That's Sumare. James Milner concedes the free kick. Leicester, who have been battered back into their own half all through this second half, finally make that one error that proves costly. Now Liverpool have to defend. We are beyond the 6 minutes now, of course. It's Maddison. It's for Vestergaard, but even with his massive frame and legs, he's not getting that.
No chance.
How did he do it, Gary?
Well, it's you have to say that the substitutions have made a big difference to Liverpool. It's been all Liverpool in the second half. Leicester really have been pretty non-existent.
Well, it's another astonishing episode of the Liverpool Football Club story. Just constantly writing new and amazing chapters. 3-1 down, with so much to do in the second half. The changes helped, but then a moment of coolness and class from the Japanese international Takumi Minamino, rescuing Liverpool at the death. And so it's over to whoever can keep the nerve, or whichever goalkeeper can provide some brilliance from spot kicks.
Well, Kelleher probably a little bit of an unknown quantity when it comes down to saving penalties. You know the ability that Kasper Schmeichel has, but he's a cool, calm, collected kind of guy, Kelleher. I don't think it'll faze him too much. Place in the semi-final awaits for the victors. Who's your 5? I'm sure the manager will have picked him already, but...
Well, James Milner will be one, we can pretty much guarantee that. I think after that it would be... Yeah, I think it would be quite interesting to
Jota,
to take a look at it.
Oxlade-Chamberlain.
Kasper Schmeichel saved one, didn't he, against England at Wembley in the Euros. And saved one against Legia Warsaw in the Europa League earlier this season. And now, of course, he is the experienced man. In goal.
I'm going Milner, Firmino, Jota, Oxlade-Chamberlain, Keita. That's my 5, John.
Of course, there is a little bit of form in the League Cup with Quivine Kelleher, isn't there? In the Norwich game.
Of course.
And a couple of old war dogs there. Schmeichel and Milner.
This is obviously for ends, Liverpool. Well, I'm sure Liverpool would have hoped for the Kop end. It looks as if it's going to be the Annie Road end.
Quivine Kelleher, of course, was in goal for that amazing game against Arsenal as well, the 5-5, wasn't he? Well, they can smile. It wasn't all smiles out on the field, but it is going to be at the Leicester end. And of course, they have the Anfield Road terrace, and Quivine Kelleher has a great spring on him. He's got an old head on very young shoulders. Kasper Schmeichel's one of the best around. Yuri Tielemans will take first for Leicester. He is a regular taker.
Well, we're just talking about his performance during the game. Didn't see an awful lot of his attacking ability, his composure on the ball. I'm not saying I wish him to miss, but sometimes in games when you're not quite at it, things do go wrong.
Well, the Belgian international to take first. Ah, it's a beauty. Scored against Newcastle in the last game Leicester played from the spot and scores the opener there with brilliant.
Well, quality rises, doesn't it? Cream comes to the top. That, you know, you just don't save that as a goalkeeper. Simple as.
Well, it's been a while since the old boy took one. And of course, Mohamed Salah has been on spot kick duty for the first team. But James Milner, Liverpool's Mr. Reliable. And is still Liverpool's Mr. Reliable.
Well, again, that's quality. I think this hits the side netting. Almost, it's right in the corner. And had Schmeichel even died, I don't think he was saving that one.
James Maddison, who has been something of the pantomime villain.
Well, he struck one past Kelleher from what, 25 yards? Can he do it from 12?
He's a cool customer. And he went straight down the middle.
Well, high and straight down the middle. Normally gets the job done.
Leicester with the advantage. The pressure is on Liverpool. And the pressure is on Roberto Firmino, who has had a little bit of trouble from the spot in the past in a red shirt. Oh, that's very, very cool. Well, they say never stutter, never stop.
Well,
but he sent Schmeichel for one there.
Well, that was a bit of a cat and mouse situation there, wasn't it? Both penalty kick taker.
Kasper Schmeichel is asking the question of Andy Madley. Did he actually stop in the run-up? Mark Albrighton.
Well, it's been noticeable that both Leicester penalties have gone high to the goalkeeper's right, or down the middle.
Kevin Kelleher has fallen for saving penalties. Liverpool would love him to save one now. Albrighton goes down the middle again. And you just wonder, because the analysts do their work, and if they think Kelleher goes early, it's two down the middle.
Well, it's almost three down the middle, because Tielemans was high, it wasn't right in the corner. But the pressure back on Liverpool now.
Well, the pressure's been on Liverpool from just about the 7th minute of the game. Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain scored that beauty to give Liverpool hope in the first half. Head down, didn't look at Schmeichel. Has he got the nerve and the technique? Yes. Schmeichel guessed right, but it was too good.
Well, again, the quality of penalties have been really, really top-notch.
You don't mind that as well, because there was a bit, Schmeichel was a bit chippy towards him and he gave him a bit back afterwards.
Well, I think that's all part and parcel, isn't it? It's a little bit of mind games from goalkeeper and kicker.
Well,
was it you say, John?
It's the 20-year-old Luke Thomas, the first left-footer to take. And the first left-footer to take is the one that misses. Great save, Kevin Kelleher.
Well, it's a shame for the young man that probably the first taker for Leicester that hasn't really gone down the middle and gone high. It was a comfortable height for the goalkeeper. Not detracting in any way, shape or form from the save, because he guessed right, Kelleher, and he was at full stretch. He's given Liverpool a great opportunity.
Naby Keita.
I thought he was absolutely excellent when he came on as well.
He's a man who plays with a swagger. He's a man who plays in a cool manner. Now he has to find the coolness to put Liverpool in front in this shootout, and he does it absolutely magnificently. You may struggle to see a better penalty than that.
Oh, look at this. That is absolutely right on the money.
Well, this is a man who took a penalty against Liverpool in Yankee Stadium in New York, wasn't it, Gary, from Manchester City?
You were just talking about it during commentary as well, John.
It was one of the best penalties we've ever seen. Now Kelechi Iheanacho against Kelleher, and he's done it again. It's almost in the same top corner. And now Liverpool have the chance to win it. Not bad.
Well, not bad at all.
Well, it's a long walk for Takumi Minamino. Only a few minutes ago, the Japanese international was Liverpool's hero. Can he do it again?
Well, I'd guessed right all the way up to this one. I thought Jota would have taken this. It's a Japanese international.
Has scored in a shootout in the Community Shield. Can he score again? No. It's over the top from the Japanese international. And just those scripts that just don't seem to follow, once again, comes back to bite.
Well, he goes for power and he goes for straight down the middle. It's too high. I think it might have just hit the top of the crossbar.
Ryan Bertrand, the footballer's gone, by the way. It's in the Leicester end and might not be coming back. And so we'll have a wait for a ball.
And we all go again, really.
Well, it was sudden death just about anyway at the end there. Now it is sudden death. Experience. A man who's been around for a long, long time. Kelleher stands again. Lucky to be a hero again! And does it again! Oh, this boy's got some ability.
Well, he goes to the same side. It's low, this one as well. It's just a little bit too close to him. And again, he makes a really, really good save. He's given his team the opportunity to go through to the semi-final.
Twice, Kevin Kelleher has given Liverpool the opportunity to win this tie. Kasper Schmeichel again is just trying to do what he can to upset the Liverpool man, to upset the momentum. Anfield is buzzing. Anfield will be loud if this goes in. Diogo Jota, Liverpool's goal-scoring hero, does it and sends Liverpool into the semi-final of the Carabao Cup. And once again, it's that young Irishman, Kevin Kelleher, that is a hero for Liverpool. What a night for him, what a comeback by Liverpool. It's another great story.
Well, it's one of these competitions that you just can't write Liverpool off at any stage in a cup competition. We thought they were dead and buried, but just resilience in this squad is unbelievable. Certainly the substitutions at half-time have helped. They got Liverpool right back into the game. Momentum was certainly with them in the second half, but to score in the dying minutes of the 96th minute they scored, and then to take penalties and to show their nerve and their courage and belief, and they've got the result in the end thanks to that young man there.
He deserves every hug, he deserves every plaudit that he will get. Brendan Rodgers' side, who were 2-0 up and 3-1 up in this game, are sent out by Liverpool's braveness, by Liverpool's resilience, by Liverpool's character, and by the never say die attitude of all-around attitude. What a comeback by Liverpool, what a shootout, what drama. On to the League Cup semi-final once again. Jurgen Klopp and his team have done it. What a night. It's a little later than it was supposed to be, but finally the Carabao Cup semi-final is upon us. Liverpool and Arsenal going head-to-head for a place at Wembley against Chelsea in the final in a month and a half's time. It's set up beautifully for another titanic tussle between these two heavyweights. Liverpool, of course, have history on their side in this competition, but Arsenal, of course, have the most recent success.
Yeah, always very good games against Arsenal. I think when you look at the performances we've seen down the years, I think one thing that you'd probably suggest that there are going to be goals in this game, and hopefully it's from Liverpool. Big important game this, I think. I think ideally Jurgen Klopp and his Liverpool team would have wanted this to be the second leg, but as it's turned out, it's obviously the first leg, so it's vitally important to get off to a good start. The league form was fantastic against them about a month or so ago. That's the barometer, that's the benchmark. Can they match that? We'll just have to wait and see tonight.
Well, as well as being able to welcome Gary back to the commentary box tonight, Jurgen Klopp is also to welcome back a number of his important and influential players in a Liverpool side that, dare I say, is as strong as he could select for a League Cup semi-final. Of course, there's no Mane or Salah away on international duty, but the Liverpool manager has gone with a very, very strong 11. All those who had COVID have now recovered. Those who returned the false positives are free to play, and it is a very, very, very strong Liverpool 11.
Well, so much has been made of Jurgen Klopp's selections during the course of this competition, but as you rightly say, John, when you look through this starting lineup, apart from obviously Salah and Mane, this is probably as strong as it could be. So this would suggest that they're going to have a right good go at this competition this year, and why not? It's a semi-final against a big team against Arsenal, obviously, so vitally important. But the front three again, Minamino, Firmino and Jota, are more than capable of handling that.
Well, not quite the same playing staff available for Mikel Arteta. Arsenal without 8 players tonight for one reason or another. It means it's a very big night for Albert Lokonga in midfield, who had a bit of a nightmare here in the Premier League. In Eddie Nketiah up front, they have a player who already has 5 goals in this competition this season.
But they lacked a little bit of ambition in the league game. I think they looked very, very, static, and they didn't really give Liverpool a game. Coming on the back of 10 games undefeated, and again a little bit like this, they've got good form coming into this game. Will it be the Arsenal that you see on a regular basis playing exceptionally well, or will it be an Arsenal that normally comes here against Liverpool at Anfield and just doesn't turn up?
The players take the knee together. Anfield is a buzz, it really is. Wonderful noise for another big night underneath the Anfield lights. A 2-legged League Cup semi-final. Liverpool, of course, have had to forfeit the second leg being at home with the postponement of the first game a week ago. It means the return game is a week's time now, of course, away at Arsenal. I don't know how that will change the game and the way it's approached. And Gary will have a better idea of that. James Milner stepping into the first challenge there, and Cedric Soares able just to force the ball out.
Well, I think it's a subconscious thing, isn't it? I think you always feel as if you've got a better chance if you're playing the second leg at home, but ultimately it shouldn't really make that much of a difference.
Alisson underneath that and has lost it, but it's a foul on the Liverpool goalkeeper by Eddie Nketiah. I mentioned his 5 goals so far in the competition.
Well, it's a testing ball early on. Alisson, I think, could do a little bit better. I didn't see too much wrong with the challenge from Nketiah.
There's 5 goals, of course, for Liverpool. Well, their goal-scoring hero in this competition was the man who levelled things up late on in the game against Leicester, Takumi Minamino. And Arsenal have a problem here very, very early on. And it's well, Gary will tell you exactly what the injury is.
Well, it's Cedric Soares. I didn't actually see any sort of contact early on in this game, but it certainly looks as if it's high up on the thigh, on the hip. It's more the hip actually than anything else. I know all about hips. I've just had a hip operation myself, so
I was going to say, he's heard you've got a new one. He's coming out in sympathy for you.
Great atmosphere at the start of this game inside Anfield, though. Fans are certainly up for it.
Andrew Robertson forward. He did pick up that late knock the other day against Shrewsbury. Able to come through it and ride what wasn't a great tackle on him, in truth. Of course, it was no surprise to see him. It was maybe a surprise to see the likes of Van Dijk and Fabinho in that game. And Liverpool able to welcome back Joel Matip tonight as well. Trent Alexander-Arnold, without wanting to second-guess Jurgen Klopp, I would say that's probably his first choice back four. Here is Robertson. Diogo Jota. Interesting to look at Liverpool's front three and how they're operating tonight. Get Gary to focus on that, but here's Alexander-Arnold trying to run away from Tierney. It's a Liverpool corner. No Salah, no Mane, so Minamino, Jota and Firmino.
Well, it's so difficult to tie them down into positions, isn't it? They're so fluid. It does look as if Minamino will play down the left-hand side with Firmino through the middle, but Jota looks as if he's got more or less a free roll. But as I say, it's so difficult just to even sit and watch them and kind of like solve like exactly where they are playing on the pitch.
It's Andrew Robertson with the Liverpool corner. Away by Nketiah at the near post. Alexander-Arnold. Jordan Henderson has a little bit of space and has a ball for Milner. He's looking for a pass for Minamino that doesn't quite come off. Granit Xhaka was just dawdling in possession. You can't do that with Roberto Firmino around. Remember, Firmino loves playing Arsenal.
I think when we saw the game in the league game, certainly first half, it was a bit of a non-contest, to be quite honest with you. It was just two teams kind of feeling each other out. Arsenal never really offered anything going forward, but certainly the second half, I think Liverpool upped the tempo and Arsenal basically just couldn't live with it.
That was a little bit of a hurried clearance by Alisson. It's not the best ball by Bukayo Saka. A lot of focus on him tonight, with Arsenal being without the likes of particularly Emile Smith-Rowe, who's been one of the shining stars this season, but also Martin Odegaard, who's what, at the ripe old age of 23, become influential. That was a little fortunate that it went where it did in the end. Ramsdale had no chance.
Well, it was a strange back pass there by Gabriel. Just going back to Saka, he's become such an integral part of the way that Arsenal want to play at such a young age. I think it speaks volumes about his ability.
Club and country as well. A mature young man who handled what was thrown at him after the summer with great class. He deserves great credit for it. Liverpool's corner gifted to them by Gabriel. Alexander-Arnold's take, Ben White's header away. That's Henderson. That's Saka away. Robertson with time. Lacazette was the nearest Arsenal player to them. No Pepe tonight, no Partey. No Aubameyang, no Elneny. Of course, they're all away at the African Cup of Nations. Odegaard has COVID. Tomiyasu picked up that injury, of course.
I think he's been a big plus for them, the full-back.
He's a machine, isn't he, down that right side. It's a lovely ball in towards Minamino. Now Jordan Henderson. Robertson. Teasing ball. Firmino was trying to get across the near post and just couldn't quite make enough contact.
Well, I think Harry touched it. He possibly would have been offside. It's a miscontrol by Taki Minamino, and then get the ball wide and then get the ball in nice and early. And I think you can see there, even had he made contact with it, Roberto Firmino, I think it would have just been offside.
Who needs VAR when you've got Gary Gillespie? Here's Xhaka. Lokonga. He and Tavares had a bit of a nightmare in that game here in the Premier League. Tavares had a bit of a nightmare in the FA Cup at the weekend, didn't he? He was withdrawn before half-time, on the bench tonight. Fabinho, he scored twice at the weekend. And those that have been banging on about him being an accomplished penalty taker were rewarded with his spot kick.
Alisson's just, on 2 or 3 occasions, he just looked a little bit too casual.
There was famously one night at the Emirates, didn't he, where he got in trouble. Liverpool conceded. That's towards Diogo Jota.
I think that was early on in his Liverpool career, wasn't it?
Well, that's a little bit of a follow-through. Michael Oliver may just need to have a little word. Martinelli actually comes off worse.
Well, that didn't look too clever, I have to say. It's always a danger when players miscontrol the ball and it's bouncing an awkward height.
It's a bit naughty, that, isn't it? A bit of a cheap shot.
He just bounces into Virgil van Dijk, because if he's got a little bit of a dead leg, there's not too many going to come out the right side that bumping into Virgil van Dijk right enough. Colossus of a man.
That's Matip. The ball to him was a little underweight. Arsenal's press is putting Liverpool under pressure here. Alisson has to let the ball go. It's a brilliant ball in the end to find Alexander-Arnold, and then Henderson looking for Minamino. Ramsdale slipped, so too did Cedric.
I think Cedric's still struggling with that hit. I'm not sure he's moving that well.
The goalkeeper went down, the fullback went down. Ben White got the ball away, which was imperative. Here comes Joel Matip, gliding again, and Alexander-Arnold. He doesn't keep the ball in play.
Well, Alexander-Arnold just having a little look and a little word with Joel Matip. It wasn't the best pass in the world. It does look as if Suarez will be the end of his night.
8 out to start with is going to become 9 here.
Just looking at the bench, they could possibly bring on Tavares, play him on the right hand side. Chambers
step straight in, couldn't he?
I think we've seen Holding play that sort of position there as well, but Chambers would probably be the one that you would say. I think it was Chambers that we've seen in recent games, that confrontation with Sadio Mane on a regular basis.
Callum Chambers, the obvious replacement, as Gary says, that there was a chance he might think of Tavares, but I'm taking him out of the firing line tonight after the weekend, and now Cedric will make his way off now that the substitute's ready. Bit of a blow for him, getting the start with Tomiyasu injured.
Yeah, I think we were talking about before the game. I think any time that we've really seen, we've been quite impressed with Suarez. I certainly think in his Southampton days he was one of the best fullbacks in the Premier League. It's not quite happened for him at Arsenal at this moment in time, whether that will be the case, but he's certainly played second fiddle. Unfortunately for him, he's had to go off injured. Not happy about that as well. Chambers a run out early on in this game though.
We're already without a number of players. It's a blow for Mikel Arteta. That's Gabriel. And towards Gabriel Martinelli. Well, it was firm, but it was fair according to Michael Oliver. Diogo Jota has stayed down. Oh, that's a loose one from Ramsdale. And Henderson tries to pick up the pieces and will get a corner. And it's a huge let-off for Aaron Ramsdale.
Well, I thought this was handball. All credit to Jordan Henderson. He doesn't give it up. It's a strong, firm challenge on Jota. You see there Henderson running to, certainly handles that. That's got to be a free kick, surely.
foul there. Happy with that?
Jota
Very
sees,
physical, isn't it?
Jota sees him coming and actually jumps in the way of the challenge. It's got to be a free kick.
How's it been given as a corner? Well, Arsenal won't be happy if this goes in. Trent Alexander-Arnold with Liverpool's corner, and up goes Van Dijk. Ramsdale with the fist to get it away. Robertson just has to check with Van Dijk and Jota still coming back from an offside position. Fabinho, that's up towards Van Dijk. His touch is going to come out to Robertson. It's a thumping ball from Robertson, and in towards the legs of Firmino. It was White who got in the way, and Arsenal just about survived that. Important touch from the Arsenal defender.
Oh, by the skin of their teeth there, Arsenal. Thought for a minute the spin and the deflection from Ben White was going to take it into the far corner.
Fabinho. Andrew Robertson. Attacking Chambers, who's just come on. Oh, it's deflected again. And behind the post this time.
Well, as soon as he cuts in on his right foot, Andrew Robertson, you're a little bit concerned. Can he get a shot off? This is the opportunity. Had he not made contact with that White, I'm sure Firmino would have certainly had a chance at an effort on goal. Andrew Robertson, he never looked quite comfortable when he cut in on that right-hand side. He was a little bit off balance.
Well, there is big pressure on the Arsenal goal right now. Liverpool turning the screw. It's Robertson's take. It's away at the near post.
I don't quite understand that near post corner. If you've got two giants of centre-backs, 6'4" plus, why play it at the near post? Just pick out Van Dijk or Matip.
It's towards Henderson. Well, the Congo wanted too much time, and Minamino nearly snuck in for Liverpool. A little bit all over the place at the moment here, Arsenal. It's not incessant pressure. Ramsdale hasn't had much to do, but Liverpool are looking threatening. And when they're looking threatening, it can quite often be ominous. Alexander-Arnold shot his charge down. Here he goes again, and once again, Joel Matip's just overdone him.
I think on that occasion, Trent Alexander-Arnold gives him the thumbs up. It was the right idea to try and get in round the back of Arsenal's back four there. A little floaty ball over the top for Trent to run onto it, but it was a little bit straight. But they're a little bit rattled at this moment in time, Arsenal. Want to make that change so early on in the game as well. It's never ideal. Just lost the shape a little bit and rhythm. It's been all Liverpool so far.
That's White. An FA Cup exit at the weekend. Arsenal normally go very deep into this League Cup competition and always have done down the years, even since the days of Wenger and playing his young players. This is where he was probably the first to really do it, wasn't he? To throw in a team of rookies. Lovely ball for Diogo Jota, challenged by Kieran Tierney. Liverpool felt there was an arm there on Jordan Henderson.
I think it's Martinelli that just throws an arm up, and the fact that Jordan Henderson gets so close to him, he just catches him. Not a lot in it.
You know, the funny thing is, Gary, I don't know if you saw the Manchester United Villa game the other night when, was it Konsa who got one in the nose late on, ended up with a bloody nose inside the penalty, and everyone just sort of laughed it off. Happens anywhere else on the field like that. That's a ball towards Saka. They've broken the Liverpool line here now, they haven't, the flag's gone up. Yeah, just to go back to that.
Yeah.
Ends up with a bloody nose, streaming with blood, nothing said about it. Happens anywhere else on the field, it's a free kick.
Well, there's so many decisions like that, isn't there? There's so many incidents that happen outside the 18-yard box and are awarded straight away, but as soon as it happens inside the box, then for whatever reason referees are more reluctant to give decisions.
Well, Liverpool have had a good spell now. It's Nketiah at the other end for Arsenal. Granit Xhaka, Tierney. Making ground with Kieran Tierney. Not the worst ball in the world, but it's a good header by Van Dijk. That's Alexander-Arnold. Diogo Jota will chase. Ben White was deep and able to deal with.
Oh, great header by Joel Matip. That's a player that's in total control of his emotions and ability. Unbelievable little flick there. Confidence oozing out on him.
It's towards Robertson. The header is by Chambers. Lacazette. And Milner's in the way. Fabinho, it's a miscue, but he turns into quite a useful ball because Alexander-Arnold can just guide it back to his goalkeeper.
That was a perfect height for the fullback just to head it back, wasn't it? It certainly wasn't intended by Fabinho.
Well, that's not the place for that from Henderson. And the strike was hit early by Lacazette to try and catch Alisson out. Off target though.
Well, speculative. This is something that Liverpool normally are really, really good at. They don't lose possession in these sort of areas of the pitch too often.
That's Milner. That's Tierney. That's Milner jumping and maybe just catching a loose arm there to the head. Doesn't often stay down. He tries to shake it off, get back on his feet. And he stayed down. He has got a bang there as Liverpool's vice-captain. Did try to get up, did have the little roll. Just he jumped into Lokonga.
It's the trailing arm, isn't it, as opposed to the leading arm that just catches him on the back of the head and kind of wraps his arm round to the front as well.
He's taken Liverpool into double figures today. There's James Milner for players over the age of 36 to feature for the club. Turned 36 on the 4th of January, of course.
Probably celebrated with a glass of Ribena or something like that.
Cup of tea.
Cup of tea.
He's not actually a Ribena fan, you know. He just became a big thing, didn't it? Here's Matip. The ball lifted for Robertson. Chambers with him all the way and clearing the ball away. Lacazette, Van Dijk's all over him there. Did really well to ride it, and now Liverpool need Joel Matip to come up big because he's on his own there, and he did really, really well once again. As Gary says, a player really who has been playing at the very top of his form all season. Brilliant from Henderson. Too strong and powerful for Lokonga, who only managed to slow him down by grabbing hold of him. Firmino dancing and still, and Minamino has run into a little bit of traffic. Chambers half away. Nearly.
Well, he's got such great skill and control, Roberto Firmino. Very much a trait as well of modern day football. Just run at people inside that 18-yard box. It's an absolute nightmare for defenders to try and even get a foot in. Any little foot that's dangled, then certainly forwards are certainly looking for that to go over.
They've had some famous finals down the year, Liverpool and Arsenal. This is building up to a famous semi-final. That's towards Firmino. Now Minamino. Firmino again. Cross charge down by Lokonga. Firmino. Minamino very intelligently taking up that position. Matip sees space, runs into it. James Milner. There's a running behind from Alexander-Arnold, but Lacazette was in the way. And now Liverpool are on the back foot. Now this is where Arsenal will want to be a big threat in this tie. It's Bukayo Saka. And it's Henderson who slides it back to his goalkeeper. Like he was just stroking the ball around in a five-a-side. And the goalkeeper responded marvellously well. Now Jota at the other end. Goalkeeper's coming. Oh, Jota's been caught and goes down, and this could be red. It is red. Well, as soon as the challenge was made, as soon as he dived in, and as soon as he caught Diogo Jota, Granit Xhaka was in trouble. He's been in trouble many times before, and he's in trouble again here. Red card.
Well, I don't think he can have too many complaints. As soon as it's 1-on-1 with Jota, he's always going to struggle. Jota has a good look at the goalkeeper as well, Ramsdale. He knows he's off his line. He's going to take that chest control and then try and just lob it over him. It's a hanging ball there from Andrew Robertson. Jota's got his eye on the ball and then eye on the goalkeeper. And a 1-on-1 situation there, he's always going to come off second best as Xhaka.
There's no saving him here, I'm afraid. I mean, even if it was in the middle of the pitch, it could be a red card for the high foot. It's just dangerous, it's just reckless. There's going to be no saving Granit Xhaka here. And despite the long chat with Michael Oliver, it's a brilliant ball by Robertson. Brilliant take. And Xhaka goes again for Arsenal.
Now, all the best laid plans as a manager. You lose your full-back early on in the game, then you go down to 10 men, one of your more experienced players.
Bearing in mind, already without Odegaard and Thomas Partey tonight, already short in central midfield.
I mean, you got to feel. Well, I say you got to feel a little bit like. I don't think he could do an awful lot more, could he? Really, to be quite honest with you. The other option was just to let Jota bring the ball down and go 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper.
Jota had already sussed out where the goalkeeper was. He'd had a look, hadn't he? And saw where Xhaka was. Arsenal down to 10 men. Now, I mean, he's been sent off for a professional foul for the denial of a goal-scoring opportunity where Liverpool could have been 1-0 up. Now, can Liverpool double the hurt for Mikel Arteta and for Arsenal? Robertson, Alexander-Arnold and Henderson are over the free kick. That's another big moment. Following the red card, it's Alexander-Arnold. The wall's in the way. Alexander-Arnold! And he just doesn't get it right.
No, it wasn't his best effort. Arsenal frantically trying to rejig themselves from the bench. It looks as if they're going to be a double substitution. Tavares and Holding coming on. This will be very much a case of get men behind the ball, ask questions of Liverpool. Can you come and break us down? I think you would probably maybe Martinelli or Lacazette maybe sacrifice.
Well, there's a second leg to play, and if he can take a 0-0, he'd be very grateful. Would the Arsenal manager, 13th red card, by the way, of Granit Xhaka's Arsenal career.
I mean, what it will mean that Liverpool will dominate possession even more so than what they've done.
Chambers, of course, already on Remember, Gary, we can have 5 changes in the League Cup. Sorry, so as I explained to you, I think you already knew. Well, Holding will be the first. He's been ready for a while. And it's Eddie Nketiah who will make way, and there's not much you can do apart from just say, well, someone's got to go, haven't they, in this situation. I imagine the other, as you say, probably Martinelli, wouldn't you say?
Well, it'd be Martinelli. I mean, probably Lacazette will probably stay on because he has experience and his know-how, but Nketiah doesn't look too overpleased about the situation, but needs must, I suppose.
There's always that consolatory sort of little touch, isn't there, from the teammates, the coaches. Sorry, mate, had to be you. What it does mean, of course, is that Arsenal have just got to rejig completely in central midfield. Holding very much a central defender has gone off, so they've gone to basically a 5 at the back here, Gary, haven't they? And that's Holding's first involvement.
Well, that's not a nice ball to take. You've just come onto the pitch. He's very flat-footed there as well as Holding. It comes at him at really an awkward height and an awkward pace, and that really, it could have gone anywhere.
Well, they do have another aerial presence now, of course, in Holding. And Chambers has played centre-half plenty of times. The corner has been taken quickly. This is James Milner. Fabinho. Lovely dummy by Robertson. Alexander-Arnold. And Robertson, not the best contact with the ball, but here's Firmino and Milner. And they're queuing up at the far post. It's Van Dijk. Hurried. Very unlike him. Gabriel Martinelli wants to see the ball out. Joel Matip says no, no, no.
Well, he just put one of these spider legs round them, didn't he? It was like Inspector Gadget there.
Might have to explain who he is to a few of the younger viewers, Gary.
Just extending one of these limbs that he...
I'm not certain if any of the Avengers have telescopic legs.
Well, as you rightly say, John, they've gone to a back 5, Arsenal. Tierney, Chambers will really be alongside the 3 centre-backs.
What it does mean, Gary, is that Lokonga's got an extraordinary amount of work. It means a solitary central midfielder now. Martinelli's playing almost out wide left and Saka wide right, but Lokonga's first involvement there to make a tackle. It's almost like it's just a blanket on the edge of the box, isn't it?
Well, they've done exactly what I said. They're going to ask questions of Liverpool. Are you good enough to break us down?
Minamino tries to find a way through. Little nutmeg on Milner, but Robertson, with Henderson's help, will pick up the ball. Robertson. Henderson. Inside for Milner. Robertson. It's not the best clearance in the world. Again, Lokonga was a little bit all over the place. That's Henderson. All the best to Lacazette, who's all on his own there. He tried to get a free kick and doesn't. And he also gets a little word from Jordan Henderson on the way past. I don't think Liverpool are in the mood to let the ball go out of play either. I'm telling Lacazette to get up. Here's Robertson. Lacazette is up. Here comes Fabinho. Thought about letting fly. Henderson. Milner around the back, but can't do much with that. Well, he's acknowledged as the best in the country, but this was an easy one for him, wasn't it?
Well, as soon as the foot goes up that high, and and makes contact really right in the middle of the chest. I think he knows it himself, doesn't he? As soon as he makes that challenge.
And the fact is Minamino is there with Jota. It's a tap-in, isn't it, for one of them?
It certainly wasn't one that you had to go to VAR to assess it.
It was looked at.
Quite incredible when you think. Did you say 13th time he's been sent off for Arsenal?
Yeah, 13th.
13th, that's unbelievable.
And of course, he had that one season. I think we had 4 Premier League red cards in one season. I mean, I know it's easier to get sent off now, but I mean, that puts Vinnie Jones and like that to shame, doesn't it?
When you were saying that, had Vinnie Jones been playing today, I think there'd be more than 13.
Well, Liverpool were dominating the game anyway. And we really will control it from here on in. It's forward for Firmino. Liverpool playing with a hurry up and an urgency about them. No surprise if they look to try and find a way through. I mean, if Arsenal get out of here with a 0-0 or a 1-0 or even a 2-0, they'll probably be delighted. That's a horrible miscue by Alexander-Arnold. Take 0-0, 1-0, and maybe even 2-0.
I think they'd certainly take a 0-0 or even a 1-0 Arsenal. I think they'd be more than happy with that scoreline. It's whether they can achieve that. I mean, Arteta, he's obviously banking on the fact that obviously no Sadio Mane, no Mohamed Salah. 2 of Liverpool's obviously main goal threats. I think when you look at the goals that they've both scored this season, especially Mohamed Salah. But what you would say that, looking at this Liverpool team, there's goals all around the pitch, isn't there, really? The one thing I think as well, that Arsenal players, when they come off the pitch, they'll certainly know they've been in a game.
That's Minamino trying to turn, winning a free kick.
Maybe a few tired legs in the Arsenal team.
Liverpool just trying to catch Arsenal out a little cold. That's Saka and Milner. If you are Saka, if you are Lacazette, it's the job just to work hard, run in and try and, if you get the ball, get as far down the field with it as you can.
Well, I think you certainly work hard as a given anyway, isn't it? Regardless if you've got 10 men, 11 men, or how many men you've got. But
that's Alexander-Arnold forward, White underneath it. It'll break for Minamino.
you have to have that appetite to work as well, and that's the thing that really separates the top players from the also runs.
Lokonga's in trouble here. You don't get that long on the ball at this level. And Firmino will eat you whole if you start dilly-dallying on the ball there.
I think we saw that in the league game, didn't we? That, you know, it's Liverpool, when they play that different tempo, then there's not too many teams can react to it. And certainly Lokonga, I think he struggled in that league game. He struggled tonight again as well.
And he's got to be a big man in the middle of that midfield with the players they have out, and now Xhaka's red card has added to the problems. This is Matip. And Firmino, and Matic goes on. Diogo Jota. Diogo Jota again. The touch from Firmino won't find him. Wonderful tackle to win the ball back by Fabinho. It's all very congested in that middle area of the field. Now a little bit of space out wide. Robertson. In goes James Milner. It'll come for Joel Matip. Robertson again. Steps away from Chambers as though he wasn't there. Minamino. And he charged down well by the scramble defence from Arsenal.
Well, Arsenal are certainly defending with their lives, and they've thrown bodies at everything that Liverpool thrown at them. It's all Liverpool.
Well, the first thing they'll be hoping for is half-time at 0-0.
Well, that'll be the first target. Certainly. You just get the impression as well that if Liverpool were to score one, then it might be a case that Arsenal could collapse.
And they're trying to send those walls tumbling down. They haven't got a corner right yet so far with Liverpool, no matter who's taken one. Matic again runs into the gap. Firmino trying to run in behind. And cover was good once again. He's going to score one day doing that, isn't he?
Well, I think everybody who certainly Liverpool fans would love him to go all the way through one-on-one with the goalkeeper and just dink it over him. He seems to get to a certain position and then maybe, I don't know, just maybe lose that little bit of confidence. He's certainly a threat when he's going forward like that. He does commit defenders and gives space to other players in his team.
A little bit of space for Diogo Jota. 3 in the middle. And again, there's no desperate rush to get the ball into the box. And it's going to come to Robertson. And it's away by Gabriel. There's another Arsenal injury here. And it might be a non-contact injury, this, for Kieran Tierney, which may just stop the game, although he is on his feet. Let's keep an eye on him. One injured already, remember, Cedric Suarez. Granit Xhaka sent off. This is a test of the new Arsenal. They were very much in the ascendancy when they played Liverpool in the Premier League. And they were sent back to London with a bit of a hiding underneath them. Maybe that was just a little over-elaborate from Liverpool.
Well, certainly the manager thought so. The one thing that Jurgen Klopp is good at, and especially getting his team in at half-time and organising them and trying to find exactly where the space is. There's not an awful lot of space in that Arsenal rearguard. So many bodies back there. The one thing that they really are good, like his coaching staff as well, finding a way to pick the little spaces, pick the little pockets of space and utilise that.
Well, here's Saka. Joel Matip with the hurried clearance with a teasing ball. Well, this is where Arsenal will try and get something from a set piece.
Well, it wasn't the most elegant of clearances by Joel Matip, but effective in the end. This is one area that you would expect Arsenal maybe to try and capitalise on. You certainly won't see an awful lot of the ball.
Can Arsenal catch Liverpool from a set piece? Away by Alisson. It's Diogo Jota with Bukayo Saka, who did really well, and he's won a free kick as well. More arms everywhere then, mainly from Diogo Jota. Another threat to Liverpool.
Well, he'll be absolutely delighted at Arteta if his side go in 0-0. They'll be doing cartwheels if it's 1-0.
But Saka with the take. No one really committed to it.
I think you've got to show a little bit more desire to get on the end of it than what maybe Arsenal showed there. That's not a million miles away from the top of his head, that. Maybe just loses the flight of the ball, but so I think you've got to make a little bit more of an effort than that.
Diogo Jota, James Milner. As we say, it's often harder to break down a team with 10 men than with 11. Van Dijk. Matip again, just trying to draw Arsenal out. Everyone back on the edge of their own penalty area. Firmino, Henderson.
You would think that Roberto Firmino is the man that you want to get the ball to in these sort of areas.
It's Minamino.
With the ability that he has to find space where there really is none.
It's Lokonga, but he can't keep it. And Van Dijk. A little awkwardly as he went there, just pulls up a little.
Just got caught down the Achilles, I think, with the studs of Lacazette.
They're not far away from getting to half-time here. Unscathed, Arsenal.
Well, I think if you remember in that league game then, there was that little tete-a-tete at the side of the pitch with Arteta and Jurgen Klopp. Yeah, it really got the game going.
Liverpool have been very much in control of the first half. It's a long way to come to take a free kick. Again, indication that the ball is better for Arsenal at the other end of the field and as far away from their goal as possible. And down towards Chambers. And Lacazette, and he might get a second go here. And Chambers does get it, but can't keep it in. Well, they were a little disjointed. They nearly found a way through, though.
Haven't seen a great deal of Trent Alexander-Arnold going forward. Liverpool have been more inclined to come down this left side than the right side so far in this game.
Firmino. It's Alexander-Arnold. The stab is looking for Firmino. Again, there's very small margins at the moment. Arsenal are defending deep and making sure there's absolutely no space behind them. And no doubt he will be in conversation with his assistants down there. It's one of those when you try and work out what to do against the side with 10 men with a blanket defence here. They're trying to find their way through, and Saka makes the run, but comfortable for Alisson, although there's a free kick. There's Lacazette tried to play the ball forward. It's actually a good piece of refereeing because he tried to let the game go and then pulls it back.
Yeah, just Fabinho there wants to be the skipper, ripping the captain's armband off Lacazette there.
Well, Arsenal looking for something before half-time. Minamino half away. That's White. That's Milner. That's Lokonga. This is Saka. And Chambers. That's nice. And Henderson sees the danger. And Liverpool, in a very composed manner, get the ball away. That will do. Well, a first half that was set up for a huge semi-final has had the sting taken out of it with the red card for Granit Xhaka. Now it's damage limitation really for Arsenal in this first leg. Most importantly for Mikel Arteta's side is that they are going to get through to half-time without conceding. The second half may be a different story, but losing a player injured early on and a player to a red card as well, and it's all on Arsenal whether they can keep Liverpool out now in this first leg.
Well, Liverpool are going to dominate possession as they have done in that first 45 minutes in the second half. The question is, can they find a way to get through an Arsenal rearguard that's got numbers back there in abundance? It's going to be difficult. Patience is always going to be key, and Liverpool have still got quite a bit to do in that second half.
It's half time at Anfield. It's Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0. Welcome back to Anfield. Something is going to have to give over the next game and a half. It's the 13th tie between Liverpool and Arsenal in the League Cup. It's 6 wins apiece. Who's going to come out on top at the end of this semi-final? Well, Liverpool with a man advantage. But if they don't get a goal advantage or two, Arsenal will say that losing a man wasn't the worst thing they could do in the grand scheme of things.
No, in the build up to this game, I did think I mentioned that there's lots of goals in this match in a general terms. Certainly hasn't shown that in that first 45 minutes. Chances have been very few and far between, really.
Well, Arsenal have had such a terrible record at Anfield over the past few seasons. And we've had hiding after hiding. Arsenal have a throw here. It's gifted to them, and inevitably, and also understandably as well, Arsenal are going to take all the time in the world, and that's then over to Michael Oliver to try and stamp out. Assume that Granit Xhaka will be out of the second game. I presume he's been sent off for a denial of a goal scorer opportunity. It's a one match ban, but he's already had one red this season, hasn't he? So that would then be a 2, which would rule him out next week. That's Matip's header. Firmino trying to keep the ball. He had holding him. Minamino will come away with the ball and will run away from Callum Chambers and shrugs him off quite brilliantly. It's Minamino, and the goalkeeper is completely lost and is very, very relieved that the ball doesn't drop into the back of his net.
Well, I think the encouraging thing here is the strength that Minamino shows, then the pace. It's something we've maybe not seen in the past, and this is certainly, it's a cross. He's looking for Firmino at the far post. Comes off wrong on the foot, and that is not a million miles away. You have to say that Ramsdale's, I think he's beaten all ends up had that been on target.
It's Van Dijk's header. It's Holding, who will stab it back to Ramsdale. It's a horrible ball for the goalkeeper, but he's got enough time to deal with it.
Took a horrible bounce off, I think it was off the centre spot more or less that it came off. I'd like to see this guy a little bit more involved in this second half, Trent Alexander-Arnold. His energy levels might be a little bit low after having that COVID bug.
Here's Fabinho and Henderson. Well, it came to Matip, but we'll be looking for that one for a while.
Well, there was a big cry shout from the Kop. I think I didn't quite realise it was Joel that was stepping up to it. It wasn't his best effort, was it?
Liverpool have scored 43 in 15 under Jurgen Klopp against Arsenal. But it is worth noting as well that in the last 9 League Cup ties they've played. They've kept 6 clean sheets, Arsenal. It's White. He's almost become something of a de facto leader at the heart of that Arsenal defence. Nothing come in from Bright. That's a foul on Milner, surely. It's a quite blatant push in the back by Lokonga. The referee's let it go. Martinelli. White. Holding. Well, that's Lacazette. And now Saka. Can Arsenal nick one here? Oh, Matip is the man in the way, and Robertson away for Liverpool, but Arsenal may feel that they can nick one here. It's Saka again. Back for Ben White. Tierney. There's the ball on the far side. It's a horrible first touch by the Scotland international. And sends Arsenal all the way back.
Oh, it's unlike him as well, because he's normally very good in areas of the pitch like that. I think it just shows you that challenge with Joe Matip. The 2 Liverpool centre-backs. Virgil van Dijk, he slips up a little bit here. And then Joe Matip comes across one-on-one. It's such a great attribute to have that when you're capable and you're comfortable with one-on-one situations, especially against a player like Saka. It's the one thing that you would say, certainly much in the modern day era, defenders have got very much better at than certainly when I was playing.
Alexander-Arnold. Firmino. Fabinho intelligently taking up that position, but Lacazette picks his pocket. It's good cover by Alexander-Arnold to cut out that ball. Fair play to Arsenal that they've set out with a clear plan in this second half that does include some attacking play. Mikel Arteta has organised them in that way. It's almost as though Lacazette's going to pick the ball up and Saka and Martinelli are just going to run. And that's how they're going to try and break Liverpool down. Not with a worse plan. It's Firmino. Milner. And that's a double touch. And a goal kick.
Well, even I think James knew that it came off him, but footballers being footballers, they still put their hand up and appeal for the decision to go their way. And look at the shape of the team and where they can exploit maybe spaces that Arsenal have shown them early on in this second half. There's not a great deal of space, it has to be said. I mean, it's one thing that I think Liverpool have got better, certainly in recent years, where they've faced teams like this when they just sit back and make it difficult. More often than not, they have come up with answers and solutions to the problem that possesses. Poses, should I say. But go back to the fact that you've got no Sadio Mane, you've got no Mohamed Salah, 2 of your most lethal weapons.
Well, this was always going to be the test for Liverpool without those 2. Well, that's short. And Tierney. He has Martinelli and Lacazette and Saka waiting. This is Holding. Now Chambers.
It's a waste, really, isn't it? It's a kind of nothing ball.
You don't get yourself into good areas and then just give possession away cheaply. Milner. Van Dijk. Fabinho for James Milner again. Alexander-Arnold. for Milner. Again, so tight in there. And Lacazette sends the ball away. Gabriel Martinelli has just eased aside. Firmino. Diogo Jota.
Been quiet. He's been on the fringe of things, I think, Jota.
5 against Arsenal so far for him. That's Milner. Shot charged down by White. It's Robertson. It's Fabinho. Now Henderson. Alexander-Arnold. Firmino. And again. And Henderson. Away by Chambers, too high for Jota. There is a threat when that ball goes over in the air, though, when he's around. Arsenal will be aware of that. Andrew Robertson. Now Matic. That's towards Diogo Jota. Can't quite keep the ball as the challenge was made by Ben White. It's a good one as well. Had to be very careful committing to a tackle there as Diogo Jota was on the turn. Matic. Liverpool lining up and looking to find a way through. White away, Minamino was probably offside anyway. Arsenal didn't get the flag that they were hoping for. They haven't got Alexander-Arnold or Robertson down those lines yet, Liverpool. The difference, of course, with no Salah and Mane. It's a ball looking for Minamino, goalkeeper's ball.
A comfortable one for Ramsdale. Saw it from a ways out.
Curtis Jones. There will be a change for Liverpool.
Well, from an attacking point of view, he's got Alexa Jones, Alexa Oxlade-Chamberlain, Alexa Gordon.
Saka, it's a lovely turn. And there's a little grab as well by Robertson. Have to be careful, we'll get a yellow card as well.
It was the referee's assistant, I think, on the far side that gave the decision.
It's a yellow card for the Liverpool fullback.
Wasn't a great deal in that, was it? Certainly wasn't enough for Saka to stop. That's another opportunity that Arsenal will look to capitalise on.
Well, Lokonga joins Gabriel, Holding and Chambers, waiting for the Saka free kick. Beaten away by Alisson. Thomas Tuchel and Chelsea wait. They're already through. And Tuchel creating his own little bit of history in reaching Champions League, League Cup and FA Cup finals within his first 2 seasons. Chambers. Saka. A lot going through him at the moment. And now he's got some running back to do. Lacazette starting the track back. This is Alexander-Arnold. Roberto Firmino. Really good read by White and a good cutout. And again, a door that was fractionally ajar was very soon slammed shut by Arsenal.
Liverpool moved the ball really quickly there. Interesting to see that Trent Alexander-Arnold very much in a central sort of position there, driving forward.
Robertson. There's Henderson. Well, they've been disciplined, Arsenal, here. This is Diogo Jota, though, for Liverpool. And that discipline halts another Liverpool attack. The question is can Arsenal stay disciplined for the entire half? That's always a question that quite rarely has been levelled against them. It's not always been the greatest strength, defensive structure and organisation, resilience. Here's Firmino and Minamino. Shot charged down well by White. Robertson, ball out from underneath his feet. Fabinho jumps away by his Brazilian international teammate Gabriel. Liverpool felt there was a foul there. Play does go on, and Alisson's come a long way. The ball's out of play anyway. Liverpool unhappy with the challenge on Matic.
Well, it's not a great challenge, is it? Joe Matip's got a point. You can see there that foot's high.
Curtis Jones comes on for James Milner. Had his moments at the weekend against Shrewsbury. Still maybe just trying to
Feel his way back into it, isn't he?
Yeah, just dust off those cobwebs. That's a good header by Holding. Fabinho. It's Jones. Chambers rather ungainly, but got the ball away.
I was thinking obviously more creativity from Curtis Jones maybe than from James Milner. A more advanced position.
Matic, again Arsenal, sit deep and say to Liverpool, can you find a way through and break us down? Hasn't been the night for Alexander-Arnold or Robertson with the delivery so far. It's arguably Liverpool's biggest weapon. Not so far. Robertson, Fabinho, Van Dijk. Everyone bar Alisson within 30-35 yards of the Arsenal goal. The 10 men have been very, very good defensively. Minamino's won the ball. Lacazette's gone down too easily. Great stretch by Gabriel. Called up by Brazil today for their games at the end of the month and the start of February. And responding well for Arsenal now. Jones. And what can Liverpool do to unlock the door? Jones' shot. And Tierney slams the ball downfield.
I'm not sure if Alisson will take this throw on himself. Yeah, well, there you go. That shows you how much dominance Liverpool have at this moment in time.
Well, he is very much sweeper keeper, isn't he? Diogo Jota. Ben White did really well there. Almost conned Jota into thinking he was going to challenge him. Jota played for the challenge that never came. Ended up running past the ball.
Well, Jota just took his eye off the ball. He was looking for the contact more than like the ball.
Fabinho. Can't find Robertson.
It's all become a little bit hit and miss from Liverpool's point of view at this moment in time.
Well, at the moment, the worst thing that could have happened to Liverpool was Arsenal had a man sent off. Still a long way to go in the game. And that's a foul by Jones. Gabriel Martinelli saw it coming. That's the old one, isn't it?
He just sees that he knows that there's going to be a challenge, so he just gets his body there. He's got no interest in the ball whatsoever. Just make sure he gets some sort of part of his body, whether it be a limb, whether it be an arm or a leg, just get some part of his body in between Liverpool player and ball. He knows he's going to get a free kick. Got to give him a little bit of credit, Martinelli. Both him, Saka, worked exceptionally hard. On with Lokonga as well.
Here's Jones. Well, there was persistence from White, but a little too much physicality. Liverpool want to get on with it, but we've taken that from 5-6 yards away from where the referee wanted it. That's a great look from Michael Oliver to say, well, I told you where you've got to take it from.
I think that's what Liverpool, certainly Curtis Jones, got to take a little bit more responsibility on his own shoulders, try and be the one to have that little bit of magic to break Arsenal down. He's got it in his locker.
It's not been smooth from Liverpool so far. Still looking for this first real chance in the second half, and not going to get it there either. Seems a long time since Ramsdale's clearance hit Jordan Henderson. Alisson was hoping that would come to him inside his box, but just ran away. Oh, it's the Arsenal fans you can hear. Gabriel Martinelli looks out on his feet at the moment. Remember, exploded onto the scene here, what, 2 and a bit years ago with that 2 goals in the 5-5. He'd already been scoring goals and everyone knew about him, but he looked very much the part that night. He's had injury problems since then. Here he is. White gets a little bit lucky. Fabinho feels a little hurried at the moment at times from Liverpool as they try to make their way forward. That's nice. That's Jones, and that's Robertson, and that's Minamino. Now he's been Liverpool's League Cup man this year. Not this time.
Well, Curtis Jones does exceptionally well. Shows a bit of strength to hold off. Holding, I think it was a Chambers, I think. And then Minamino. I'm not 100% sure if this is a shot or a cross. Anyways, it's not on target. Opportunity though.
That's Van Dijk. And again. There's a little lean from Lacazette. And misjudgment from Jones. Good win by Takumi Minamino. You can read all the stats and look at every percentage and passes, crosses, corners. It comes down to one simple fact: can Liverpool break Arsenal down and score in this first leg against 10 men? XG's the other one though, isn't it? Van Dijk, Fabinho. Arsenal keeping Liverpool in front of them. Jones trying to work behind them. Henderson. Minamino's a horrible ball for him. And Firmino. And there's a challenge inside the penalty area that the referee has seen. Maybe that little one by Alexander-Arnold.
I think Firmino was offside anyway, wasn't he? It's a poor setup, really, isn't it?
If he wasn't, it was a foul by Alexander-Arnold.
Jordan Henderson
Was given as a foul, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, that's that whack he got in the first half, where James Milner's got the ice on the head. It's, I think, about -1 outside tonight. Arsenal making ground, and they've played this second half, I think, as well as they could have been expected to so far. Lokonga, Chambers, and again Saka. It feels for handball from the Arsenal fans. Immediately waved away by Michael Oliver. It's Minamino. Ramsdale will send the ball back from where it came. Saka. Touch was heavy. White. Tierney got lucky, nearly lost the ball. Martinelli, Gabriel, and White. Good ball for Lacazette. Here's Tierney. Arsenal are just getting a semblance of belief here, and it's Saka. It's a lovely first touch, and it's a brilliant stop by Alisson, who's had nothing to do until now. When he called upon, he's done it brilliantly. Jota. Oh, Gabriel's going to get yellow for that. Absolutely no interest in playing the ball.
Well, I've got a bit of sympathy from there. I don't think Jota does. Well, I don't think he does an awful lot wrong, Gabriel. This is the opportunity. We work it well down the left-hand side. It's a decent ball in by Tierney. It asks questions. The first touch is not fantastic by Saka, which allows Alisson maybe just to set his position. And again, how often do we see him make saves like that? I thought Jota just ran straight into Gabriel there myself.
Liverpool's free kick. It's headed up and over the top of his own crossbar by Holding.
Well, Liverpool just needs something to happen. Maybe it's from a set play, maybe it's a scrappy goal, comes off maybe somebody's backside, or a deflection or an own goal. They need something.
It's not often you say this, but it's almost as though Anfield needs a lift as well. Frustrated against 10 men here. They haven't found the delivery from open play or a set piece really that they would normally expect. Alexander-Arnold will try again now. Flicked on by Lacazette. It's a lovely take by Gabriel Martinelli. And it's a 3 against 3. Saka and Lacazette making ground. Martinelli. That's very well done by Robertson. He didn't really need to do that. He's already running out.
Well, he thought the ball was already out, as did Arteta.
Have a look at the touchline where he's connecting with the ball. You can actually see the mark on the touchline.
Yeah, he didn't really need to play it, did he? The ball was clearly going to run itself out of play.
Jones. Minamino. Van Dijk, Matip. Again. Arsenal have got Liverpool playing in front of them. Haven't been able to break through this deep line. That's for Alexander-Arnold. And he went early. Or the ball came late, whichever.
Yeah, well, as soon as you stop the ball goes dead and brains go dead as well. No surprise to see Liverpool ready with their substitutions. Yeah, I think, well, Oxlade-Chamberlain, I think, is certainly the one. Nico Williams, not 100% sure. Joe Gomez, both right-sided players. Might be the case that Trent,
Miscue by Gabriel White.
might be the case where Trent maybe goes a little further forward and Nico Williams plays as fullback, or vice versa.
Well, Nico Williams
Yeah, he
has
has,
played
yeah.
up there, hasn't he? Fabinho's making way. Liverpool feel that the holding midfielder can make way. Joel Matip's making way.
Go, yeah.
And it's Alexander-Arnold as well. Both of whom have been ill. Or maybe that's with one eye on that. Gomez to Williams. Well, he did well to keep the ball in on the touchline, but then couldn't keep it in on the byline.
Well, the two subs combining there, not too well. Saka going down.
Well, you know what's happening. You don't like it, but you know it's going to happen. And again, it's one of those that we've talked about many times where referees have got to assess it or allow time to be added on for it. Nuno Tavares will be the next Arsenal player to be brought on. Wouldn't surprise me if it's Martinelli who makes way.
Well, he's put a lot of work in it, Martinelli. Liverpool players, a couple of them, taking the opportunity to get some fluids on board. Well, that would suggest possibly that it's not him that's coming off.
Or maybe Saka isn't going to be able to. Maybe he's not going to carry on. Did him a disservice, though. Well, he's been Arsenal's outlet, hasn't he, in this second half?
Oh, he has. I'm not 100% sure. He's sure that if he wants to come off, or he's getting taken off, or what he's doing.
Well, it's all just part of the pantomime.
Well, get your top back on, son. You're not coming on just yet. Couple of tablets.
They had all sorts given to players over that. I remember there was a period where some were given sugar cubes,
Caffeine tablets, yeah.
Sugar cubes was one of the strangest ones. Williams, head down and go direct, that's what he loves to do. And Saka makes the challenge. Gomez. Arsenal will feel that Liverpool have not been a threat in this second half. Everything that they've done has been around here. Every time they've tried to play through, balls like that just not really finding the target. There were appeals for handball from a few in the crowd there, but not from any of the players.
Oh, what you have to say is Arsenal have done a really good job so far, haven't they? Really have limited and kind of cancelled Liverpool out in many ways. I saw that one opportunity, half an opportunity from Minamino on that left-hand side. Other than that, I can't recall too many opportunities that Liverpool have had.
That's Jones, and he goes on. And again, Arsenal won't mind that.
Well, that's basically the way they've shaped up. They're going to stop Liverpool, try to get round the back of them and creating the space in behind them. They won't mind too many like square balls across the 18-yard box, get bodies out there to block shots. On that occasion, they couldn't manage to get anybody close to Jordan Henderson, but it was a poor shot from him.
Well, Saka's down again here. And Michael Oliver, to his credit, has said, well, if you're going up, you can just go. No need to sit down for a couple of minutes.
Well, obviously, that tablet hasn't quite worked. It wasn't one of these instant cures.
One of the magic ones.
I'm not sure if that's a stomach complaint or whether it's a football-related injury. Might just have a little bit of a dicky tummy.
Nuno Tavares is the player that will come on to replace him. A bit of a horror show here last time, hooked in the first half at the weekend. Probably scored. It's Lokonga's header. A little rash and a little hurried from Williams.
I didn't really know what was about him. Should have had a better idea, really. Lots of time there just to bring the ball down. A shout would have probably helped.
It's come off Williams. Alisson will come and gather. Bearing in mind that the one big moment of this game, really, the one big moment of the second half, has been the Alisson save to deny Saka. Lovely ball by Jones. Gets the ball back from Robertson. On for Oxlade-Chamberlain.
Well, he'd love to score against his old team, but with efforts like that, it's not going to happen. Kenny snatched that out a little bit. And Liverpool really have been limited to shots from distance. Haven't been able to see Liverpool break teams down that we've seen in the past.
Right, hasn't been Liverpool at their best. It's like we said a little earlier, Gary. The red card has probably affected Liverpool more than Arsenal. Here's Oxlade-Chamberlain.
I think what you have to do, you've got to give credit to Arsenal. They've worked exceptionally hard, haven't they? It's just a waste, really. He made up so much good ground there, Oxlade-Chamberlain. Then it was a kind of aimless ball, just drifted into the far post, not really knowing if it was empty there or not. More things that happen like that from Liverpool's point of view, the more Arsenal will grow in confidence and belief that they can certainly get something out of this game. And really all credit to them, because they've looked very, very solid.
Well, we said that Arsenal would probably take a 1-0 or a 2-0 defeat here. They'll probably consider themselves a bit unlucky if they get beat here now. Unless Liverpool can do something special in the time that remains.
I think the one thing you would say, though, not just going on this game, but from what I've seen so far this season, Liverpool are a better side than Arsenal. They won't feel certainly won't feel out of it, even if they go down to the Emirates with a 0-0. They'll still have strong belief that they can get the result to take them through to the final to play Chelsea.
Williams. That's nice. That's goalkeeper's ball.
Just needed to lift it a little bit more to take the goalkeeper out of the equation there. Did exceptionally well to get to the byline with Neco Williams. Looks like one of our Norwegian friends.
Gomez. Jones. Henderson. Gomez. Again, Arsenal stand Liverpool in front of them and say, "You've not broken us down so far. Can you now?" It's Firmino, and again, Gabriel. White holding between them, cover.
Well, the first time that Liverpool really pick a cross that Arsenal don't deal with, it's Gabriel that gets caught underneath it a little bit, but the surprise is all on Jota, because he doesn't expect it and he can't control it. Just comes bouncing off his head. First cross really that Arsenal haven't dealt with, but it doesn't fall kindly for Jota and Liverpool.
Well, Liverpool are running out of time to get a first leg advantage against the 10 men of Arsenal. Jones. Got a hospital pass for Robertson. Chambers with the block. And Arsenal will be ecstatic with a 0-0. They will really feel that the game is theirs for the taking next week at the Emirates. Gomez. Henderson. Williams. Diogo Jota. Minamino. Comes to Gomez and Henderson. Gomez just had to be aware of the threat of Gabriel Martinelli there. And Williams can't keep that in play. Just see the frustrated faces on the Liverpool bench. Fabinho with his hand on his head as that ran out of play. He may feel this has been a bit of a tactical masterclass. There's so many heavy defeats and goals against at Anfield for Arsenal.
What you would say though, I mean, you can't expect Arsenal to play this way down at the Emirates.
But it gives them the foundations.
It certainly gives them a far better opportunity maybe than what we thought it was going to happen.
It's that slickness, that smartness, the sharpness of passing. Just so Jones just played the ball 5 yards away from Robertson. Liverpool just looking for something now to take down to the Emirates next Thursday. Williams. That's a good ball. Holding half away and then actually cleared against Firmino, but the ball rather died as it hit him. Could have cannoned off at some pace.
It just kind of cushions off him, doesn't it? It's a comfortable save again from Ramsdale. And it's the Arsenal fans that we can hear in the bottom corner of the Harley Road end.
Tierney long. Tavares certainly gave a little shove and then Matic gave him one. Gomez, should we say.
Gomez, yeah.
Lose track of all these changes you get in the League Cup.
I think the Arsenal fans certainly would have taken this after seeing them go down to 10 men.
24 minutes gone and Granit Xhaka was sent off. Liverpool, who were playing well, never really got it going since then. Henderson, Gomez, Chamberlain, goalkeeper comes, does it get there? Oh, Minamino with the chance, the goal at his mercy. Arsenal, for once, were found wanting, but so too was Minamino.
Well, he doesn't quite get onto it quick enough. He doesn't really anticipate it early enough. It's a lovely little ball by Oxlade-Chamberlain, and it causes all sorts of panic, and he just can't get over the top of it. It's the best chance of the game so far, certainly from Liverpool. You can see here, Minamino, he's always struggling just to get there. He needed to get there a split second earlier. He could have controlled it far easier.
Now here come Liverpool with Oxlade-Chamberlain, Diogo Jota. It's Lokonga who does well. Van Dijk, Gomez, 5 minutes added on. It's going to be a Liverpool throw, got a touch on the way through. Well, it was late that they saved themselves against Leicester. Now can they get a lead against Arsenal? It's a good challenge on Jones, isn't it?
He really has put a shift in, hasn't he? Martinelli being exceptional.
Good win by Minamino. Henderson. Gomez takes over. Well, there's plenty of red shirts in the middle, but there's so much blue in the way. Shot beaten away by the goalkeeper. Lacazette just let it bounce off him almost. Henderson. That's Oxlade-Chamberlain. Firmino can't keep it.
Well, it's all hands to the pump from Arsenal's point of view now, isn't it? That's been for maybe quite some time. Can the Kop suck this ball into the back of the net? Can they take something down to the Emirates?
Curtis Jones, Andrew Robertson, another Liverpool corner. Van Dijk makes his way inside the penalty area. So too Joe Gomez. Is there anything in this game for Liverpool? Robertson asks for a hurry up. Jones, goalkeeper comes. It's Williams. It's beaten away by White, who does well, with Firmino behind him. The ball from Williams wasn't going in. Firmino was loitering. It's a couple of wobbles from Ramsdale. Not costly. Jones. Again, it's Gabriel Martinelli. Right down by his own corner flag. He's got lucky twice now.
Big blow of the cheeks there. Comes there, it's not the most convincing, the punches. There's so many Arsenal players back there to help the goalkeeper out.
holding away. Williams. It's been a brilliant effort by Arsenal. And what's been a flat night from Liverpool. Henderson. Van Dijk staying forward now. Gomez. Williams. Gomez. Towards Van Dijk, Minamino. And Firmino. And he's offside. Well, if ever a moment summed up Liverpool's night.
Yeah, it wasn't the one to take the shot there. Taki Minamino, it wasn't there for really to be hit. Slight grimace there from the manager. He'll know that his team is still very much in this tie. It's been a disappointing night tonight, obviously, with Arsenal going down to 10 men so early that Liverpool couldn't take advantage of it, but sometimes that's always the case. And Arsenal, all credit to them, they've fought valiantly, they've defended really, really stoutly, and Liverpool just haven't been able to come up with enough answers to break them down as of this moment in time.
Well, so often in recent years, Arsenal have left Anfield with a heavy defeat behind them. Had they suffered one tonight, the second half of this tie, the second leg, would have been a formality. But as it is, the second leg of this tie will be anything but. It's advantage Arsenal, who, despite being reduced to 10 men after 24 minutes when Granit Xhaka was sent off, more than did enough to hold their own. Taki Minamino missed a great chance for Liverpool late on, but Ben White and co for Arsenal were resilient, they were disciplined, they were organised, and they stood firm against a Liverpool performance that never quite got to where we've seen it so many times.
Well, the tie is very much still alive, and I think Jurgen Klopp, he would have probably believed that anyway had Liverpool had the strongest starting 11. I think over the two legs, I think you'd expect against an Arsenal side that really never say die attitude on that occasion, but really performed heroics defensively. Didn't really look a threat going forward, only a couple of times in the second half, but as I say, it's still all to play for, and I think Liverpool will still have the belief and the confidence to go down to the Emirates and still get the result, but it's going to be a little bit harder maybe than what we thought it was going to be.
Well, Arsenal were a little embarrassed in exiting the FA Cup at Nottingham Forest at the weekend. It's been anything but embarrassing from them tonight. A real rearguard effort holds Liverpool out and sends us back to the Emirates in a week's time, all square in this Carabao Cup semi-final. It finishes at half-time of a two-leg tie. Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0. Down the years, there have been so many players that have written themselves into the annals of Liverpool history with famous goals in semi-finals and finals. Tonight, an opportunity for someone else to do the very same. Liverpool looked at 0-0 from the first leg against Arsenal at Anfield a week ago in this Carabao Cup semi-final.
Well, a lot of people thought when Xhaka got sent off in the leg at Anfield that this tie would be over, Liverpool would have walked away with it. That's not the case. We've got it still all to do down here at the Emirates. It's 0-0 going into this game. It is only half-time, and Liverpool, I think, are more than capable of getting a result against an Arsenal side that is probably as strong as what Mikel Arteta could field.
Yeah, certainly good news for Arsenal in terms of their team selection in the build-up to the game with the players that they have available. Let's take a check though on Liverpool's team that Jurgen Klopp has gone with, and well, it was against Arsenal a couple of years ago that a boy became a man in the shape of Quiveen Kelleher, who announced himself to the nation with penalty saves and a fine performance. Tonight he is the senior goalkeeper for Liverpool. He is preferred to Alisson, and he will be hoping that another boy can become a man, because Cade Gordon, at the age of 17 years and 3 months, is given the start for Liverpool on the right-hand side of that forward line. Huge headline team news and really big vote of confidence from Jurgen Klopp in the youngster.
Yeah, I think, you know, looking at the goalkeeper, I mean, Quiveen Kelleher probably deserves his place in the starting 11 basically from what he's done in the previous rounds. Cade Gordon is an exciting young prospect, and I hope it really works well for him tonight. I think he's an immense talent. I think he's got something about him that he's got pace, he's got an eye for a goal, and I think the one thing that you will get with Cade Gordon, he's got work rate as well, and he'll get his foot in there and he will have chances, he will create opportunities, scoring goals, and hopefully he can maybe grab one tonight.
Well, for Mikel Arteta, he does have the boost tonight that Tomiyasu, Smith Rowe and Odegaard are all fit or healthy again to return to the starting 11. And amazingly, after playing on Tuesday night in Cameroon, Thomas Partey has flown 10,000 kilometres, 6,200 miles, and he's on the bench tonight.
Well, quite incredible, isn't it? I mean, you know, there's been a lot of talk about how strong Arsenal can go tonight. Obviously the game at the weekend against the big North London rivals was cancelled, much to the dismay of Tottenham Hotspur, and I'm sure like Tottenham looking at this Arsenal starting 11 will suggest that like maybe it was a little bit of skullduggery went on in last weekend.
The players take the knee, and now Liverpool must upset the odds of their last 3 League Cup semi-final meetings where they have lost the second leg. They've struggled for goals in League Cup semi-finals over the last few seasons, but this of course is 5th in the last 10 years, and it's been heartbreak ever since 2012 when Cardiff at Wembley. There is Martin Odegaard returning in midfield. Huge boost for Arteta with Granit Xhaka suspended after his red card last week, and Odegaard will slot in alongside Lokonga. But Smith Rowe's a massive lift. I mean, well, we spoke about his absence last week, so only right that you talk about his return tonight.
Well, I think the 2 big players for them are Tomiyasu, who I think has been a revelation since he's come into this Arsenal side at right full-back. I think he really gives them a solid base to attack down this right-hand side with Saka in front of him, and no doubt Smith Rowe is an exciting young prospect and really has lit up Arsenal's starting 11, and he's certainly one to watch. I think these are the 2 players that I'm sure Arteta will be more than delighted to have back in his team.
Jordan Henderson has just backpedalled Joel Matip. We'll go back to Quevin Kelleher. Huge call, of course, from Jurgen Klopp to go back to his young goalkeeper. As he's already shown this season and last, he's more than equipped to deputise for Alisson and to earn his own time in the first team by right. But it's a semi-final, and you wouldn't have been surprised had Jurgen Klopp gone with his senior international goalkeeper. That's nice from Arsenal making ground through. Gabriel Martinelli had such a brilliant game defensively in that second half, and now Arsenal on the front foot early on have themselves a corner.
He's talented, Martinelli. We didn't see too much of that in the first leg. He was too busy defending, but what a stint he put in for Arsenal up at Anfield last week. Really was outstanding defensively. Didn't see an awful lot going forward, but he's a threat as well going forward down that left-hand side.
And there's lots of traffic around that near post area. Andrew Robertson with the header away, helped clear by Curtis Jones. And it's Martinelli again. He's managed to slow everyone down and come away with the ball. It's got a touch on the way through. Well, he's certainly catching the eye early on. Bukayo Saka will take the Arsenal corner. The second in these opening exchanges at the Emirates. Saka gets good distance, sure. Matip gets a very good header on the ball. It breaks clear for Lacazette, and then a ricochet away will fall very kindly for Kelleher. Liverpool dealt with it. Just for a moment there was a little bit of nerve inside the penalty area. Arsenal will have to be bolder, of course, tonight, but maybe even bolder than they were before the red card. at Anfield in the first leg, but they've certainly started fast. That's towards Saka. Now challenged by Robertson. It's a free kick right on the edge of the penalty area. Martin Atkinson had no hesitation. It was a super take by Saka.
Well, Liverpool a little bit sloppy and initially given it away by Joe Matip. I'm not sure that there's a lot in that, to be honest with you. I think Saka knows exactly what he's doing. Anytime defenders just dangle a leg, the chances are that forwards are going to look for that and go over.
Well, Odegaard and Lacazette are over the free kick. Cade Gordon's first involvement in the game is to act as a low blocker behind a defensive wall. Roberto Firmino with a thumbs up for his goalkeeper, making sure everything's in order. Early pressure, an early scare here for Liverpool. What can Arsenal produce? It will give them real lift off in this tie, and it's Lacazette! It's come back off the woodwork, and Roberto Firmino, with the help of Andrew Robertson, will get the ball away. Liverpool have hardly been out of their own half yet, but now they're trying to break with Diogo Jota. Kieran Tierney was strong enough to see him off. That's Saka. That's offside against Lacazette. Well, he got fingers on this, didn't he, Gary?
Well, sometimes when you're that close to the 18-yard box line, it's difficult to get the ball up and down. This is not a bad effort, is it? I'm not 100% sure. It hits the crossbar, and then Kevin Kelleher might just get the touch on it. Maybe give the benefit of the doubt to the goalkeeper. Maybe he just gets his fingertips to it.
That's White.
You just sense that something like that just gives Arsenal a little bit of a boost, gets the crowd going.
Jones. There was a gap there momentarily, soon closed. And White. And Lacazette very deep. And it's all kicking at the ball without any real direction for a moment. Kelleher will go and gather it and very sensibly just take the sting out of it just for a moment. There was a bit of a mad kick and rush, wasn't it?
Well, Liverpool looked as if they had a good break on down this left-hand side. Curtis Jones maybe just held on to the ball a little bit too long.
It was White last week and Gabriel between them were so good, but helped by a very good defensive line and system around them. They very nearly broke late on, didn't they? As Liverpool had a couple of chances. Aaron Ramsdale went walkabout a little.
Well, I think I made reference to it during the game. I think in commentary, when you got your backs to the wall, sometimes it's easier for centre backs, isn't it, to defend. There's so many bodies round about you. There's so many people helping you.
They probably never got further forward than 30 yards of their own goal, did they?
Yeah, it certainly helps.
Here's Diogo Jota. Firmino. It's Alexander-Arnold. That's Fabinho. There's Cade Gordon. That's Alexander-Arnold. Tomiyasu is the defender. Really capable. He's shown since signing. That's a ball that's taken Fabinho out of the game. There are plenty of yellow shirts back. The break off Gabriel Martinelli. The cross by Martinelli. Oh, that's a foul by Saka. Not getting away with that one. Just a little clip on the goalkeeper to try and put him off, but you've got to be a little cuter than that.
Well, they get the bounce of the ball there. Fabinho just misses it in the middle of the park. Then it's a case of Arsenal's midfield on top of Liverpool's back four. And as I say, they get a little bit fortunate, the Arsenal, like with the ricochet. Here's the free kick again. Gets it up, gets it down as well. Yeah, just the fingertips, I think, from Kevin Kelleher.
A moment that will lift him, a moment that will certainly help his teammates as well. Arsenal started fast. They started like Liverpool generally start, in truth. That's Matip's header. And Liverpool having to weather early pressure. Arsenal have been very, very good in this competition this season. They've been good at home, in the Premier League as well. Free scoring as well. Real confidence about them. Almost as though they've bought into the philosophy of Mikel Arteta. A lot of time last season that they were suggesting, or certainly suggestions from outside the club, that he was under real pressure. You do tend to find that if those stories are circulating outside the club, it's because somebody's been talking from inside the clubs. That tends to happen in football. Not always, but a lot.
Well, it's difficult to keep things quiet, isn't it?
Oh, what a take by Martinelli that is. And the turn as well. And it's got Liverpool on a string at the moment. It's Lacazette who can't keep it. Roberto Firmino coming very, very deep. Henderson's been caught late. And a little more respite for Liverpool. Well, it looks like he could beat Liverpool on his own at the moment.
That's a great take, isn't it? Trent Alexander-Arnold just sees enough of it, maybe just to get a bite, but he doesn't get enough of it with his toe.
When he played at Anfield and scored that 2 in that ridiculous high-scoring draw. Everyone was wowed by the talent.
What was it, 5-5? Or? Yeah. Crazy game, wasn't it?
So many goals between these sides. Everyone was staggered that it ended 0-0 last week.
Well, I think when you look at Jurgen Klopp's record against Arsenal, I think it's like 43 goals more than any other club in all competitions. So they do like playing against Arsenal.
That's Fabinho. The ball is a little short. It was looking for Gordon.
That was poor by Fabinho. It wasn't a difficult pass, wasn't it? There was so much green grass ahead of him. He just needed to play it in front of Cade Gordon. He would have got on to the end of it. The pace that the young man has.
He might have thought he was going to play against his international teammate Takumi Minamino tonight, the only man who's started every Liverpool game in the League Cup this season until tonight, of course. He waits in reserve. Jones, this is Diogo Jota. Only Firmino in the middle at the moment. And sometimes you only need Firmino in the middle against Arsenal with his record against the Gunners. Jota wins the corner.
Well, I think from a position like that, the corner was maybe the best, the most likely outcome in that move. Two centre-backs have a little saunter up.
Yeah, Fabinho's become a real presence inside the penalty area as well for Liverpool of late. Arsenal will be keeping an eye on him. There is the delivery, it's deep, it's Fabinho! And it's turned home by Joel Matip, but it's not going to count.
Well, I think he knows he was offside, Joel Matip. Does he need to hit it? That's the question. Is it going in or is it going wide? Nah, it's going wide, wasn't it? It's a good header by Fabinho as well. You could see as soon as he hits it, Joel Matip, he looks across. He's got a bird's eye view as well of the linesman on the far side.
Just one of those close, not close enough. Liverpool's first attack. There's another offside here. This time against Saka. It's not a difficult one, is it? The one is that he's just got ahead of Gabriel, hasn't he? And Gabriel holds his line, doesn't he?
I can't even think how you're making a big song and dance about it. Drops drawing lines.
When you paid for the technology, Gary, you've got to show that you've got it. Van Dijk. Tackled by Lacazette and taken out of the game. And Arsenal able to advance now with Emile Smith-Rowe. There's Gabriel Martinelli. And Tierney is outside him. And slowed down. And trying to measure the attack a little more. It's a little too casual from Ben White.
Well, it was good pressing from Liverpool. Curtis Jones on that occasion.
Liverpool losing the last 3 semi-final second legs that they played in this competition. Of course, one of them that they did advance via a penalty shootout to the final. It's goals in the last few semi-finals. Those 2 games against Southampton, 1 goal in each. Games against Chelsea, and so sparse of goals in them.
Well, much has been made of Liverpool's lack of form in this competition, but I think when you look at all these semi-finals, I think 2014-15 season against Chelsea, 2015-16 against Stoke, 2016-17 against Southampton, they had a right good run at it. Not happened quite since then.
Well, last time he scored more than once in a semi-final was the semi-final second leg of 2012 against Manchester City. That was an epic game, wasn't it? The 2-2 at Anfield after a 1-0 win at the Etihad.
Paul Matter's got his boots on the wrong feet there.
Yeah, since then they've all been very tight affairs. 1-1 at Anfield with Chelsea, 1-0 away. 1-0 at Stoke, losing 1-0 in the return leg. Was clattered into by Lacazette, wearing the armband now. Of course, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang was the club captain, but is no longer. He's actually unavailable as well at the moment due to illness. Suggestions that he's having to have further tests after suffering from COVID. Cup of Nations. Of course, Nicola Pepe, who would have been invariable tonight, scored for the Ivory Coast a little earlier to knock Algeria, the holders, out. Manchester City will be happy about that. Riyad Mahrez will be back. Liverpool still, of course, will have to do without Salah, Mane and Naby Keita, as they both advance through the group stage. That's Van Dijk. Not quite tall enough. Kate Gordon.
Well, it wasn't the best of balls, was it, from Virgil van Dijk? Difficult one for the young man to bring down.
Arsenal have made a good start to the game and are very much in charge at the moment, even though Liverpool have had that goal chalked out. With another miscue. Not this time though. Left foot made short. It's Gabriel. Gordon. It's all very tight, 3 Arsenal players around there. Nowhere really to go, and Lokonga takes a tumble. It's White. What's wrong?
Well, it's all got just a little bit scrappy, isn't it? Both pairs of centre-backs miskicking it and passing it out of play, and it's just a little bit messy at this moment in time.
It was suggested that he was going to have to play in midfield for Arsenal against Tottenham on Sunday. He did play a few games there for Leeds when he was on loan. But they were very short in the middle of midfield with illness and injury. That's nice. It's Alexander-Arnold for Diogo Jota, who's got himself a yard of space, maybe another yard of space. Oh, he squeezed it in! Completely wrong foots the goalkeeper, and it's a fine individual effort from Diogo Jota that gives Liverpool the first advantage of the tie. Big moment from a man who's provided so many so far in his Liverpool career.
Well, it's a lovely little flick that gets things started off by Roberto Firmino. Not quite sure what Trent Alexander-Arnold's doing in the central midfield point position. And then it just shows you that you don't need power and accuracy. You can scuff it and miss-hit it and still beat the goalkeeper. And that's exactly what he does do, Jota. That's not his best strike in the world by any stretch of the imagination. But what it does do, it wrong foots Ramsdale, and he can't get back to his right-hand side. And Liverpool, possibly against their own play, take the lead.
Scored his first Liverpool goal against Arsenal, and now gets Jurgen Klopp in front in the League Cup semi-final. How many times have Liverpool hit Arsenal on the counter-attack and punished them on the counter-attack over the last few years? I mean, everybody will look at Aaron Ramsdale there. He just got too far over.
Yeah, well, you probably know better than me being an ex-goalkeeper, but surely as a goalkeeper you have to take your position off the players in front of you.
What he's done is he's taken that big step, hasn't he? And once he takes that big step, he can't get back.
There's no way, well, correct me again if I'm wrong, but there's no way Jota can bend that into the far left-hand corner, because there's too many players. Like, they've got three players in front of him.
I mean, the centre-backs probably think we're managing him okay, yeah?
Well, I'll bet you bottom dollar like the centre-backs are saying shoot.
And yet the goalkeepers just can't get back.
But what a lovely flick by Roberto Firmino as well. It was the quickness of thought that really gets Liverpool underway and really catches Arsenal out. And as I say, Trent Alexander-Arnold, much has been made about him, maybe in later years, maybe playing in a central midfield role. I'm not quite sure what he was doing in there, but he released Jota, and the little nutmegs certainly got him on his way, Jota, and it was all about whether they could get the shot off. And it wasn't, as I say, it wasn't the most strongest of shots.
I think he's I mean, we will see it again as Tomiyasu advances, and this is Saka. He seemed to get a big amount of turf up with him as he hit it, which suggests that I mean, that's the scuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
And one where Arsenal's expensive new goalkeeper hasn't covered himself in glory. Good leap by Robertson. Odegaard. The flight is for Saka, it's too heavy. Robertson was just asking for an offside flag. It's taken out of the equation now. Diogo Jota's flick. White will go all the way back towards Ramsdale. Tierney. White again. And here comes the Liverpool press from Jordan Henderson. Van Dijk wins the header. Jones turns nicely and is fouled by Lacazette. Lacazette will say that's not a foul. And Curtis Jones will probably say, well, you've probably won $1 million like that in your career.
Yeah.
Where someone bumps you and you fall over.
Pot kettle black.
Listen, Arsenal would have known that Liverpool were going to score somewhere in the tie at some stage. And they were really have to foul on Firmino from Lokonga.
Well, he tries to muscle Congo initially. Firmino comes off second best, but then he gets second bite of the cherry there and just draws the free kick.
Here's Robertson. They're just saying Arsenal would have known Liverpool were going to score at some stage, and probably would have felt that they were going to go into this game behind after going down to 10 men. They did so well to actually see Liverpool off in the first game. Might actually just be almost like a double blow to concede the first goal here tonight. So then you can tell me more about the mentality of it.
I think after you've made, they'll probably think they've made a decent start. I think Liverpool have defended pretty well, in fairness. I think they've filled like most of the gaps, but Arsenal will feel that, you know, they put pressure on Liverpool.
We've never won here in the League Cup, Liverpool. We've only suffered one defeat in the last 6, though. Curtis Jones was just a little slow getting off the mark there. He actually had some space to run into. Just see him getting his sharpness back, can't you, as he integrates himself back into the team more.
Been a long time out.
And one of those as well, that it's not an injury as such, is it? You know, it's not like a normal football injury when you've got an eye injury. I remember listening to Paul Scholes talking about it a few years ago when he was unable to train at Manchester United. Wasn't injured, he just had a problem with his eye. And he's done well to get back into the thick of it. And Firmino's going through an almighty shift already for Liverpool here. Robertson away. And White goes safety first. Probably aware of Cade Gordon to his right, and Diogo Jota closing down on him. Matip. Again, put under pressure very quickly by Smith Rowe. Nice ball from Gordon, who tried a little dummy. Tierney wasn't falling for it. I'm talking about players who had injury problems. Kieran Tierney's Arsenal career has certainly
been blighted, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, been staggered by them, hasn't it?
It's a bit similar to himself. There's no doubt his quality. Young Cade Gordon, he's probably coming up against one of the best left full-backs in the Premier League.
Nice turn by Jones. Away from a lot of traffic. And allowed to advance a long way downfield. Diogo Jota hangs deep. Robertson arriving. Oh, it's Diogo Jota. Jones. Arsenal done well to hold Liverpool up here. Firmino and Robertson.
Just thought on that break that he could have played a little wall pass, Curtis Jones. I think it might have been with either Jota or like Firmino.
Nice take by Diogo Jota. There is an arm on him. He goes on, and Gordon tried to thread it behind Gabriel Martinelli, and it just ends the Liverpool attack and sets an Arsenal attack off. Tierney gets a good break of the ball. Arsenal have a man over at the moment. Tierney's got a lot of work to do, but he's done it really well. Gabriel Martinelli, it's a super tackle by Fabinho. Absolutely brilliant. Never a doubt.
Well, that's defensive midfield play at its best. Sensing the danger, being in the right place, snuffing out the danger. He moves it really well, does Martinelli. Tries to go for the penalty. It was never a penalty, but he shifted the ball really well, took it past Virgil van Dijk.
It's a little unfortunate for Cade Gordon, who was involved in a wrestle off the ball with the Arsenal defender. I'll just see this again, just to confirm what a brilliant tackle it is. And as Gary says, no better example of that job. Just at the other end, Gordon was a little unfortunate. He was being grabbed and tussled with.
6 and 2 threes, really, who was fouling who.
Martin Atkinson, as they tend to in those situations, goes against the attacking player.
For as good as the start of Arsenal has made, that's probably been the first real opportunity that they've maybe opened Liverpool up.
Jones. Van Dijk. Diogo Jota again, happy to come deep and to set off for Liverpool. Ball was a little behind Robertson, but Robertson's returned it with interest to Diogo Jota. And Emile Smith-Rowe's taken up a super position on the edge of the box, only to then lose the ball by dwelling on it far too long. Firmino, Henderson, Fabinho. It's going to come to Robertson here. Jones. Matip. Looking to thread one, but that door was closed. It's Jones, so congested in that middle third of the field. Look at all the amount of players there.
Fabinho's movement there, he just moved 2-3 yards up, a little bit like in advance, just opened the space up for the pass to Virgil van Dijk.
Gabriel just gets a little bit of luck and then has to clear. He used his shins to make sure he got to the ball. He will be with Brazil next week. A big boost for him to get that call up. No, Roberto Firmino may just have something to say about that with his feet. And naturally, Alisson and Fabinho were involved. Matip puts Smith-Rowe on his backside. It was more of a slip than anything else. He has to hurry up here. He needs to make sure he doesn't lose this. He has. And this is Odegaard. Lacazette breaks now, but he's offside. But this is Bukayo Saka. And that's a good block by Robertson. Well, the problems that Liverpool have had in this game so far have been of their own making.
Well, he's been so good as Joel Matip. A couple of times already in this game, it's not been his night so far. Giving possession away. I think he understands and appreciates that as well, but first and foremost got to defend this corner.
A slap on the back from Firmino. Liverpool with defending to do. Don't want to shoot themselves in the foot here by gifting Arsenal chances. Saka's take. Well, if you make a mistake, you cost your side a corner. Best thing to do is jump 7.5 foot in the air and head it away.
That's twice he's been really on the button there where he's headed.
That's Tierney. Van Dijk just got a lean on him from Gabriel, as it was that ball fell harmlessly. Odegaard. It's Tierney.
No panic there then.
Alexander-Arnold. Plus Firmino with White. Nicely done by Alexander-Arnold. Calm, composed. Slow it down.
Yeah, he had the option to just hit it first time up the line, but...
Well, that's a loose one from Tomiyasu. That's Curtis Jones to pick up possession. He breaks for Henderson off Lecon, but as it is, Arsenal will clear. Smith-Rowe.
Well, Liverpool giving the ball away there in the middle of the park. Arsenal not using the ball quick enough to get at Liverpool's back four. Both Henderson and Curtis Jones were out of position there, really. Arsenal just didn't have enough firepower to get forward and didn't do it quick enough.
Someone got the ball downfield there without ever having control of the football.
Never looked in control at any stage in that movement there. They've got themselves out a little bit of a sticky patch.
It all looked very nice when Alexander-Arnold found his goalkeeper and Matip and Alexander-Arnold, and then all of a sudden it all just got very scruffy as they moved downfield, but they kept the ball. Henderson can't keep it, he'll be annoyed at himself there.
And there's a little bit unfortunate again. It's a good little flick by Roberto Firmino. Came a little bit awkward to Jordan Henderson, but should have done better.
Lokonga, not brilliant, puts his side in trouble. Henderson, the ball just wouldn't come down for him. But here's Alexander-Arnold, and it's towards Diogo Jota. He's trying to head it down for Jones. Odegaard got in the way. Jones wins it back, well done. Robertson, no way through there. Just had a little grab of Martin Odegaard, who to his credit stayed on his feet and got the ball away. Kelleher will have to come a long way there. Stay calm. It's again a moment where Arsenal feel they have the opportunity to press Liverpool. Just all those loose balls at the moment to fall into yellow shirts. Liverpool are so good at getting in the way of them all.
Such a key thing in football these days, winning second balls. Does set you up in good areas of the pitch to mount attacks.
Diogo Jota. It's a bit of a wild slash at him. Well, he's suggesting there needs to be a card the same colour of his shirt there for that tackle.
Oh, it's Odegaard that comes from wrong side. Saving grace, he maybe just gets enough of the ball and then follows through onto Jota. It's a sore one.
It's Van Dijk for Alexander-Arnold. Liverpool have been a lot better since they scored in this game. They're still not in control of it though. Oh, brilliant, Diogo Jota just stood in front of Tomiyasu and took the ball off him and lost his footing. Again,
they've been good at closing down, but they've been wasteful in possession at times, Liverpool as well.
They do lead, that's the most important thing. Lokonga much happier when he's got the ball and running that way. And he's played for that.
No, very much a modern day trait that is. Any doubt you're in trouble, which he was in trouble. He'd lost total control of the football. Just feel any sort of contact, hit the ground, more often than not referee comes out on your side. Certainly wasn't there either.
He certainly doesn't want the ball with his face in his own goal, does he? He's far happier when he's looking the other way and able to move with it. Tierney. Odegaard. Lacazette. Saka does well to keep it. Under a little bit of pressure from Curtis Jones. Gabriel finds Smith Rowe. It wasn't the best ball in the world, but Smith Rowe made something of it. Now Tierney. Smith Rowe again. And we talk about Liverpool and them not keeping the ball, but Arsenal have been disjointed and scruffy at times in possession, probably more so than Liverpool. And that's just a nothing ball, isn't it?
Well, just try to force the issue maybe. As much as he works hard, Lacazette, I think you would say that he's not one of these players that is going to play on your shoulder and try and look in behind you and try and get in behind your back four. That is very much Smith Rowe's job and Saka's job.
Jota's header, and Lokonga will go back to his goalkeeper. Just a little lull in the game at the moment. Almost like you're waiting for the next plot to begin. Martinelli, who started the game like a house on fire, really, he was absolutely everywhere and so involved, has become somewhat peripheral in the last 10-15 minutes. That's Odegaard. That's looking for Martinelli. Helped away well by Gordon. Something Liverpool maybe didn't have last week and didn't quite find for quite a period of the game against Brentford the other day was the balance that they normally have. And Kate Gordon playing out there is that left-footed, right-sided forward that Liverpool have used so well, of course, over the last few years. It does help when you've got the best player in the world out there. But it just that balance for the rest of the team.
I think so. I think we saw that last year, didn't we? Last season with Nat Phillips. You know, you put Gordon Henderson back in there, you put Fabinho back in there, and Liverpool did look a little bit unbalanced in the middle of the park because of that. I think, you know, square pegs for square holes.
And amongst all the footage of Harvey Elliott returning to training in a little earlier this week, and fantastic to see. It was also good to see Nat Phillips back out there as well after the injury he suffered in December in Milan. And Harvey Elliott back on the road to the first team is brilliant news. Now that's a really good ball by Firmino. Here's Alexander-Arnold. Gordon pulls wide. He's forced a little wider with his touch. Firmino. Gordon. Again, Liverpool happy to keep the ball. Alexander-Arnold again. And Lokonga's all over him. The referee says, well, you both had hold of each other, so you can carry on. Wasn't the nicest ball then that Fabinho gave Matic with Smith Rowe bearing down on him.
It's funny how football throws up these little things. You know, when you've made a couple of mistakes in possession, and you tend to find that the ball becomes a little bit of a magnet to you. Keeps coming back to you.
Kelleher goes long. Tierney's header straight to Henderson. Offside against the Liverpool man, Konstantin Hatzidakis. No wonder he would be feeling tired today. Played 90 minutes Tuesday.
Yeah, jumps on a plane.
6,231 miles.
Is that what it is?
It's the equivalent, Gary, I think driving from Anfield to the Emirates and back without stopping 29 times.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, these guys do travel first class these days, but it would still be a lot to ask for him to have started this game. Whether he plays some part in it, you would. Well, if Liverpool are still ahead, you would think that he won't come on. It's more of a defensive-minded midfield player, isn't he, Partey?
There's Tierney. Gabriel tried to thread it for Tierney. Alexander-Arnold was in the way. Gordon. He's kept the ball in play. And he's managed to keep it with Liverpool. Everyone, I think, around thought he'd actually run the ball out of play. He's the only one that didn't stop. Credit to him. It's Jones who's been caught. Going to be a yellow card for the Arsenal captain here.
I think you see from Mr. Atkinson's indications there is the sole of the boot that's come through Curtis Jones. Again, it's one of them, it's like, it's not even the sole of the boot, it's a wee toe, isn't it? You must see it how many challenges like that do you see throughout the course of a game? So many.
I know we're from the old school, but that's incredibly harsh, isn't it? Even in the modern day, it just seems harsh.
He literally has just dangled a leg, isn't he? I
can't see how that's worse than Odegaard's challenge on Diogo Jota a little earlier. It's a ball threaded for Diogo Jota, the Liverpool goal scorer. They do lead. Nice, it's a lovely ball for Alexander-Arnold. Here's Gordon looking for Henderson. He's going to get a second bite of this. Oh, it's good hands by Ramsdale. For a moment there, I thought Gordon was going to just let one go.
Oh, he cut in on that left foot of his. Quite a ways out, wasn't he? But little reverse pass. I think he just caught Jordan Henderson a little bit unawares.
White. They started the game so well, Arsenal. At the moment, it's not as though they're trying to stay with Liverpool. Lacazette, who's just been booked, by the way, doesn't want to be pulling players back in that situation.
Well, I think that's what Diogo Jota's just making reference to Mr. Atkinson, the referee.
Jordan Henderson just made a really good run. Robertson had his head down.
Yeah, he was looking at some panel on the ball there or something like that.
He also just looked at Jordan Henderson and said, had to wait for the referee's whistle. Robertson's take now, it's flicked, and this is Fabinho. And it's a good block by Lokonga, who stood up well and got in the way. Saka will chase, Robertson will tidy up. Well, Arsenal started as though they were desperate to fly clear of Liverpool and punish Liverpool for not beating them a week ago, but Liverpool on the counter-attack with Diogo Jota managed to sneak away and sneak one past Aaron Ramsdale, and in truth they haven't looked in danger since they led.
Well, Liverpool managed to do what they couldn't do last week at Anfield, and that's obviously get a lead. And it was through Jota. It wasn't the most convincing of strikes, but it found the back of the net, and that really has been the difference between the two sides in this first 45 minutes. And since then, Liverpool have grown in confidence. Arsenal maybe lacking a few ideas going forward, and I think they've got it all to do. Liverpool look comfortable in that first 45 minutes. Hopefully that will continue in the second half.
Yeah, half time at the Emirates, it's Arsenal 0, Liverpool 1. Welcome back to the Emirates. Liverpool are a half of football away from Wembley Stadium and a final against Chelsea as it stands right now. But between now and then, you feel there could be several more twists to the tale of this Carabao Cup semi-final. Liverpool have done their job very, very well so far, but there's a lot of football still to be played.
Well, there is the one thing we've noticed as well. Joe Matip's gone off at the half-time interval. Konaté's come on. But I think Arsenal got to be a little bit more proactive. They flattered to deceive a little bit in that first 45 minutes. So yes, they started the game pretty well, but you can see here they're trying to press, but Liverpool managed to play through them pretty easily.
Ibrahim Konaté's first involvement since coming on for Joel Matip. And here's Gordon.
I think you'd have to say as well that Liverpool by far away like the better of the two teams in that first 45 minutes, but no stretch the imagination were anywhere near their best.
Well, Liverpool's 18th League Cup semi-final. Only Tottenham have appeared in more. There have been unhappy over the last couple of encounters they've had. And tonight trying to recorrect the record. The date at the end of February. Well, this will break, but it's tidily done by Kelleher. It's that little ricochet nearly coming for Lacazette. Fabinho. Arsenal had only conceded one League Cup goal before tonight in this season's competition. That was against Sunderland here last time out, and it was long after the game was dead and buried. Arsenal winning 5-1 in the end. And Firmino can't keep it. Felt he was being held by Gabriel. And goes and wins it back. And sets the ball looking for Diogo Jota. And Ben White in the way. Odegaard. That's White. Saka gets the run on Andrew Robertson. Robertson looked for a flag that wasn't forthcoming. Odegaard. That's tidily done. Just trying to overcomplicate it a little.
Well, Andrew Robertson gets himself back and goal side and makes himself difficult to beat, and then Odegaard trying something that was probably not on.
It's a ball that's looking for Diogo Jota.
The promising thing, I think, from Liverpool's point of view, certainly that first half as well, that they found themselves in good defensive positions, defended pretty well, filling the spaces and the holes.
Odegaard played that one a little blind, and Cade Gordon wasn't too far away from intercepting that. As it is, Arsenal are able to come away at the other end of the field. It's Martinelli, away by Van Dijk. A teasing ball, wasn't it, from a player who had such a fine start to the game. And Firmino's lunge on Lokonga there was none too pretty. That's a decent ball, Lacazette's in! And he doesn't take the chance.
Well, he's claiming that it was Andrew Robertson that maybe came off, whether he's offside or onside. Tight one. Andrew Robertson gets back there. Lacazette is the one that makes the strike. He's under pressure. He should be doing a lot better than that from that sort of position.
Is that one of those, I should have hit the target, so I'll say that the defender got a touch. Well, Arsenal, who started the first half very well, looking to do so at the start of the second half to get back into this game, and to get back into the tie.
Well, the crowd try to play their part in there. I think Arteta certainly at half-time, he shook them up a little bit. Go and give the crowd something to shout about, get them behind you. At this moment in time, well, early stages into the second half, but they have lifted the tempo a little bit.
Liverpool had to weather a little bit of an Arsenal storm early on. I imagine the same is going to happen here. In the 5th minute of the second period. Tomiyasu wins the throw. One of those who was a doubt for the game, with Smith Rowe and Odegaard all made it. And very short last week, of course, and players available. And much stronger tonight. We've got two central midfielders tonight. When Granit Xhaka was sent off last week, they didn't have one to bring on. Gabriel. Konate wins the header. Henderson. Go back to Van Dijk, just turned him round. And the only thing he could do was use his goalkeeper. Diogo Jota. Wonderful from the Portuguese international. Now what have Liverpool got? Gordon! Well, brilliant from Diogo Jota, and it could have been a moment that the young man's name was written in the stars.
Well, Jota does absolutely brilliant there. Slows quite up a couple of times and then goes past him. And then as soon as he gets past him, he cuts across. It's a wonderful layback. And I said in the build-up to this game that young Cade Gordon, he's not just an outside left or a player that plays wide. He will get himself in goal-scoring positions, and certainly got himself in a position there to put it in the back of the net. He just snatched it a little bit, leant back, hence the reason it goes high over the crossbar. But that was an opportunity. Don't let that get you down, son. Keep yourself in that sort of position. Get yourself another opportunity and put it in the back of the net.
Well, his movement was brilliant, wasn't it, to lose Tierney. He just couldn't take the chance.
Jota's pick out was that fantastic as well.
There's Martinelli. Gordon holding him up, doing very well defensively. Gabriel. Tierney. And we talked about weathering the Arsenal storm at the start of the second half. The second Liverpool goal there would have really knocked the stuffing out of Arsenal completely. Tomiyasu. That's taken turn by Lacazette. Xhaka. Alexander-Arnold will read that. Gordon can't get away from Tierney. Alba Lokonga again. Tierney. And good discipline from Gordon. Knows his role.
He's fulfilled it pretty well as well tonight.
Here comes a Liverpool press with Curtis Jones. And forcing Arsenal back to Ramsdale. And he sends one flying downfield. Well, that's an awful challenge by Gabriel Martinelli. It's one of those that as a goalkeeper you know you're getting a cheap shot. I'm surprised the referee didn't feel more than a word was necessary there.
I think this is a yellow card myself, to be honest with you. This is a cheap shot. Had absolutely no chance of getting the ball.
Firmino, Henderson, Fabinho just trying to open the game up a little, finding Cade Gordon. Alexander-Arnold. Well, there's a threat. Fabinho has broken the lines. Now what can he find? It's Diogo Jota. Just sat up a little for him.
It was a horrible ball to take, wasn't it? It was bouncing in front of him. It wasn't the best pass by Fabinho in the world.
That's Smith Rowe. It's a lovely turn. Konate in the way. Well, Robertson forward. And White held up by Gabriel. Ramsdale's clearance isn't the most authoritative we've seen. He did find a red and white shirt, and again it's a hurried ball, an unnecessary forced ball.
Well, the movement from Trent Alexander-Arnold just opened Arsenal right up, and had it been to one of the forward players as opposed to Fabinho, then I'm sure it would have provided a far better opportunity for Liverpool to get that second goal.
There is Fabinho. He's being held by Lacazette. The referee's eventually going to have to pull him up for it. Well, there will come a moment, no doubt, that the referee's going to have to say to Lacazette, I booked you in the first half. There's been a couple of drags and pushes since then.
I just wonder if Arteta might be looking at that, might be considering substitution. Nketiah, he's got a good record here at the Emirates in the League Cup.
That's a good win. That's a foul on Jones. The play's going to go on, and really Tomiyasu should go in the book as well here for the drag back. Straightforward yellow card.
Well, Arsenal have lifted the tempo in the start of the second half, but so are Liverpool, and at this moment in time Arsenal are finding it difficult to keep that pace with the tempo that Liverpool are producing.
Well, a different man joins the Liverpool attack from a set piece now. Matip, of course, had a goal ruled out in the first half for offside. Now Ibrahim Konate offers a very different type of threat to Matip. He's a very physical presence inside that penalty area. Fabinho's going to try and slip through the middle as well. Headed away by Tomiyasu. Gordon. Konate. Firmino. Henderson. Jones taking the ball on the half turn and moving away well. This is Fabinho. A bit of a grubber, but didn't really get it. This is Robertson. Lacazette and Jones were taken out of the game momentarily. Goalkeeper comes and has actually smashed into his own man there. I think it's Kieran Tierney who's just completely flat out. He's taken a right hook there, hasn't he?
Well, I think he makes clean contact with the ball. It's on the way down that smashes into his own player's head. Ramsdale. Well, as a goalkeeper, I think you've got to come in. If you're going to come, you've got to take everything. There won't be any consolation to Kieran Tierney as he gets a smash in the back of the head. If Liverpool just go long here, Konate, I reckon, gets round the back with nobody like, well, Sam. You can see here, two big centre backs.
Well, Liverpool, after a delay, can take the corner. Alexander-Arnold deep. Konate's free header! Henderson with a follow-up! Well, they're incredibly unlucky, Liverpool. I think the follow-up wouldn't have counted from Henderson anyway. Henderson, after the ball came off the post, this is so close.
No, he's in an offside position, Jordan Henderson, when Konate heads it. Well, Arsenal get a little bit of a breather there. I was looking at before the corner, and I just thought Konate at the far post. I think it was Saka that's marking him. I mean, all day long you've got to pick him out, either him or Virgil van Dijk.
Ramsdale will play out for Arsenal. Tomiyasu's got a big stroke of luck there. And Curtis Jones slipping. Arsenal end up with a throw. Curtis Jones with a little bit of egg on his face.
Not the first time he slipped tonight. He slipped early on in the game as well, Curtis Jones.
There's a lot of dew on the playing surface. Of course, it's watered as it is, but then it picks up that heavy dew as well as it. Temperatures just above freezing as the game goes on. Odegaard, that's nice. This is Bukayo Saka. Two in the middle, being joined now by Smith Rowe to make it three. Well, there's no one there. It will be sent back in by Tierney. Gordon's in the way. Corner.
Well, pressure on Liverpool, but without Arsenal really looking settled in the way that they're going about their business. But it's a semi-final, anything can happen, especially from set plays as well.
We've reached the hour mark in the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal trying to erase that Liverpool lead. Martinelli's corner. The goalkeeper will fist away Smith Rowe with the follow-up. It's almost a bit of deja vu there with the goalkeeper punching the ball away and it coming to the edge of the penalty area. So Mateo Kovacic at Chelsea with that volley that beat Kelleher. Not Smith Rowe though.
Well, that actually falls nice to Smith Rowe. I think in hindsight he possibly could have been doing better. Arsenal will look at that and think that is an opportunity. As a goalkeeper, you've got to go for height and distance. It wasn't quite the distance that he wanted, Kelleher. It was a good contact. That fell inside the 18-yard box for Smith Rowe.
Lokonga. Well, what Arsenal need is to keep believing in themselves, isn't it, really, Gary? Because they've got to pull together a spell here. Liverpool will have to stand firm, and then when they do get the chance to counter-attack, try and punish them. What doesn't help is balls like that just knock you out of your rhythm, albeit for a few seconds. You always say, don't you, one bad ball at the start of the move and always ends with that sort of thing.
A bad ball, yeah. You count the amounts of goals that have got scored from 2 or 3 passes, it always starts with well, more often than not, it starts with a decent pass.
Jones. It's really, really good play by Curtis Jones, that. And Odegaard just had a little snap at him. Martin Atkinson lets the play go. Just a couple of little niggles. I suppose it's a semi-final, it's inevitable. Here goes Alexander-Arnold, who's broken the lines here for Liverpool, and looking for Gordon, and it misses him. Might come to Firmino. Gabriel just did enough. Oh, it's a brilliant ball. That's a yellow card for Konate.
Well, Konate, the one thing that you don't need to do is get that tight to Lacazette. He's not going to turn and run you. He will use his body to great effect. This is a good opportunity. There's not too much wrong with the ball from Trent Alexander-Arnold. It just skips past the advancing leg of Cade Gordon.
Well, he's put in a really good hour for Liverpool there. In the biggest game of his young life. Could have scored, but has been a big, big asset for Jurgen Klopp, and now Takumi Minamino comes on.
I think what he's done as well, he's defended really well as well, Cade Gordon. Got himself in really good defensive positions. 1 or 2 opportunities, certainly the one just before he gets taken off. That could easily hit his leg and gone in.
It's Alexander-Arnold's header, but offside against Martinelli.
Minamino will come and play on that right-hand side as well.
Yeah, it was interesting because there was a lot of talk about we talked about Liverpool's system, and obviously Jota had moved over, hadn't he? He's far happier on that left-hand side. We've seen it tonight with Firmino through the middle. It's almost like Minamino now has to say, well, I'll play on the right because that's where I'm needed. And certainly if you gave him a choice, he'd rather be centre-left.
I think so.
Konate. Tierney away. And Gabriel. Ben White again looking for that diagonal ball towards Saka. Andrew Robertson in the way. And here is Andrew Robertson again. Might break for Liverpool here. It breaks for Firmino. Stab was looking for Minamino. Ramsdale's in the way. Arsenal want to get moving. One of those games where you are constantly just flicking your eyes towards the clock. Arsenal staff and fans will be doing the same. A little more with concern than Liverpool. They trail. Van Dijk's header. A huge thud off his head as the ball ran away. It's a foul by Jones. Gabriel. Tomiyasu. Saka. Feel if Arsenal are to get back into it, Saka and Smith Rowe will have a big role to play. Lokonga. It's a nice ball by Gabriel. Getting Arsenal moving again. Tierney. Ball struck Minamino. Breaks for Martinelli. Little flick by Smith Rowe was always going to take him into traffic. Konate with a big header, but not the most controlled header.
No, he got a little bit underneath it and spun off the top of his head.
White. Lokonga for White again. And Ramsdale will again flick the ball out towards Saka. Robertson again very, very tight. Firmino. It's a brilliant acrobatic take by Roberto Firmino. Fabinho. Arsenal really trying to squeeze to win the ball back now when they lose it. Diogo Jota. The ball was closed on him by White. And now the counter-attack is on. Oh, Van Dijk will put it out. A horrible ball by Smith Rowe. And Liverpool were a little short-numbered there. Fabinho with a tackle, wants to win the ball. Referee says he got the man first. Saka, I think, has every right to wonder whether that should be a yellow card.
Well, this is just careless, isn't it? This is not a hard pass, to be honest with you. See the reaction from the manager.
Lacazette, Smith Rowe, Liverpool back off. Robertson with the block. And Robertson will bring the ball away. It's his 200th Liverpool appearance tonight. Andrew Robertson. It's been a pretty good 4.5 years, hasn't it? Since he signed from Hull. What a turn by Diogo Jota. Didn't have the ball, but then flies it across field. It's Alexander-Arnold. Liverpool looking for a goal that surely would clinch the tie. Minamino! And it's Gabriel Martinelli on his own goal line who gets it away.
Well, another opportunity goes a-begging. Hopefully Liverpool will not rue that. We saw Martinelli in the first leg at Anfield defending ever so well. He started this game really on the front foot, but not seen an awful lot of him, especially the second half. But certainly on that occasion, defensively, he's kept his team in it.
Tomiyasu. White. Another of those nearly moments for Liverpool. Again, Alexander-Arnold, the creator. But Arsenal are still in this game. Could have been out of it now in this second half. Konate's missed it. No harm done. Touch for Minamino. Firmino for Minamino. Alexander-Arnold. Henderson. Then Nketiah will be coming on momentarily for Arsenal. No surprise there as they chase the game. Tackle by Fabinho was good. Smith Rowe ended up on the floor, but Martin Atkinson was happy with the tackle by Liverpool's Brazilian midfielder. I think a couple of the Arsenal players suggested there was a foul a little earlier from Jordan Henderson. Ødegaard. Lacazette. It seems a long time since his free kick came back off the Liverpool crossbar. Smith Rowe. Ødegaard. Martinelli. Twisting one way, turning the other, and eventually getting the cross in, but Liverpool have measured themselves up there and sorted their defensive posture out.
Well, they've looked good defensively, Liverpool, so far in this game. Hopefully that can continue.
Lokonga. Martinelli. And Minamino and Alexander-Arnold between them. See him off. That's White. Odegaard. Lovely ball. There's Martinelli. Away from Minamino. Now can he get away from Alexander-Arnold? He can! And he tried to catch the goalkeeper out. And Keller had just about responded.
I was just saying that we've not seen an awful lot of Martinelli in a forward position in the second half, but certainly the last 2 or 3 minutes he's been very influential, seen a lot of the ball.
Good fingertips from Quivin Kelleher. He may need a little more now. Martinelli, who's just gone close to an equaliser now with the corner. Jones helps the ball away. Tierney. Odegaard has got such a lovely range of passes. Sends another beauty out for Martinelli. He's twisting all over and turning everywhere, but I don't know, Gary, sometimes maybe as a forward player, when the ball doesn't come, is it sense of frustration?
Maybe one trick too many, one little body shape too many. Arsenal about to make double substitution.
Well, Thomas Partey will complete the journey halfway up the globe from Cameroon to North London in a day. 48 hours since he last played football. He's on now in midfield, along with Eddie Nketiah. Smith Rowe and Lacazette were two to make way.
He doesn't want the captain's band, does he?
And for him, of course, it's very much a work event at the moment, not a party. Tierney with a throw. Minamino gets in the way, Henderson helps it away. Liverpool want to get James Milner on in midfield for Jordan Henderson, fresh legs. "16 minutes for Liverpool. While it is a cup semi-final, I'm certain that Jurgen Klopp has one eye on Sunday as well. Liverpool are down in London, of course, for the next few days because they've got Arsenal and then Crystal Palace.
Well, that's in the future. The immediate job at hand is to get through this tie. I didn't think I'd see Partey coming on, but there you go.
That's a spin and turn, but offside against Nketiah.
Well, that's something that we didn't see at all with Lacazette. You probably won't see with Lacazette, but that's what Nketiah, he has. Playing the shoulder of the last defender. Made reference to his record. I think it's something like 7 goals. His 5 League Cup appearances at the Emirates for Arsenal. So he's got a track record.
He got a hat-trick against Sunderland in the last round here. It's Alexander-Arnold. Assist to Diogo Jota. Deal with that. Lokonga. Konate in the way. More by position than by play. Here's Minamino. It's a nice ball for Jones. Now what's coming down the left-hand side? The ball goes the other way towards Minamino. Gabriel left it. Well, there was nothing to leave it for. It's Milner. It's Diogo Jota who's waiting for it. Away by Tomiyasu. Robertson! Oh! Well, there was no one there to turn it home.
Well, the anticipation that he shows here, Andrew Robertson, I thought he might have been a little bit earlier on the scene, earlier on in the move. It's a good little ball. Jota might have been offside had he headed it, but the anticipation to get in ahead, I think it was Saka, and then all it needs is a little touch from anybody, from an Arsenal player or a Liverpool player. It could have easily gone in.
Remember, Liverpool and Arsenal have been able to be separated over the last couple of meetings in the League Cup. And this one's as tight as that. Martinelli doing well to ride the challenge by Milner. And that's a ball by Alexander-Arnold. And it's Diogo Jota who gets the run and provides the finish. Oh, it's another memorable moment provided by Diogo Jota. And the flag's up. Lee Betts chalks off the Liverpool second goal. Diogo Jota doesn't think he's offside.
Well, it'll be tight. My first thought he was. It's not White at the back, it's Gabriel that, if anybody's playing him on, it's Gabriel, but I mean, he takes it ever so well. He's only got to do what he's got to do, and that's to put it in the back of the net.
We didn't need the lines in the first half, we need the lines now. VAR checking a potential Liverpool second goal. It's not there, is it, Gary, as you say? It's Gabriel who's over the near side. Diogo Jota is bewildered, perplexed,
I think he's
somewhat
offside.
lost.
I think he is offside.
Well, look at those there, Gary. I mean, there's the where you're looking at, and it's onside, Gary. This is a goal for Liverpool, and Diogo Jota has a second goal in this semi-final with 13 minutes to go, and Liverpool are so close to Wembley now. Diogo Jota's got them both. It's a brilliant, brilliant finish.
Well, I cried that one in, didn't I? I cried that one in.
I mean, it's been given as onside. We've seen the reaction. Martin Atkinson is waiting for the final notification. Diogo Jota scores and could have sent Liverpool through to the League Cup final at Wembley. Oh, what a signing. What a player he's become for this football club.
Well, what a goal, to be quite honest with you. It was unbelievable. Wonderful ball initially. I think it was from Trent Alexander-Arnold, wasn't it? And that man, Jota, been a revelation since he's come to the football club. He takes it ever so well. The chest control, but then not just the chest control, but the fact that he gets it out in front of his body, and he has that speed, that little bit of zip to get ahead of White. And then it's all about, can he just lob it over the advancing Ramsdale? He does exactly everything to the book, and it nestles into the centre of the goal. And you would have to think that, like the manager, as pleased as he is, you would like to think that that has to be Liverpool through to the final of the Carabao Cup.
14 goals this season for Diogo Jota. 3 now in the League Cup. It was almost as though he knew he was onside. He looked at the linesman and said, no, I am not offside there. And backed up by the VAR, and that's what VAR's there for.
Well, I think vitally important now that Liverpool, we don't want to concede in the next 5 minutes. Take the stress out of the game.
10 minutes left plus 3 or 4 minutes stoppage time. That's Partey, Saka and Martinelli. Can't keep it down. There have been moments for Arsenal in this game. Martinelli there, Lacazette a little earlier, but they've been few and far between.
Well, they have been few and far between. This is a difficult one. Konate's quick to close them down. Virgil van Dijk's out there as well, so he has to hit it, and he wants to hit it a little bit later than maybe what he does do, but he can't because there's so much pressure on him. But it just shows you there is opportunity still in this game for Arsenal.
Milner stepping into a challenge, and Saka runs away from him. In steps Andrew Robertson. Konate again looking for that ball for the runner, and it's Minamino. Lot to do, but Liverpool have players forward in support. Minamino, and the man arriving is Curtis Jones, held up very, very well on the edge of the penalty area. by Thomas Partey. The one thing that you'd say, Gary, is, I mean, it's almost like the moment that created the red card for Xhaka in the first leg, where the ball comes forward, chested down by Diogo Jota. That time Xhaka took him out. This time no one there to do the same.
Well, is there karma in football? I'm not 100% sure.
The footballing gods we like to talk about, don't we? Here comes Bukayo Saka. And Gary says keep it quiet for the next few minutes. Liverpool have settled into the defensive shape. Lokonga, Gabriel, Tierney, Lokonga again.
Well, that won't help Arsenal's cause, will it? You've got to keep pressure on Liverpool, and by doing things like that, it just takes all sorts of pressure off Liverpool. You can reboot, restart from the goal kick. It's been a while since these fans have been to London, a trip to Wembley.
That fell very kindly for Queen Kelleher. It was a little bit heart in mouth when Konate swung the ball.
It was a short pass to him by Trent Alexander-Arnold, wasn't it?
This is going to come to Firmino. And James Milner. Jones. If anyone has got the capability to score from there, it's him. Really good shift from Curtis Jones. Like, looked the part.
Yeah, he's done exceptionally well. That's all of all Liverpool players, in fairness.
Nico Williams will come on this right-hand side for Roberto Firmino.
Well, Minamino will go central, and Nico Williams will come down this right-hand side.
It's worked all right in the League Cup this season, that hasn't it? Taki Minamino with his goals in this competition. Nico Williams has played wide right, he's played right side fullback. Of course, it was against Arsenal he made his debut, and now on for what he hopes will be a very good 6 minutes plus whatever time is added on. It's just an extra pair of legs to help as well. Trent Alexander-Arnold. Arsenal just got to throw everything at Liverpool now, don't they?
I mean, so far in this game, Arsenal just not quite done enough, have they, really, in all fairness?
Well, there's another delay here. We have an unwanted guest. It just knocks the levels of concentration from. I mean, they used to be on the field a lot more when you were playing, didn't they? I think. And it's just a case of just
got to try and just ignore it.
You
just concentrate and
just shut off from it. I mean, the man is just an ice cold killer, isn't he, in front of goal? Really is.
To be honest with you, the ball was fantastic from Trent Alexander-Arnold as well. He sees the run, he puts it right on in the path of Diogo Jota.
I think the best thing I heard said about him was Kevin Thelwell, who was the director of football at Wolves when they signed him, and they said we knew when we got him that there's a ruthless streak that runs through him, and we discovered it straight away. He's not this quiet little, because he's got that little baby face, that quiet demeanour. He said there is a ruthless streak that runs right through the middle of him, through his core.
Oh yeah, there's an edge to him as well, isn't there? I mean, maybe you could make the point that in the last couple of games he's been a little bit below par. But like all quality players, like all good individuals, big games, you rely on your big players, and they normally come to the fore. Certainly Jota tonight has stood up and he's been counted.
We'll go 19 minutes into the game and a goal 13 minutes from full time. Thomas Partey has really clattered into that challenge. It's a sore one as well. Michael Williams really feeling this. Probably not half as bad as it looked. No, I think we'll file that under. But it's a foul. And a yellow card as well. And again, it breaks the game up. The Liverpool fans behind that goal are very happy. That's delivered. Looking for Van Dijk round the back. It's going to come to Alexander-Arnold again here. And Van Dijk again is over on that far side. Here's Jones. Konate. Curtis Jones and Van Dijk, just cross purposes there as to who was going for that. Three minutes plus stoppage time. Listen, I'm not going to say anything after what happened with Leicester and Tottenham last night.
No,
I mean, the latest their team has ever been behind and won a game. I think Manchester City and QPR, when they won the league, was the record before that. But 94 minutes and 58 they were behind and won the game. Here's Nketiah. Liverpool have just managed them tonight, haven't they?
Well, I mean, even that. I mean, you know, you're 2-0 down, and you look up there, and there's one Arsenal player, Martinelli, in the 18-yard box. It's disappointing from Arteta's point of view, surely.
I'm not surprised that he's going to get the Man of the Match award tonight. He's had it a few times since he signed for Liverpool. Minamino is fouled.
Did well, Taki there. Held the ball up really well.
Well, the League Cup was all about players stepping forward in the earlier rounds. Young players did that. Norwich and Preston, and then that amazing comeback against Leicester. And now Liverpool, after not quite firing in the first leg, are doing so in the second. Robertson with 89 minutes gone, he's still up right on the opposition goal line.
Isn't that just what Liverpool and Andrew Robertson are all about? You know, you could see that. He could see the break in play. He knew that Curtis Jones needed support. He must have made a run of all of 60-70 yards, Andrew Robertson, to get up and support his teammate. And what is it you say, like, well,
that's another really bad challenge. And Thomas Partey's journey up the globe, I'm afraid, was completely unnecessary. 2 fouls in the space of a couple of minutes, and it really is, well, just a silly challenge that sees him sent off. Tired mind, tired legs. 48 hours ago he played in the African Cup of Nations. Tonight he's lasted a few minutes. It's an awful tackle.
Well, that's a bad tackle. That really is a bad tackle. It deserves possibly even a straight red for that one. Well, certainly I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Jet lag, maybe not a good challenge. Been not a good night for Mikel Arteta. And you have to believe that with the departure of Partey, it's all over now for Arsenal.
Ramsdale's clearance. Yeah, they started well, didn't they? They hit the bar early on, Kelleher with that brilliant save, but Liverpool have just looked better.
Well, they have been better. There's no getting away from that. I said going into this game, you know, when you put the two teams together, Arsenal, I don't think, are a patch on Liverpool at this moment in time. But it's a semi-final, you're never quite sure what can happen. But Liverpool really have looked really sound defensively. They've bossed the game in many departments, if not all of the departments. And Arsenal just haven't done enough. Don't deserve to go through, to be quite honest with you.
And it all was rounded off by the red card for Thomas Partey. Hopped out of 2 events in, or 2 tournaments in 48 hours and was sent off as well. Travelled halfway up the world to do it as well. Imagine he'll sleep well tonight. These Liverpool players deserve to sleep well. Thoroughly professional performance again. And it will be off to the old Anfield South once again.
27th of February, I think it is. Late February, anyway.
Last weekend in February.
I'm sure the fans have already pre-booked their hotels as well. I was going to say a day out in the sun, but 27th of February it might not be that sunny. Take your thermals with you.
Well, there's no doubt there's been improvement from Arsenal this season. They are fighting for the top 4, they are in with a shout, but as Liverpool have tended to have over recent seasons, just that little bit more quality, a little bit more big game know-how. Diogo Jota again. Ibrahim Konate. Bearing in mind that Liverpool as well made that change at half-time. So Matip off for Konate. Matip, who lost the ball a couple of times in that first half, had a couple of wobbles.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed that he's not injured.
Well, Arsenal have lost the ball here, and Liverpool are queuing up for another. Robertson. And Williams turned his back on as he tried to dummy it. Robertson wins it back. Arsenal have gone now completely. Unsurprisingly, given the circumstances of the game. It's a loose one by Robertson. Konate will come across to try and close Martinelli down, who started the game tonight as though he was going to play Liverpool on his own. He just overcomplicated it a little. What's the ball looking for? Edin Nketiah. He won't get that. And there's nothing quite as bad as a semi-final defeat, is that don't even get to go and have your day out at Wembley.
No, it's probably the worst feeling in the world, to be quite honest with you. He looks happy, doesn't he?
Deserves a smile. With a little bit of devil in Diogo. He's used that tonight to send Liverpool into the League Cup final. There was a time, of course, it was called the Liverpool Cup. They won it every year back in the 80s. Of course, Manchester City have had that of late.
Well, I think the level on 8, haven't they, both teams? Liverpool got the opportunity to go one ahead of the rivals at this moment in time.
Anything but a given, is it, with Chelsea waiting at Wembley?
I think that what you would say is that it's a far more level game playing Chelsea as opposed to Arsenal at this moment in time.
I thought you were going to say Tottenham then, of course, who Chelsea beat in the other semi-final. Van Dijk out towards Jones. Well, Liverpool came having known that they didn't do the job in the first leg at Anfield a week ago, but my oh my, did they do it in the second leg. 2 more goals for Diogo Jota, the second quite brilliant to wrap the game up. But once Liverpool got one and had survived an early Arsenal scare, you felt they were in control of the tie, and once they got the second, it was plain sailing. Just a little short hop to Wembley from here.
Well, a thoroughly professional performance, I think, from Liverpool. I thought they defended exceptionally well. They got numbers back in there, they filled holes and filled spaces. And credit to young Cade Gordon, I think he did that exceptionally well. We didn't see him too much going forward. He did have 1 or 2 opportunities, but the experience will stand him in real good stead. All in all, it was a real good performance from Liverpool against an Arsenal side that kind of flattered to deceive a little bit. I think you can see that at this moment in time there's a gulf between these two teams, and it's it's quite big at this moment in time. Liverpool certainly deserve to go through to the final. Arsenal, well, they're fighting for the top four. They've still got quite a bit to play for, but Liverpool will come out victories on the night.
It's 6 years since Liverpool went to the League Cup final. Manchester City edged them out that day. Diogo Jota has given them the chance to go and claim the League Cup final at the end of February. Fantastic performance from Liverpool. Every man in that Liverpool side, absolute heroes in that performance. Liverpool just too good in the end. Arsenal 0, Liverpool 2.